Do we know if the microphone is on? Hello? Can folks hear me? We're going to move toward getting started. If folks could take their seats, please. All right. Thank you all so much for being here. I am Amanda Leiter. I'm a professor at the American University Washington College of Law and the director of our program on environmental and energy law. And I'm so pleased to be co-hosting this event with Professor Dan Fiorino and the American University School of Public Affairs. The environmental challenges facing the country and the world are daunting and unprecedented. We look forward to hearing your thoughts over the next 2 days about how the EPA of the future can best confront those challenges. Before I turn the mic over to Dan to introduce American University President Sylvia Burwell, who will kick us off, I want to thank the many staff from the School of Public Affairs and the Law School who've worked diligently to pull this together. You'll meet many of them over the next 2 days, but there are also countless others working behind the scenes to make sure that the trains run on time and the food is delicious and we have matzah, etc. And we couldn't have done this without them. In addition, I want to put in a quick plug for the Washington College of Law's wonderful LEED Gold facility that we're sitting in. If you'd like to learn more, we have information about the LEED Gold qualifications of the building at the table out the door and to your left. And that information is also included in press packets. So thank you again for being here. We really look forward to hosting you, and I personally look forward to talking with many of you informally over the next couple of days. Thanks.
Thanks, Amanda. Welcome, everybody, to our what we see as a 2-day conversation on EPA and the future of environmental protection. It's an important conversation not only for the future of environmental protection, but we all think for our national quality of life. So it's great to see everybody here today. So we have a range of topics, a number of outstanding speakers who are part of our program today. We want to have some follow-up activities building on this 2 days, and we'll be letting you know more about that. And as Amanda said, our focus today is on the future of environmental protection and EPA's role in that. So we know there are a lot of things going on now that a lot of us aren't happy with, but we want to sort of look beyond the 20s and the 2030s and the 2040s and say, what should EPA, what capabilities should it have, what kind of problems will it face, what are the big challenges, how can it use technology, how can it work with business, and so on. So a variety of big topics. So my role now is to introduce the president of American University. Sylvia M. Burwell became the 15th president of American University in June 2017. Before coming to AU, she had a number of fairly important jobs. She was the secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, deputy director of the Office of Management and Budget, Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, among other government positions. President Burwell also held senior leadership positions in major foundations, including the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Walmart Foundation. And we are all thrilled to have her at American University and thrilled to have her today. So please welcome President Sylvia Burwell.
Thank you, Professor Fiorina and Professor Leiter. And welcome everyone to American University. I'm honored to have the chance to join you, even if just briefly, to kick off what looks like a very promising 2 days of forward-thinking discussion and conversation, as Dan just mentioned. And I want to thank all of you all for joining us today, leaders in business, policy, and environmental advocacy. And I think in this room we have expertise that spans the public and private sectors and touches on both. And of course, we also have some of our AU students will be in attendance throughout the day, which we're excited about. I want to thank my friend and former colleague, someone I had the chance to work with on many issues, from Detroit to Native American health issues, to how we talked about environmental issues in health, and also funding when I was at OMB. And that's former Administrator Gina McCarthy for joining us today. Mayor Williams, who's also joining us today, and our former EPA Administrator Carol Browner, who I actually, because I can't seem to hold a job, worked with in another administration and had the chance to work with her. I'm going to save till the end another former EPA Administrator because I'll be introducing him. But thank you all, because for us to have the insight both at the federal and the local level that we're going to have today, it's rare that you can get that combination and that much in one room. So we're very excited about our panelists and speakers. And sometimes a surprising insight will come from these kinds of things, or a transformative thing, and wanted to reflect on one of those that happened a while back. And a few hours drive from Washington, down 66 for those of you who live in Virginia, is the Airlie Center. And Airlie is a gorgeous property. It covers more than 300 acres in Warrenton, Virginia. It was first occupied at the turn of the 20th century, and by 2016, it actually was a thriving conference center that was gifted to American University. And somewhere in between, in 1969, a group of medical and law students had gathered at Airlie for a conference. And one of their guest speakers was Senator Gaylord Nelson, a United States Senator from Wisconsin, and a staunch advocate for consumers and the environment. And it was there at Airlie that the senator actually proposed the idea of a national teach-in on the environment, a chance to show leaders in Washington that the rest of the country cared about the state of the environment and wanted bold and decisive action. And as you may know, some young activists took the idea of a teach-in and then turned it into the first Earth Day. And one of those young activists inspired by Senator Nelson was Dennis Hayes, who would become one of the principal organizers of the First Earth Day. And we're honored that Dennis is joining us today and will be delivering the keynote over lunch to share his reflections on more than 5 decades of advocacy and inspiration for the environment. Estimates say that nearly 1 in every 10 Americans actually participated, and more than 10,000 elementary and high school students, 2,000 colleges, and more than 1,000 different communities participated in that original movement. So it did spark a national movement, and less than a year later, EPA was founded. And one of the seeds for this progress was planted, we're proud to say, at Airlie, which is now a part of AU, bringing together everyone being here for this and that future conversation today. For many years, the AU campus has been striving towards a more sustainable future. And we've literally been building it up from the ground up. As Professor Leiter mentioned, I think everybody knows this is one of our LEED Gold buildings. Our campus, we have some others as well. And all of this progress actually brought us to a unique moment last year, which we're very proud of. After many years of hard work and planning and an effort that pulled stakeholders from across the campus and even across states. And for someone like me, who was at OMB and is all about efficiency, we achieved a goal 2 years ahead of schedule. And last year we announced that milestone. American University became the first university in the United States, the first urban campus, and the first research university to achieve carbon neutrality. And all of this work that we do on this campus and the work that you all do in your jobs every day isn't about us, it's about the next generations. Our children, our grandchildren, the air they'll breathe, the water they'll swim in, and the hiking trails that they're going to head down. So we do this work for them. And day in and day out, even when the work requires more effort than usual, when he reflected on his life on Earth Day, later in his life, Senator Nelson pointed to the grassroots work of it. So that day-to-day work that people are toiling on is quite important. Earth Day, he once said, worked because of the spontaneous response at the grassroots level. We had neither the time nor the resources to organize the 20 million demonstrators who participated from thousands of schools and local communities. That was the remarkable thing about Earth Day, he said. It organized itself. And we have to organize ourselves too, as we chart the future of environmental policy. We need all sectors leading in this together. We need every level of government collaborating with one another and learning from one another. We need just the type of collaborative spirit that's actually represented in this room today. That sense of collaboration, it is what has carried us through 50 years of incredible service from the men and women of EPA. Through the times of progress and the times of challenge. The public servants at EPA have kept working hard and kept us moving forward, but they've never moved alone. The civil servants in our audience from DOJ, from Interior, Department of Justice, I'm assuming many people are from the government, but Department of Justice, Interior, the DC government, the state, the tribal EPAs are all a testament to the old saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And the Environmental Protection Agency has gone so far. They've carried on the analysis, the design, and the execution of programs that help and protect millions of people's lives. To all of those civil servants, thank you for all you do every day. Thank you for joining us and lending your wisdom to this effort and conversation. I want to close by recognizing another leader who thrives on empowering and inspiring others, just as Senator Nelson did. Bill Riley is a familiar name to many of us here. As the former administrator of the EPA for President George H.W. Bush, he was also president of the World Wildlife Fund. And here on this campus, he's a force for positive change, both in the leadership with the Center for Environmental Policy and our own School of Public Affairs, and his philanthropic support of the William K. Riley Fund for Environmental Governance and Leadership. He's served 4 United States presidents, and he served the American people as a captain in the United States Army, reminding us that our impact is directly related to how often we take up that call to service. 23 years after Earth Day, Senator Nelson returned to Airlie, and he planted a tree to commemorate the first Earth Day. You can still see that tree if you visit Airlie today. And in fact, as president of American University, I suggest you make your reservations and go right out there and see the tree. I want to thank Bill Riley and all of us. I want to thank you, Bill, for your participation here today. I want to thank everyone who spent the time and effort and energy organizing this conference for these 2 days, who, like Senator Nelson, are planting trees for the future of environmental protection, trees that will grow strong over the next 50 years. Welcome, Bill. Thank you.
What a pleasure to be introduced by the first American woman president. American University, as you gathered, those of you who did not know her before, is very fortunate to have as president Sylvia Burwell. We have collaborated on a number of things in the brief time that she has been in office, and she has star quality. A lot of you have star quality. I enjoyed meeting with many of you last evening and see many of the same faces today and more. And terrific to have Gina with us. I think Carol's going to be with us later in the day, Carol Browner. And so many of you who made the history that we're proud of at EPA. And EPA has made history. And it has reflected periodically on its priorities, its future, its directions. And some of those reflections have been very consequential. I looked at one that was done just before my arrival at EPA, about a year or so before, on priorities that under the direction of Lee Thomas. And it was the senior civil servant's perspectives on the priorities of the agency, the degree of threat of various problems to the health and the ecology of the American people, and what to do about it and how to relate to them. I ordered something similar be done by the Science Advisory Board in a group that it compiled, both an ecological group and a health group, not long after I took office. In fact, it was about the first decision that I made at EPA. There was yet another one done by the National Academy of Public Administration in 1995. Each of them took the kind of perspective that we hope to take today to look at the various issues that are common to all EPAs. What's the relationship that works most effectively with the regions? How do things affect tribal leaders and their constituencies and the degree to which we're sensitive to them? Environmental justice, environmental equity had a lot to do in my time with, frankly, with my discovery of how vast the holdings of tribal organizations were in the United States, and how much they were the afterthoughts of the people who were trying to peddle waste and stuff that no one else wanted, and pay them to take it. The climate has changed a great deal since, certainly since I was in office, and many of you were in office. And I think, frankly, one of the challenges today is going to keep you from being so mad that you can't look out to the future and ask the questions that will be relevant after the present time passes, and it will. Think about the changes that have occurred. So many of them had nothing to do with law or regulations, but a great deal to do with culture. I was told by the developer of the Dodgers Stadium in Los Angeles, a very prominent, important developer in the state of California, that he said, you know, the most important regulation you ever had is not even a regulation or a law. It's Energy Star. You cannot get a loan for any decent-sized building in the state of California if it's not going to be Energy Star compliant. I also discovered in the course of inquiring into the future of Texas compliance with the carbon standard, the clean fuels standard, or clean carbon standard of the Obama administration, that according to a study, and quite a good one, by the Bechtel Group, Texas was on a path to not just meet but exceed the requirements set for Texas in that program. And so I talked to the leader of the Texas public policy apparatus and asked, well, why are you suing if you're already on a path to compliance? Is this just to please the governor? Is this a political thing? And he said, no, it's because nobody concedes at the federal level that we're going to make the gains that we're going to make. And as I inquired into that, it turned out that many of the most significant decisions they had made had been entirely private decisions. They had been agreements between the state air regulator and Microsoft, for example, or Apple, who separately agreed to take a certain amount of wind power, and Texas has a great deal of wind power. And those were not in the state implementation plan, and so there was no place that they had received any kind of public recognition, nor oftentimes did the companies particularly want to get recognized for some of those decisions. There are private agreements of that sort that have taken hold in many parts of the country that need to be coordinated, I think, with federal policy and need to be recognized and to take a larger role in helping shape public policy. There are many other decisions that we are likely to see the context changed as we go forward. And I'll tell you one that worries me, and it's climate. EPA is, along with the courts, about the only recourse we have that will very likely, in a newly constituted government situation, have a responsibility for climate. And yet there is a very prominent proposal sponsored by former Secretary of State Jim Baker, former Secretary of the Treasury, and everything else, George Shultz, and Henry Paulson, former Secretary of the Treasury. And it has some prominent people associated with it, Stephen Chu. The Nature Conservancy and World Wildlife Fund is a member of it. But what that promises is, in return for a $40 tax on carbon and the disappearance of all regulations affecting climate, including, not incidentally, EPA's own role and power, the oil industry will be immunized for any liability that might otherwise be pursued in the courts. And there are current lawsuits against corporations under securities laws mostly to cause them to account for and possibly finance fines against their having misled the public and their investors over the years about the consequences of climate change, which archives now and research shows that they knew. Well, I can't believe that some of the institutions that have signed on to that are as enthusiastic as the sponsors, but recognize that, understood as I understand it, that would do away with automobile fuel efficiency standards, appliance efficiency standards, and virtually everything else that cannot be touched by a carbon tax. I think this is not a good sign. In my own view, it's, as I mentioned, that it's EPA and the courts that uniquely are likely, if anyone is, to address the problem of climate change seriously with laws and regulations that bite. So I think we need to pay close attention to that and to remind some of the sponsors that the consequences, at least from our point of view, are dire and are not likely to lead to the results that are desired. Obviously, there's a tremendous impulse at work there to deregulate an intended response to the deregulatory thrust that exists in the United States, which is a real one. Finally, I'll say that I have been struck by the sense that rural America is not so friendly to the environment or to EPA as we might have hoped it would be, and that this probably deserves some reflection on the part of the agency as to how we go about our work. I think back about total quality management, which Hank Hebecht, our deputy, was importantly involved in leading. And it was designed to create a more felicitous exchange and interaction with those whom we regulated. It seems to me that is something that, particularly at this moment, deserves attention, because there is a tolerance in the country for proposing to reduce EPA's budget by more than a third and its staffing by as much, that that surprises me, because certainly the environment has always been in the 80 to 85% level of, with its major statutes at least, of support, according to polling data. But the present moment is one in which EPA is castigated, along with others, as excessively intrusive and not on the right side of history. Well, I look back at history and I see what Greg Easterbrook wrote about it and said that the environmental enterprise in America is one of the two great achievements of post-war social policy. The other, he says, is Social Security. I don't know of an agency that can point to more indisputable successes, progress, and achievements that you can breathe, that you can drink, that you can touch with your hands than the Environmental Protection Agency. And the point of today's meeting is to reflect upon those successes and see how, with that marvelous foundation, we can build that edifice that will survive into the future and continue to thrive as it has under terrific leadership and with an incomparably high quality and committed staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Riley. My name is, I always have this mic issue, although you're a pretty tall gentleman. My name is John Reeder. I'm with the Center for Environmental Policy. Welcome today. Welcome to our former administrators and deputy administrators and other panelists that we have here today. As one of the organizers, I'm often asked, how did we get so many administrators and deputy administrators here? And it's a secret, little secret I'll tell you. I told them all that we'd have a competition at the end of the conference for who is the best administrator of all time and who's the best deputy administrator of all time. And you have to be present to win. So we had a great turnout, and thank you so much for coming. Another thing you get to do if you're part of the organizing of a conference is explain why you have mistakes on your agenda. So it is my honor to take responsibility for the mislabeling of the last session today. The last session today is telling the story of environmental protection. And so we just picked up the wrong title. That panel is actually our first panel, the one that's labeled there. So online it's correct, but the last panel today is telling the story of environmental protection. The description there and the panelists are all accurate. So just wanted to get that out of the way. I think that Administrator Riley's message is dead on. We have a great opportunity with the 50th anniversary of Earth Day and the 50th anniversary of EPA and an election year in 2020 to hopefully elevate the environment as an issue in the minds of the public. And for a generation, perhaps, the environment hasn't popped through as a top-level, top-tier election issue. I think in our dreams, it would be a concern. It's not a partisan issue. In our minds, it would be great if it was a concern for all parties, all political persuasions, to have the environment elevated as an issue for 2020. So we're hoping to start a conversation. There are a lot of conversations, but we hope to start a conversation and contribute to a conversation about what should the future of environmental protection look like with the changed landscape that Administrator Riley so carefully well laid out. So one of the things I'd like you to think about is what are the key takeaways from the various sessions? What are some of the actions that might feed into that conversation about the future of environmental protection? And at 3:15 tomorrow, we'll have a session that's focused on talking about what do we do next? Is there more that we can do here at American or at in other forums outside of Washington? What kinds of actions should take place? What can we recommend to follow up so we don't just have a conference and put out proceedings, and then that's the end of it. We hope to spur a conversation that continues. And we'll have that conversation tomorrow at 3:15 as the last panel of the conference. A couple other little things I'd like to point out, and then we'll start with our panel. Mike, you may want to go ahead and bring your panel up. The first panel today is Opportunities for Working with Business. Mike Vandenberg is the moderator. Thank you, Mike. I'll let him introduce his panel. There is one other thing I wanted to point out. There's a flyer that Bill Hersey is handing out. I don't know where Bill is. Bill's here. There he is. Bill talked to us beforehand, wanted to assure us that it's okay if I tell the audience that that is not a product of American University or our partners. Our partners are the EPA Alumni Association and the Environmental Law Institute, which we thank so much for helping with this conference. The paper that Bill's handing out is Bill's paper, and if you'd like to talk about that paper, you can see Bill. And he's over there in the light blue suit. Thank you, Bill. Okay, Mike?
Great.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to John and to Amanda and to everyone here for coming. It feels to me like almost old home week. It's wonderful to see so many different people, and gives me some comfort being out of the Capitol to see how much goodwill and energy there is in the room here. And you might ask yourself, why does American University announce that it is going carbon neutral? Why did my university yesterday announce that it's buying 100% renewable power? Why did Walmart recently enter into Project Gigaton, where it's committing to achieve 1 billion tons of carbon emissions reductions from its supply chain, an amount equal to Germany or Japan going carbon neutral for a year? And what we want to do on this panel is explore a little bit about what's happening in the private sector, and we say that broadly. By private sector, I mean not just corporations, but religious organizations, civic and cultural organizations, colleges and universities. Are they something that's filling gaps in government regulation? Are they competing with government regulation? What's happening in the private sector? And we have an amazing panel here. So what I'll do is introduce the panelists. We'll go in alphabetical order. And then I want to show you just a couple of slides to lay a foundation here. John Adams said that facts are stubborn things, but ideas are stubborn things too. And the vast majority of us in this room have been thinking about environmental law and environmental policy as a subfield of administrative law, as a governmental field. And I think what we're seeing is something that's quite different. It's hard to get our minds around this a little bit, and that's our goal in part in this panel. So we'll lead off with Tom Murray. Tom? Tom is Vice President, Environmental Defense Fund. And then Catherine Neby, who is Senior Director, ESG and Global Responsibility for Walmart. Then Jim Nolan, Senior Director, HSC Advocacy and Policy from BP Americas. And then we will have Marcus Peacock, who is Chief Operating Officer of Business Roundtable.
Sorry, Mike. 03 for Best Deputy Administrator for Marketing. And also note Stan Myberg is not here for the opening.
We'll have the arm wrestling match between Linda Fisher and Marcus Peacock after this panel. And then Terry Yossi, who is former president and CEO of the World Environment Center and former director of the EPA Science Advisory Board. So we have a terrific panel here. So let's first walk through just a couple of quick ideas. Again, if you are like me, you have thought for much of your career about EPA as the center of the universe on environmental law, which totally makes sense, right? It's the forming entity for environmental policy. But if you take a look and you ask yourself, right, how many major federal pollution control statutes have we had since 1970? What you find is just under 24 in the first 20 years of environmental law, right? And I would argue maybe one since then. And I would put the Lautenberg amendments in 2016 in that category. So if what we're thinking of is environmental protection as being sourced in entirely the realm of public law, right, we have to ask ourselves, has something very different happened in the last quarter century that might be changing a little bit what's driving environmental protection in this country? It might help us explain a little bit what Walmart might have done and what American University just recently announced. And I would argue that this is one of the reasons why, not necessarily a causal effect. And by the way, so the top line is the LCV scores for members of the House and Senate for Democrats, and the bottom is the LCV scores for Republicans. And what you see is very soon after I became the EPA Chief of Staff, a massive gap opened up between R's and D's in the early 1990s. So I'm going to take responsibility for that phenomenon. But with that gap, right, that gap corresponds very closely to the shutdown in the pipeline. Whether you want more streamlined environmental statutes or new ones that deal with issues like climate change, we're just not seeing a lot of that activity. Now, if you're managing American University or British Petroleum or Exxon or Walmart, you're not functioning in a world in which you're not getting pressure from the general public. What you see is very much what Administrator Riley just mentioned, which is that there is a backdrop of strong environmental support in the American public. So if you're managing an institution today, you're functioning in a world in which the pipeline of federal legislation has largely shut down, and yet the pressures that you're getting from your students, your employees, your managers, your customers, both on the corporate and retail level, is still out there. It's still strong. And so my argument would be that much of what we're about to talk about here is about a new way to think about environmental protection, right? That what we're seeing more and more is that the marketplace is demanding environmental protection in a way that the public governance system is not yielding. So what's happening, right? More and more what we're seeing is not just public-private collaborations like the very successful Energy Star program that we just mentioned, but we're also seeing private-private interactions. When Walmart does what it's doing, right, it's telling its supply chain around the world, it has more than 10,000 suppliers in China, reduce your carbon emissions. And that's occurring through private-private interactions, right? So what we see then is things like 10% of all the fish caught for human consumption in the world are caught through the Marine Stewardship Council, a combination of a company and an environmental group, WWF, starting in the early 1990s. And we see that over and over again. I did a study of environmental supply chain requirements and found that more than half of all the firms in the largest sectors in the world are imposing supply chain requirements on their suppliers, even though there's no environmental law requirement to do so. So again, something really important is going on out there, and this can help us think about what the future might look like for EPA, right? How does it interact with the private sector? How does it promote those aspects that it wants to see? How does it avoid greenwashing? How does it avoid support for environmental protection being drained away from a sense that the corporations are dealing with the problem? And let me just close with one quick thought, which is that it's easy to think about these as being on the surface, when the core of what's really changing American environmental protection is really just at the agency. And what I want to say is both are incredibly important. And here's just one quick example, something many people haven't focused on. All right, here's a great example of the combination of public-private interactions. So the government has been pushing, as you all know in this room, for more efficient light bulbs over time. Right? And how did the retail sector respond? Responded by demanding the production of low-cost, high-quality LED devices. Right? And this is the per capita use of electricity in the United States. And what you see from this graph is that for the first time since the Second World War, right, per capita household electricity use has leveled off, and it's starting to go down. Right? Why is that important? American households emit as much carbon as all the sources in all the countries in South America combined. Right? So that's a profound change. It starts with government pushing for more efficient light bulbs, and then it moves to industry beginning to demand the production of cheap and efficient ones. And a recent research project by an economist on the West Coast suggests that this leveling off can be attributed almost entirely to the uptake of LED light bulbs in households in the United States. Right? So these things can have enormous effects as well. And those are the kind of things that we hope to talk about today and think about what that means for the future of environmental protection and the future of EPA itself. And so to do that, let me start with Tom Murray from EDF. Tom?
Morning, everybody. Morning. See if this is working. Oh, there we go. It's great to be here. Again, my name's Tom Murray. I run the EDF Plus business team at Environmental Defense Fund. That's our corporate partnerships program. So for about 30 years now, we've been leading unexpected partnerships with global companies, trying to prove that environmental leadership is good for business, good for the environment. I've been doing this now for about 20 years, and our success, I think, is really built on EPA success and the fact that the United States has led the world, in many ways been the envy of the world, in proving that you can have both a thriving environment and a thriving economy. And with that as a foundation or a reality of what's happening in the U.S., it's freed up my organization to think about engaging the private sector in unusual and unexpected partnerships as one of the ways we change the world, as one of the ways we raise the bar for what leadership looks like. We do a lot of things with those partnerships. We start with some fundamental questions, though, about what we're trying to achieve and what the best partnership structure is for achieving it. President Burwell this morning talked about, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. We think about that quite a bit in our partnerships. Our very first partnership 30 years ago with McDonald's focused on tackling packaging and waste in their supply chain, styrofoam packaging in particular, which, looking around this room, most people are probably old enough to remember getting Big Macs in styrofoam clamshells. Other rooms at AU, people don't remember that anymore, which is an interesting development. That was a one-on-one partnership. It was pioneering new ground. Environmental groups and private sector companies had never worked together in collaborative ways. It showed that there were tremendous opportunities to go fast together if you lowered your voices and focused on the areas of agreement rather than the areas of disagreement. We were able to pioneer a new way of working together, reduce hundreds of millions of pounds of solid waste from the McDonald's supply chain, save tens of millions of dollars of packaging and waste disposal costs, and open up the idea of NGOs and the private sector working together. And 30 years later, that's become commonplace. In fact, two of our partners, EDF's partners, are on the stage today. Walmart, one of our oldest partners, and BP, one of our newest. And we also think a lot about when you want to go fast and be ambitious, you do that in small groups, and when you want to go far and have scale, you do that in large groups. I think Project Gigaton is a great example of the power of Walmart engaging now 1,000 of their global suppliers to do something really big together.
Catherine, that's a good feed-in for you. What is your perspective?
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm clearly technically inept. Hi, everyone. I'm Catherine Neby. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's funny, I got my start working in sustainability, working on the Energy Star program back in 2000. I was working for a consulting company that was trying to encourage people to buy compact fluorescent light bulbs back in a different light bulb technology era. And I came from the World Wildlife Fund over to Walmart. So I feel like I've already seen some speakers reference basically a nice career arc. So thank you. So I think the scale of the challenge that we're facing, be it climate, be it plastics, be it economic inequality, these are systemic problems. And I think it is only by bringing together policymakers, the private sector, civil society together to look at these issues from different perspectives with different tools, are we going to be able to advance them and move them forward. I think as I've been reflecting on what would be a useful thing to share with this group, just to provoke some thought, I have worked in this field for about 20 years. I, generally speaking, haven't run into a lot of resistance about the need to go further, faster, about the pace of change, about the type of change. What I run into is a lack of capacity and a lack of knowledge. When I was working way back when I was 22 years old and didn't know what I was doing and trying to convince people to buy light bulbs, this was a new thing for people. When we engage our suppliers on Project Gigaton, when we looked at the biggest delta for meaningful change, it was not taking the really leadership companies, that all the names that roll off our tongue of companies that are doing really great things and making them take a step forward in action. It's about moving the middle. So if we want to hit our gigaton project goal and aspiration, which I fully expect we can do, we really need to focus on the companies that you haven't heard from, on the businesses that are maybe doing some work, but it's a little questionable. Are they really doing as much as they can? And the way we've structured Gigaton to try and help move the middle is provide people with the tools and the resources to do very basic things. How do I set a goal that's greenhouse gas related? What are the 6 areas of action I could potentially take, be it energy use or product use in terms of a more efficient product, but also things like waste and deforestation, sustainable agriculture. So trying to lay out a universe of things that people can do, and then very practical tools so that they actually know what they're doing and know what the next step is, followed up by really strong guidance developed by our NGO partners like the Environmental Defense Fund. And how do you start to quantify what that action means so that I can get some credit for my work and account for it in a very credible way. And then we have our annual milestone meeting where we really try not only to celebrate those suppliers that are taking action, but also invite those who haven't yet set a goal, haven't yet started to participate in the conversation, and encourage them in a safe space to start to ask that question of themselves and their organization. I mean, keep in mind, we've got 100,000 plus suppliers. So we've got the big companies, but we've also got the mom and pop that manufactures t-shirt for the local football season. So we've got to figure out how do we bring everyone along in this journey.
Good. Jim, you're next on our list.
Everyone, thank you for having me. I actually started my career at EPA in part under Administrator Riley's tenure, so I've been around at this for a while. BP America is an energy company, as most of you know, and we're involved in oil and gas and solar and renewables and biofuels. So we've got the whole full suite of products. We come at this from a climate perspective, recognizing that climate change is the defining issue of our generation. We recognize and accept the IPCC as the definitive source on climate science, and we are kind of committed to doing our part to respond to the Paris ambitions. And one of the things that, to Administrator Riley's point earlier, we think that EPA will play a continuing role even if there is, for example, a carbon price, whether that be cap and trade or whether that be a carbon tax. There will be an ongoing role for EPA, and I'll give you one example of that. EPA currently has a methane regulation that applies to new sources in the oil and gas sector. That regulation, we think, is the kind of regulation that ought to be extended to existing sources and then continued even in face of a carbon price. There are just certain regulations of that sort that I think will go hand in hand with the carbon price. And you don't have to and should not preempt all of EPA's authority. There are a lot of things like energy efficiency standards, building efficiency standards, vehicle efficiency standards that ought to remain in place as long as they're not overlapping or duplicating a carbon price. And I think they can live together. So I see a continuing role for EPA in that. What we're doing at BP, in kind of recognizing the challenge of climate change, we've kind of set our own set of ambitions. And recognizing this is not driven directly by governments, that there are other drivers for it. But we think of this in a framework we call reduce, improve, and create. We're going to be reducing our own emissions along the way. For example, we've committed to 3.5 million tons of real sustainable reductions by 2025. We've already delivered 2.5 million tons of that. We've committed to a methane intensity target of 0.2%. We met that in 2018, and I'm confident we'll meet it again in 2019. Part of the way we do that is by doing things like replacing pneumatic pumps with solar pumps. There's a lot of technology out there that we can install right now and get these reductions, even in the absence of a regulation or a price on carbon. We also improve our own products. For example, we work with Fulcrum Bioenergy to make biojet, and that can help improve our products and bring down the carbon impact of our own products. And we create new low-carbon businesses. We invest about $500 million a year in low-carbon activities. For example, we've invested a couple $100 million in a company called now called BP Lightsource, that puts together solar packages for utilities and municipalities, things of that sort. So we think even in the absence of any sort of regulation, there's a role for us to play. And we think that there will be, in the long run, a continuing role for EPA to play when we get into a carbon pricing environment.
Okay. Now, Marcus, in addition to winning the competition on deputy, you have some thoughts here too, I think.
I haven't won it yet, but
Okay.
I'm optimistic. Because I work at Business Roundtable. It's 200 CEOs of large U.S. companies, including BP and Walmart. I wanted to take this up as to why companies would get involved in these sorts of partnerships, and I think there are three reasons. One is reputation, another is mitigation, and the third, which does not apply to any of our members but does apply to some, is crony capitalism. So let me talk about, first of all, reputation. One of the reasons is sales. If you're a company and people care about what you do and it governs what they buy, then you're going to be interested in environmental sustainability. And you see examples of that. In fact, nowadays you see companies that is their business strategy, whether it's Patagonia or Whole Foods and plenty of others. So there's that aspect of reputation. There's another aspect which a lot of people forget about, but I've seen very important to CEOs, which has to do with employee retention and hiring, where employees want to go work for a good company, a company that they can be proud of. And not to pick out anybody who may not be a member of Business Roundtable, and it's not environmentally related, but if you went to go work for Facebook a year ago, 2 years ago, people said, wow, that is awesome, good job. Nowadays, that's a bit tougher. And so reputation can have a big effect on the quality employees that you retain and can hire. And then the third aspect is deals with community, and I'm going to say a moral aspect. It's one of our members is Stanley Black & Decker. They are very committed to the Hartford, Connecticut area. There's a deep history there. They're committed to all the communities in which they operate. But they feel it's the right thing to do. It's where they live. It's where their employees live. And so they're very focused. Often these are place-based initiatives, and they'll put a lot of effort into environmental protection and improvement of the communities in which they operate. So that's reputation. The second I mentioned was mitigation, and I think Tom alluded to this, but if there's an expectation that there's going to be something really bad that's going to happen, regulatory or otherwise, you might put another idea out there that you think is much more acceptable. So you're trying to preempt something that you may think may be bad. And the last is crony capitalism, which again, I think is the least frequent of the three, but definitely happens, and I've seen this happen in my own career, where a company will try and use government intervention to their advantage. And that may be, one aspect is called moating, where you actually want yourself regulated so that it's difficult for others to enter the market. Or you may try and get others regulated so that it'll help your business. Anyway, that's at least a framework in which reasons why companies may get involved in this.
Good. Terry?
Morning, everyone. How's this? Good. All right. I come to this discussion with a background that has included service not only at EPA for a decade, but also having worked in several major business sectors, and over the last 12 years, running a nonprofit NGO. So this issue about collaboration, whether it be in the form of government to private sector or business to business, or oftentimes, as Tom was discussing, involving the NGO community, we've had a very robust, elaborate set of evidence that discusses how collaboration has evolved over the last number of decades. I do think in the last decade or more, the context has changed for thinking about collaboration and sets the stage for identifying what are the really big issues at stake in terms of planning collaborations of the future. I think the changed context for collaboration today has to reflect a couple of things. One is most companies are not leaders. It's very difficult if you're working in an agency like EPA to penetrate through all of the fog of the public relations machine and CEO speak and a lot of other things to figure out who's a leader and who isn't. My experience tells me that I don't even think most companies want to be leaders, because being a leader is a highly disruptive process within a company. It requires you to continue to re-examine your business model, your supply chain relationships, a lot of other things. And that's very uncomfortable, and I don't think most companies desire to be that uncomfortable within themselves. I also think that even though this has been said rhetorically over a number of years, I think it's actually, there's more compelling evidence now than before that companies that are environmental leaders are also business performance leaders. And I think we have a striking contrast in the example of a Unilever in the consumer products space, which has been a hugely successful global company in terms of business performance, that is also, particularly since 2010, 2011, has been one of the world's leading sustainability-driven organizations. And the beautiful thing about examining Unilever is that sustainability is its business strategy. They've coupled and integrated the two together. Contrast that with a company like Kraft Heinz that was put together initially through some Brazilian hedge funds together with Warren Buffett, and they acquired Heinz some years ago. What was one of the first things they did? They stripped the assets of Heinz, including firing most of the sustainability and environmental staff. Later on, they went to acquire Kraft. Similar approach to stripping assets and cutting out the corporate memory and environmental staff. They tried to acquire Unilever, but failed. But recent events have not been so kind to Kraft Heinz. They've lost a huge amount of money in recent years. Their stock has plummeted, and their CEO is being replaced by June. So to me, there's a contrast that should enable all of you who are looking for future partners in the business sector to ask yourself, who's a leader, who's not a leader, who wants to be a leader, how can we measure that? I think one other point I'd make on the change context, and again, this is something that doesn't make the headlines, but it's a tectonic shift. I mean, those of us and those of you now who work in government have clearly experienced the growing momentum and influence of the private sector upon government authority. But a similarly important transformation of power has occurred within the private sector between what are called upstream companies and downstream companies. Upstream companies are those companies that do the extraction and provide the critical raw materials to manufacturing companies. Downstream companies are those who purchase those products or services in the consumer products sector or the retail sector. That entire enterprise of relationships is called the value chain. And there's been a shift of power and influence between upstream companies in favor of downstream companies. So if you talk to people at a petroleum company, or if you talk to people, particularly in a chemical company, about who they really need to please these days, all eyes are headed toward Catherine's company increasingly, because Unilever wants shelf space, Nestle wants shelf space, Procter & Gamble wants shelf space, which means they've got to pressure Henkel, Dow, DuPont, BAS, and all of the other to reformulate their products so that they can contribute to Project Gigaton or other indicators and metrics that Walmart, Marks & Spencer, Target, and others are adopting. So to me, that's a change context. I have one more set of comments that I'll go through quickly at this round. I think there are three big issues that are driving collaboration thinking going forward. One is scale. We are in an era of global scale environmental sustainability challenges, which means that the collaborations also have to be at global scale. Over the last number of decades, we've conducted a series of programs, experiments, initiatives around reducing individual pollutants or categories of pollutants or pollutants within individual business sectors. Those need to go on, but I think in terms of looking for impact, the global scale impact is one where we have to get beyond thinking about pilot programs and into thinking about design for scale. The second big issue, I think, shaping future collaboration is governance. To me, governance means you have a set of principles and a set of decision rules in place that spells out the roles, responsibilities, and accountabilities of all the partners involved in a collaboration. So if EDF is collaborating with Walmart or McDonald's or anybody else, it's not only Walmart and McDonald's that has to be accountable in this governance, it's EDF as well, which means they also have a role in deciding and influencing what are the performance goals, what are the metrics, what are the reporting mechanisms, and how do you make this system function in terms of good governance. And then lastly, there needs to be system focus. After the 2008 financial crash, there was a lot of discussion around system level risk for the big banks and investment houses in Wall Street and elsewhere. We've evolved that thinking about system level risk to now apply to climate change, water challenges, et cetera. And so our focus increasingly needs to be not just on the individual companies or business sectors or government agency, it needs to be on system level risk management. And so you see initiatives like the Task Force on Financial Disclosures for climate-related risk play an increasingly prominent role in terms of how we manage system-level risk. So scale, governance, and system focus, to me, are the big drivers and need to be a core focus of future collaboration initiatives if we want to have an impact.
Good. Let's turn the focus a little bit to what we might think about as the implications for designing the EPA of the future a little bit. And I can think of two things. We want to think about how to maximize the benefits of the developments that have occurred in the private sector, and we want to be careful to avoid some of the downsides. Two things it seems to me that are critically important. One is obviously the provision of information. The agency's ability through TRI, through Energy Star, through greenhouse gas reporting and other mechanisms, then enables a lot of the other activity that occurs. I think that has to continue on some level. And the other that's easy to miss is strong enforcement. If there isn't a level playing field, I think a lot of these other activities that we're talking about begin to go away if we're not careful. So those are two that are on my mind. I don't know, Catherine, can you give us some thoughts? If you were designing that EPA for the next 50 years, how would you take advantage of what's happening in the private sector and try to minimize any potential downsides?
Well, first, I'm just humbled by the knowledge in this room, so I would not pretend that I have a lot of insight to offer you guys. What I might do is talk about how we approach sustainability, and when I talk about sustainability, I mean both environmental and social sustainability. And that's through this lens of shared value, where we think anything we do needs to serve a societal benefit, but also a business benefit. And I think that's okay. I think sometimes there's this tension out there that once something serves business benefit, it is now we're in the land of greenwashing, or it's not a robust program. And I think the reality is sustainability is environmental, social, and economic. And without one of the three legs of that stool, the whole thing falls over. And so when we think about our science-based target and our commitment to the aspirations of the Paris Agreement and our Project Gigaton, we were really keen to design that program from the beginning to be, one, good for our business, but two, also to teach people how to do the work themselves so that we're not then holding people's hands throughout the lifetime of the journey and telling them what to do. It's the teach a man to fish rather than providing, the meal theory. And I'll give you two examples of where I think work has been really good for business that are relatively easy. The first is we've done a lot of work on fertilizer optimization and have worked with EDF quite extensively on this program. And as we looked at our value chain, and this is many, many years ago, we were trying to figure out where do we have some really meaningful opportunities for impact. One of the bigger areas was in the food supply chain, and specifically around fertilizer. I believe fertilizer in the U.S. for row crops is the second biggest expense for a farmer, and about half of it is lost or wasted. So we can think about that from an environmental impact standpoint. We can think about it as a social impact in terms of algae blooms and things of that nature. But we can also think about it from a very pragmatic business standpoint, which is that's a lot of money going to something that isn't actually delivering value ultimately to the consumer. And so how do we think about using our scale, partnering with civil society, partnering with big companies in our value chain to really get at the root of why is this happening? How do we start to engage at a farm level and try and drive change under the theory that over the lifespan of the project, eventually fertilizer will be applied at the right amount in the right level and costs will come down, and therefore we'll be able to pass that savings along to our customer. So I don't know if that's a useful lens, but I think it's helpful to understand how business really is thinking about these issues and the types of interventions and programs and partnerships that are really, really useful and constructive at advancing forward progress. And I can talk about numerous examples of shared value, but that's just one of my favorite ones.
All right, let's just go down the line here so we don't have to juggle the microphones.
All right, I've got two things. And I'll put greenhouse gases aside for the time being, but in terms of conventional pollutants, the statutes were set up by media, air, water, land, and pollution prevention eventually. And I think EPA figured out early on that, and it's still true today, if you want a significant reduction in conventional pollutants, it's not going to be dealing with the large companies. It's going to be dealing with the smaller companies in particular sectors. And you can go back to the 1980s when there were efforts at EPA to, rather than think in terms of media, but think cross-media and think about sectors, whether it was the sustainable industry project, cluster group, which evolved into probably the greatest effort in this area was the Common Sense Initiative under Carol Browner, and then became the sector strategies when I was at EPA. And now I think they call smart sectors, but an effort to particularly focus on particular sectors where most of the conventional pollutants are being generated. It's a difficult thing to do. We can talk about why perhaps it hasn't worked as well, but the extent EPA can continue and perhaps be more successful at looking at particular sectors, I think that's how you deal with conventional pollutants in the United States. There's a second area, which is innovation, and that's where greenhouse gases does become involved, and I'm happy to see the next panel is actually dealing with this. There are two elements to innovation. One is how do you set up a regulatory structure and environment where you're encouraging innovation, which can deal with global problems as well as conventional pollutants. I think one of the greatest reductions in greenhouse gases has been due to the integration of horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing. And that fortunately had happened in an environment in which there was not regulation that stopped that. But you look at whether it's artificial intelligence or autonomous vehicles, how do we encourage innovation that we're not even aware of to happen and get the environmental benefits of it? Because I think that's frankly going to be a big factor in how we solve the greenhouse gas emissions problem. But then there's also another aspect going back to conventional pollutants, and some of you may be, for instance, familiar with the Yorktown project, which happened, I think, 1989, I want to say. The Yorktown refinery down in Virginia, which has since been closed. But essentially, EPA worked with, at that point, Amoco to put a bubble around the plant and figure out were there better ways to reduce pollutants from that plant that didn't necessarily follow the regulations of EPA. And they figured out that, in fact, you could get the same level of reduction from VOCs at a fifth of the cost. And I think that's there's an area there where if people started looking more at place-based or facility-based regulation and allowed flexibility for emissions control based on that, there could be another leap in the control of pollutants.
Just a couple quick thoughts from me. To Terry's point about corporate leadership, my job really is all about finding those companies that are willing to lead as a whole or on an issue and raising the bar for the rest of the industry, creating that gap and then forcing everyone else to fill in. Even if they're not at the front, they've got to fill in that space in between. So raising the bar for what it means to be a leader and dragging the rest of an industry or a supply chain along. I can't do that. The space to do that work isn't there unless there are strong environmental safeguards in place. That's why BP and EDF are aligned in an agreement about the need for strong federal methane regulations. We need those to create the space to figure out what's next in the oil and gas industry, what's next in the clean energy transition. So I think safeguards and EPA's role in that is the foundation for leadership on environment, period. There are amazing programs. People talked about Energy Star at EPA. I will share another example called the Safer Choice Program. Walmart is certainly in the lead, but other retailers, Target, Walgreens, Sephora, Rite Aid, Amazon now, are leading the way on safer chemicals in consumer products and beauty and personal care products. They're ahead of the EPA on this issue, but their leadership is built on information coming out of the Safer Choice program. So even though they're trying in many ways, they're up front in many ways of TSCA and FDA and other regulations, their ability to reformulate products and ensure that they're safer, move a hazardous chemical out and replace it with a known safer substitute so we don't actually inadvertently put in something that we find out years down the road is less safe, is built on this critical program that EPA runs. So there are programs like that, many of them, that are key for being able to do these public-private partnerships that I'd like to see continue. Two other quick thoughts. I think Marcus's point about technology and innovation is critical. Not just that point, but also how are innovations in technology going to make it cheaper, easier, more efficient to enforce and comply with environmental regulations? That's another area of work that EDF and BP are focused on. Emerging technology and sensors and satellites will make it easier for us to measure methane emissions from the oil and gas industry. Should also make it cheaper, easier, faster to prioritize the leaks we fix and how we show that we're in compliance. And then the last thing I'll mention, I'm spending a lot of time thinking about at EDF. Global companies are spending a ton of time on this. I think EPA needs to, if they think about the next 50 years, is talent. The competition for talent is greater than it's ever been before. The success that EPA has experienced over the last 50 years is because of great leadership and great people. That will be the key to how EPA succeeds in the future. And I worry that the young people that are in my orbit are not excited about careers in service, careers in the federal government like they once were. And I think that's a problem that we'll need to work together to solve.
Jim?
I would encourage EPA to look to some of these public-private partnerships as a potential source for future regulation. I think some of the things that, for example, we're going to do with EDF here will hopefully establish that you can very cost-effectively monitor all new and existing sources in the oil and gas sector. And we're going to go ahead and do that voluntarily. We're extending our program. But at some point, EPA, I think, will need to step in and, to the level playing field point, adopt a regulation that then hopefully incorporates many of those learnings from our public-private initiative and then applies that across the entire sector. So I think there's a lot that EPA can take from these initiatives and then apply to ensure a level playing field across industries. I also just want to go back to something that Marcus said about kind of the motivators for some of these public-private partnerships. I would add to it that it's necessary for the survival of the business. For example, we're in an energy transition and BP recognizes that. We don't know exactly how fast or how far it's going to go. There's a wide range of possible outcomes, but we recognize that that's happening. And we need to be looking really carefully about how we're going to deal with that transition. And working with folks like EDF and others can help us get a better understanding of where that transition is headed. I think that's just another important motivator.
While Terry's turning that on, if you have a question in the audience, start thinking about that because we'll open the program up to the audience in just a moment.
I have just a couple of observations. One is to reinforce the points that have previously been made regarding the necessity for some regulatory framework to remain in place even while we pursue collaborative activities with the private sector, for example. I have a personal experience with that in a prior life I ran an initiative in the chemical industry called Responsible Care. This was a condition of membership for all 190 chemical companies that were members of the trade association. What was lacking, however, was a governance process sufficient to know how and whether individual chemical companies were actually implementing responsible care. And so you have this problem, and I think it exists in every major sector, where there are always going to be a certain number of companies that are free riders. They're going to want to be claiming they're doing something when in fact they're not. And unless you have transparency and performance-driven goals and a governance process to back up these programs that you're trying to implement, you're not going to be successful. I think to the extent that you have a robust regulatory system in place, that continues to reduce some of the opportunities for this free ridership. Second point I'd make in terms of just how our discussion relates to the future of EPA, I believe that sustainability needs to be a core focus and part of the core mission of EPA going forward. It exists right now in a very uneven set of initiatives embedded within individual EPA programs. In about 2014, 2015, the National Academy looked at how would you integrate sustainability into EPA's current statutes and current programs, and came up with a very, I think, practical, realistic, robust set of recommendations. So as the thought turns to EPA's role in the future, I would certainly recommend that report. Lastly, I have a specific partnership proposal to offer that I think captures some of the dynamics that we're discussing at this table. We have a lot of what I would call stressed communities in America. And while these can be big cities, I think a lot of the stressed communities are small and mid-sized communities, cities, et cetera. And some of them suffer from a declining economic base where you have wage stagflation, intensified inequality, you have a deterioration in drinking water infrastructure, you have community public health needs, whether that's related to opioid epidemics or obesity, et cetera. And you have a series of declining confidence in these communities. I think there's a partnership opportunity where you can build design for scale at the beginning, in which EPA could select a stressed community in each of its regions, and then partner with state and local public health agencies, universities, foundations, the private sector, in order to not just address drinking water issues, but address them in the context of the needs of the communities as a whole. I think what that would do for EPA is enable it to acquire a new and broader skill set, and I think it would actually link in a systemic fashion some of the solutions that we need to deal with in order to produce healthier communities that are reflective of the stakeholders and citizens who live there. And I think what that would also help do is help EPA develop a broader and more powerful narrative of itself, as opposed to one that's just constantly being besieged by attacks, either by ideologues or other people who want to destroy the agency.
Well, on that upbeat note, let me see if we have questions from the audience. Yes.
Catherine, you mentioned that Walmart has a vast number of suppliers. My question is, how do you monitor and police those suppliers so that you're assured that they will be taking the steps that you want to see?
Let me ask the participants to, if you would, just repeat the question for folks who are tuning in from outside the room.
Sure. The question is, we have 100,000 suppliers, give or take, at Walmart, and how do we police and enforce our standards on them? I would say the overarching mechanism we have for enforcement is oriented around our standards for suppliers, which by and large cover social issues and social expectations regarding things like child labor, forced labor, and following the law. The way we have approached sustainability is more of the continuous improvement approach. So it's not an enforcement mechanism so much as a how do we all collectively add value and move and innovate towards a more sustainable future. Like a lot of companies, and I'll be brief just to provide some context, like a lot of companies, when we started our sustainability journey formally, it was like back in 2005 with Lee Scott's speech for 100% renewable energy, zero waste, and sustainable products. And we did what a lot of companies do. We partnered with some folks and we tried to understand where do we have internal enthusiasm and internal champions that wanted to take on a specific initiative. Given our size and scale, that that was the place to start, but it's really not a long-term strategic play. So we moved forward with the Sustainability Consortium, which is a multi-stakeholder group that looks at approximately 80% of the categories on our shelves to try and understand what are the 10 or so key performance indicators for sustainability on a category by category level. So a house plant, a plastic house plant will have different key performance indicators from a sustainability standpoint than my cell phone. And we basically have asked our suppliers to report out how they're performing against each of these metrics, and then we give them a scorecard. Our buyers take a look at that scorecard and evaluate how they're performing relative to a peer supplier. Their incorporation of the index is tied into their compensation, so we've tried to encourage our buyers to ask suppliers what they're doing and to provide a science-based tool to make sure they're asking the right thing and they understand the right topics to discuss. From a practitioner standpoint, what I like about the scorecard is, one, it enables me to see where are we not seeing performance improvement on a category level. So one category, we ask questions, suppliers start taking action, we're seeing positive movement. Another category, it may be kind of stuck. So why is that happening? Are we asking the wrong questions? Does the tier one supplier not have the ability to influence the key issues, et cetera? And then the other thing I like as a practitioner is it gives me a view of issues that are not particularly big to any one category, but run across multiple categories. Palm oil is a great example of something. It's a trace ingredient, but it's in a lot of different things.
Speaking to the question of environmental leadership, I was 16 years at an R&D chemist in Monsanto's pesticide. The last 3 years I was in the environmental. Phthalate esters were a big deal. In 1978, I was given the job to join the Environmental Strategy Committee dealing with that question. Do environmental impact product line. Eventually, after 3 months, I figured out that there was a lot of information that was needed. We needed to call a conference on that. Talking about leadership, now the Monsanto's Vice President for Environmental Affairs, Monty Throdall, said, we need to do this stuff. And I took that as my marching orders. But the middle management within the company was very resistant. If we do this kind of thing, draw attention to it. Well, we got past all of that. I've worked with people at EPA, Steve and the people in the water office, because TSCA had phthalates on the first 10 priority chemical list. The Clean Water Act had phthalate esters as a primary pollutant. That hammer was out there. We eventually developed a very comprehensive environmental management plan, but which passed muster with the Environmental Management Committee at CMA.
Can you just help get us to the question so we can get the panelists to respond? Yes.
The issue is, in multi-company operations like this one,
right.
We started out with seven companies in the environment, in the phthalate ester panel. As soon as the bioacid came in, PHP, carcinogenic in both sexes of rats and mice, it blew up from 7 companies to 25. EPA didn't take into account a program that we had laid out and reach out to CMA, try to work with us to work through that.
Right.
So anyway, I got bounced out of that job because I was also dealing with
let's translate that if we can into a broader question, perhaps. If that, yeah.
EPA needs to take care with internal management having leadership, and also in multi-company operations.
Right.
You need to stroke all of them, as well as the operations over at now the American.
Right. So thank you. So let's talk about that for a moment, because one of the things I've written about is some comments from lobbyists here in D.C. who are saying that, and a comment I recently heard from a lawyer who said, when we're trying to figure out what kind of toxics can be included in the products we use. We often look to see what the major retailers are demanding, and we know that if they're demanding that, it's probably at least as stringent as the government. What's driving that process, and what more can EPA do to make sure in this process here in DC as we think about toxics, and I don't know if any of you all specifically can help us with those issues, how much can the private sector respond to some concerns about toxics? To what extent? Certainly information is not something, it's a public good, it's not something that's easy for industry to generate on a widespread basis, but what else can the private sector do to make sure that the regulatory response to some of these kind of concerns as they develop is adequate? Can the private sector be filling gaps? What can it be doing? What's it doing now? If you all want to speak at one time, it's going to be really hard for everyone to hear him.
Well, a couple thoughts on that. One is this moment of transparency that we live in that's very different than the moment that Monsanto was in back in the day is accelerating this change and making it much harder for people to not lead. There's tremendous pressure on formulated product companies, retailers, from customers about safe, healthy, affordable products, cleaner labels. There's a big driver in that space. One of the biggest success stories that I can think of in my career is how leadership from companies like Walmart and Procter & Gamble and others helped pave the way for probably the biggest bipartisan success story in the last 5 years in TSCA reform and the Lautenberg Act. The ability to go to the Hill and tell a story about companies moving forward with safer chemistry and doing it in a way where the products were still on the shelves, people were still buying them, took away all of the economic excuses to not do this. So I think there was an opportunity, we were able to leverage private sector leadership to raise the bar at EPA. Hopefully that will continue to move forward.
And I can just jump in really, really quickly. I think it's really frustrating when you're a practitioner at a company when you get into a whack-a-mole game with what issue you should work on. I have limited time. We have a limited number of people that can work on this. We want to know that we're using our time and our influence to the highest best purpose. And so when you're running around responding, reacting, it's really hard to make sure that you're strategic and you're driving the right kind of change at scale. And so I enjoyed we worked very closely with EDF to figure out how we approach it, which chemicals we go after, because if we're going to lean in on something, we want to make sure that the net effect is a positive one.
Yes.
Mike Levin, Carbon Finance. I'm hearing something really interesting. Dialogue. That is that the relationship of stakeholders, environment, environmental factors, different than the relationship. Some of that overlaps, for instance. But I'm curious to hear people's thoughts. How this affects them, how it would change.
Good. Terry, that's an open invitation if you'd like to respond.
I've become convinced that the development of collaborative relationships has become a skill set unto itself, because there's a set of personal skills, negotiating skills, strategic skills, understanding of group dynamics, understanding of the soft capital as well as hard technology issues that all come into play. And I would agree with your assumption, Mike, that I think the dynamic between EPA and its stakeholders, while more fluid, with more activity than in years past, doesn't nearly capture the level of interactivity and robustness these days that goes on, for example, I think between the NGO community and companies. Those conversations are much more strategic, much more global than those dealing with individual compliance issues or programmatic issues. And so I think one of the things that EPA has to concern itself about in the future is how do you develop at a time when the agency's workforce has changed and is reduced, although I think let's get past a certain election and maybe we can see if that's dynamic would be reversed. But I think part of the human capital investment for the agency going forward is how do you recruit and retain people who themselves are skilled in this art and practice of collaboration, because I think it's only become more intense as time goes by. If I had a watch this space type of collaboration that I would urge everybody in this room to pay attention to now and in the future, it's what's happening in the investment community. Just as one example, there's an initiative called Climate Action 100, which is a group of investors who collectively manage about $32 trillion worth of assets. And so when they meet with the CEO of BP or Shell Oil or others, and they say, we want you to develop specific target climate goals and timetables, those CEOs may not have entered that meeting thinking they were going to do that, but they came out at the back end. And so I think watch what the investors are doing. They're organized, they're sophisticated on sustainability, and I think they're motivated. And I think money talks.
So one last comment, and then we'll need to
If I could, to drive home Terry's point, Climate Action 100 Plus has asked BP to adopt their resolution, and our board of directors has recommended that we adopt that resolution at our annual general meeting next year, so that we will then be officially and publicly, transparently reporting our progress and how our activities are consistent with the Paris goals. So those types of socially responsible investors do have enormous influence, and people are paying attention to them.
Great. Well, on that note, we're going to have to wrap up. We're out of time now. So thanks our panel, if you help me.
Focus on international and part of this oil and gas climate.
Okay, everybody. Before you leave the room, I know everybody wants to go on break. Break is coming. I didn't get up here quick enough. I apologize. A couple of notes. The room, please. We are going on 15-minute break, but before you leave, a couple things I want to tell you. Number one, we are being live streamed around the country, courtesy of the EPA Alumni Association. They've arranged live stream. Can you hear me? No? Everybody, can we have a moment? Shh. We are being live streamed around the country, courtesy of the EPA Alumni Association. I just wanted you all to know that, and hello to all the people out there. Secondly, we have about 8 to 10 members of the media here today, so you may run into some reporters on break. You feel free to talk with them, but just so you know, there might be reporters around. Third, C-SPAN will be here at 1:30 and will be filming. I don't know if they're live playing it or taping it for later, but C-SPAN will be here for the afternoon sessions. Finally, I'd like to ask the panel that's up next to meet at the speaker's table in about 5 minutes, because we're going to mic you up. Thank you for the first panel. What a great job. See you soon.
Sorry if I'm in the way. Come on up.
And you called the AV person, right? Okay. Great. Thank you so much.
You're doing a lot of things today.
Pardon?
You're doing a lot of things today.
Oh man, I'm Ingrid. Nice to meet you. You are
Mike.
Mike. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I took notice. I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, everyone apparently seems very comfortable sitting behind the back desk. So while I'm just kind of furiously running all over the place. So.
good job. I can tell you that.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So what I've been told is when this other panel comes up, take a few shots.
Excellent. Okay.
But I'll have everything from that one
Perfect.
and this one up to the second panel.
Great.
Is that good?
I have this fancy camera that I don't know how to use.
You're doing good. Just keep shooting. Do I need to include you in the pictures gallery or is it somebody else?
Wait, what do you mean?
I'm delivering pictures.
Oh, I would love to be included in the gallery. Yes. If you could share that information. Or I can just get it from Lisa or one of the people. Oh, yeah. Because I'm with the law school, so it might be different, right?
I usually send it to Rachel because she's the communications.
Then I'll just get it from Rachel. Yeah, she's great. I love her.
Yeah, she's awesome. A little stressed today.
Well, she has two things going on at the same
No, I
time.
couldn't.
Hello.
Hi to her, really.
Yes. AV person is coming. Mike, thank you so much for everything. Such a pleasure meeting you. If you could help me round up the next set of panelists. I don't know what they look like.
I know them. So they are actually, some of them are already here.
Okay.
Those two, like George and
You want me to bring them over right here? Yeah, that would be, so the AV person is not over, the AV person is not here yet, but the AV person is on their way.
we told them that we might them like off stage.
Yeah.
And then
I don't know why I'm standing on stage. I just want to stand on stage.
Do you want to sing? I'll get you the microphone.
I'm banned from singing in my apartment.
But wait, we need to. Where's the control for this? Is that what the AV person will do?
Yes.
So we need to do it in order where they're sitting. So when the AV person can't see knows what he's trying to control.
Okay, so these are going to be the running mics for the audience.
we have a third one, right?
Yeah. No, so just take those two. You only need those two. Do you want us to bring them over? Is that okay? We're going to do the other Eric. There's
Yeah. No, right. Good one. Sí, porque yo trabajo en el centro. Pasan los slides atrás.
I'm curious.
Sí, yo quiero saber si ellos me aceptan como auditor.
Ahora, International Institutions and Environmental. Sí, vamos juntos.
Sí, él estaba ahí más tempranito, pero se sabe mañana va a estar. Entonces, él es el moderador de una charla.
Sí, tenemos que organizar algo de nuevo.
Sí, vamos, yo estoy como muy ocupado.
Sí, ahora es imposible, 2 semanas.
Después del 7 de marzo ya.
Sí, yo también. Me dejo tranquila acá bien.
Sí, yo voy a correr un semana de
Okay. So, just wanted to be sure to turn it off.
Yeah, you can turn it off if you want. Like right now, if you
Issue here.
Two, testing 1 2. Must be off. Testing 1 2.
Now it's on?
Yes, it's on.
Okay.
But what'll happen is it has to be placed in an area
Where their mouth is?
where their mouth is.
Okay.
So if they're turning left or right, like right where his is, if he turns left or right, it should still be able to get him. Like if it's over here and he turns away, yeah, it's not going to work. It has to be kind of centered in the area.
Okay,
All
great.
speakers are here.
Okay, do you want to bring them over here?
I can bring them.
Hi, Jesse. Are you leaving?
Thank you for all your help.
We can make you
So
up with this gentleman.
Yes, he did. Do you want to for a second and just gather all the panelists? And there's
Okay. Here's Barbara.
Yes,
Put her in the seat. Are you going to pass around?
Yes, yes. That's why we're switching, because we run out of like only 4 minutes.
That was difficult. Yeah. Hi, I'm Danielle Miller-Wagner. I met you back when we signed the...
Testing 1 2. 1 2 3.
Yeah, in the early days of our partnership. So, okay, so put Barbara in seat either 2 or 4, please.
I'm not okay. I'm just making sure that the microphone. 16.
Okay. Do you want me to write it on here so you know who has what? Or does
Sure.
it not matter?
It doesn't matter. We know the wireless ones, so
Okay.
we kind of have an idea. Greetings. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we only miss it.
Oh, that's Kirsten. I'm sorry.
Because I don't know if the exchange is how long.
Danielle Miller-Wagner.
Okay, we met
Yeah.
last fall.
You do
and we
this
had
one.
it was another
Gonna put it in the back. Yeah.
I definitely
So
wasn't
thank you
stopping
for
you.
being here. I wasn't putting your name together for a minute. I'm
last minute addition to the
Well, we're very happy to
People
have
like that.
you.
Great.
Okay.
And
so
if you're
this
sitting
is,
down, you can also kind of set it aside.
Greg?
But we can test and see.
What's your name?
There.
Hi, Derek.
Yeah, that should be good right there. As long as it's covering. You want to.
We'll just hold it. Click it in. Right?
So we only
I used to work at Discovery.
Oh, okay.
I know a little few things about mics.
So
How's that?
4.
Yeah, we only have 4.
so George will be in the podium. He can.
Oh, George will do handheld? Okay. And you'll do on and off? Or is it going to be live the whole time?
Wherever you want
Down.
Just hold it,
You
or?
can hold it if you want, or you stick it somewhere in your pocket. You put it in your side pocket here.
I think I can, how's that?
Perfect.
Okay.
But when it for actual amplification,
Very good.
is it you'll just be controlling? I mean, obviously I'm not.
We can mute it, but we typically leave it unmuted like during the presentation.
That's what I'm talking
Oh, great. You heard
Patrick
her chatting.
Barber.
Better not. Be very careful what you say.
I can turn it off, all right.
Put it on your computer or something?
Let me just give these mics. Can I ask you to hold this for a minute?
Testing greetings. Testing 1, 2.
Gladly.
You're in charge. What is that for, like questions?
And, you can put this, and I can show you the on and off right here too, just in case.
I'll assume it's on.
Okay.
I always assume the mic is on.
Just in case. I
understand.
Guys from EPA Live.
Just popping. It's your boy Big T.
Yeah, you can do it that way. If you have a pocket, you can do it in there.
There's several here today, and I stay in touch with quite a few. Not a ton. The appointees, I do. And so it's really great to see a few. Oh, it's very difficult. And I did have an occasion to speak to the current CFO. She reached out, and I had done that when I was there, so I was happy to talk to her. But it's tough.
Yeah, it's cool. It's in their energy environment.
Ollie Greaves.
Yeah. So they're down here at the station. So I actually have to bring her today. I've never ran. It's cool. I know. I'm excited. Yeah.
I think it was over a year ago. Yeah, I think it was first quarter 18 was when she was sworn in. Maybe that's when she was appointed. I don't know. I know I spoke to her about before the end of the year last year.
We just hired Howard Osborne, who was CFO.
When they were trying to make us take internships, and I was just like, screw you, like. Yeah, you're
alright. Good. Dan. Hey, good to see you. How are you? Seems like a good start.
Yeah, very good start. Yeah. Now we'll get to hear from you all.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
What are you doing now that you're not at Vulcan?
Right, I'm not at Vulcan, and I want to do corporate board work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So.
Are you in the Seattle area?
I am. Yeah. But family's still back here, so I come back pretty often. So.
Bi-coastal.
Yeah, in fact, literally, I have a kid on each coast, DC and LA. So, and parents in Charlottesville.
Okay, so yeah, a trip east now and then is good for you.
Yeah. So it wasn't a horrible thing when you called. It wasn't the end of the earth. Yeah.
Thanks.
So it looks like a good turnout.
This goes back to, our technology market summit.
I know.
So we started talking about technology. Barbara really is enthusiastic about this stuff, and she has a lot of good ideas, and she was behind the technology.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate you remembering that and
This is for the audience.
looping me in.
Yes.
Great.
We'll pass them around.
You put this on, huh? You organized it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, actually, I don't think he's...
That's good stuff.
No, but he would be. He would help us.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you. I thought I recognized you from behind. I was slipped in the back. So I saw Kathy right away, and I thought I saw you. And
This is pretty exciting.
yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good. Now you're not there anymore. I see you're alumni now.
Yeah, I retired. I'm lazy and traveling. But
When did you retire?
Oh gosh, it's been 4 years now.
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to be preparing?
I keep thinking I want to do something useful, but I haven't really gotten down to it.
Travel and lazy sounds awfully nice.
Yeah, but these are times that are very distressing in many ways. And you just think, okay, is there some place I could put my small bit of pressure, weight, writing, analysis, something. It's just hard to figure out where.
Yeah.
Probably have to get out there and see what's going on more.
Are you here?
No, I was here. Well, it's been a long time ago now. I spent a year here, 12 to 13, I guess, 2012 to 13. And did a whole year looking at fractures.
Yeah, I recall.
Very interesting stuff.
Yeah. So one of the comments was like, one of the things that's so interesting about industry and technology, you take fracking, Exxon, they built this humongous solar farm in order to reduce the cost of frack. So it's part of the business model, right? Yeah. And, it's not just,
on the one hand, I'm sort of half in awe of the technology and how they figure it out. On the other hand, there are so many, they'll say technically it can be very clean. Well, as a matter of fact, it isn't. And I think with so many possible problems, they're just bound to be some in a lot of places. And so it's pretty distressing to me, and not the least being the methane off gassing.
Right.
You know, there was a while when I would look on satellite images on the internet. This was 4 or 5 years ago. I don't do it because it's too disturbing. My meeting, huge area like New York City. Oh no, that was the oil fracking up in New York. And I read some nasty things about sort of other environmental consequences. They were just, better than letting it go up without burning if they were burning off so much methane that you were seeing it from satellites and it looked like a megalopolis.
Yeah.
It's just shocking.
I'm going to join my panel.
Oh,
I'm up next.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Well, you might
good
think
to
for
see
a
you.
minute before going up there. I'll be cheering.
Thanks. No heckling.
I'm not a heckler. So where are you based?
Hi, are you Bijou? Hi. Hi, Barb Bennett. Nice to meet you. Good to see you.
Many years ago in Cincinnati.
Oh, yes, because you were in Cincinnati, right? Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I hear they're still doing great things there.
Yeah, so I'm in DC now. Enjoying DC.
Yes, that's what I,
Yeah, I remember you visiting us with Karen Mills.
Karen Mills and Lisa Jackson, and that was a great, that launch was a super event, just a super event. And the president of the university, what was his name? I can't remember his name. Was it Johnson?
Santa Ono.
No, not then.
Okay.
It might be now.
I thought I recognized
I
you.
know.
How you doing?
Are you George?
Yes, very.
Are you George? Barb Bennett.
Oh,
Hi.
I'm so glad to meet
Great
you.
to meet
I
you.
recognize you from your picture. I'm really delighted you're on the panel. I
Thank
love
you.
your background.
Oh, thank you.
Did you know Mark Kim, who was our CFO?
No, I don't think so.
I love CFOs.
Yeah,
And
thank
everything
you.
we did at DC Water, our most innovative and creative work was done financially.
Yeah. Well, I just really believe that it can work in the business model. Right. I just.
Well, I'm going to quote one of your statements from an interview that I found that you did on the 2012 Innovation Roadmap.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, there should have been angels singing and all the rest. And Patrick is running one of these companies. It's a U.S.-based.
No, I know Xylem. Yeah.
And so it's the
I know
idea
one of his
can you
predecessors.
improve
Yeah.
And also drive job creation.
Right. And it's water. And I was just saying to somebody else. I mean, you look at like love or hate fracking. I won't get into that argument. But look what Exxon's doing. They just built this humongous solar farm in order to reduce the cost in order to do their fracking. It's all about margin improvement, and they're taking advantage of it. So it's not all this touchy-feely stuff. Come on, it's hard work, and it's hard ROI.
Well, DC Water, Bijou I hired out of Cincinnati to come to DC Water, has products now that we're selling on the market. They're selling on the market.
I know.
That we help invent.
I know.
Because it is a business opportunity. Yeah. My reaction is our ratepayers have invested in us to give us capabilities. We can turn that back around and generate some revenue for our ratepayers.
At Vulcan, we were trying to see what we could do with smart, with EVs, and if there's a way to get it over the hump. And we were trying to, we were looking at one thing and it was like, gee, could we figure out how to do it for a whole city?
Okay, why don't you bring your one out? All right, team.
We're ready to go? Wait, did they want us in a certain... George, do you want us in a certain... The person who was miking us thought
Hi, everybody.
In a certain place.
If you could take your seats, we're going to start our next session. Is it on?
I'm good.
Do I need a lavalier or?
You should have one. Yeah.
Testing. Oh. Test. Okay. I remember after you left, I Morning, everyone. We'll be starting momentarily.
There he is.
Maybe.
How are you?
Hello.
Good, good.
I have to go out and call my mother every time because she's in the hospital. And
I didn't know.
at the end of a 2-week pneumonia bout, but we're working on getting her discharged.
But is
We'll be starting momentarily.
Like that, she moved into retirement.
She lives in an elderly base.
Awesome.
And I have a
Do you want us anywhere?
Yeah, come on up.
George, do you want us in any kind of position? All right.
Patrick.
All right, I'll switch you here. Good DC water.
Hello, everyone. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. Mike.
It's working. That's too close. Is all my stuff?
Yeah, having the mics, John, having the mics in the audience, because it was very hard to hear the questions. So having the mics in the audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. You could please.
Campus. It's part of the sustainability plan.
In 1898, in a room just like this one, the first International Urban Planning Conference was held in New York City. Representatives from Tokyo and Paris and London, New York, Chicago were all assembled, seeking to solve the single most important problem facing cities worldwide. It was planned for 10 days and disbanded in despair after 3, because the assembled experts could not solve the most important environmental and public health issue facing every city in the world. Now, I heard someone tell this story when I was in an audience just like this one, and I couldn't think what the problem was. Now, this is an erudite group here. Just by raise your hands, do you know what the problem was that stymied? Now, that's impressive. Horse manure. In New York City, by the day, 2.5 million pounds of horse manure was deposited on city streets and plowed like snow. On certain intersections, it would pile up to 8 feet. Do you know that in New York, there are stoops going up to apartment and because of horse manure? And in the summer, it would blow around in the air. In the winter, it would be turning into slush. Horses would die and be left on the street because it had to have other horses come to pull them away. The amount of urine is just sort of hard to contemplate. And by the way, the 755 CSO cities were designed in part to allow rainwater to clean that horse manure off the street into the same sewers that sewage was going to. So while we see CSOs as a problem today, in their time, they were a great solution to one of our great urban problems. The point of this story, though, is that 20 years later, the problem was largely solved. And it was the internal combustion engine. Of course, leading to a whole nother scale of set of issues that people in this room have responded to. But the issue was, at the time of 1898, they were looking at this enormous problem, incredible public health, looking backwards and trying to solve it with the tools that they knew of already on hand that were not up to the task. All of us in this room, when we're concerned about environmental issues, know that the costs now are extraordinary. I ran DC Water. I did 65 rate hearings with 2 police officers in every hearing. We tripled the rates. How many of you are the beneficiaries of that conclusion? No. I had a number of people in the crowd say, "You raised my rates." I said, "You're at EPA. What are you talking about?" I had to satisfy an NPDES permit, $1 billion. A consent decree, $2.6 billion. But we know that the increment of improving infrastructure or environmental protection is extraordinarily expensive. In the water infrastructure world, it's hundreds of billions or $1 trillion, and we know that's never going to happen. So the question is, how do we get over our horse manure moment when the next generation of protection is so exorbitantly expensive if we measure it by the last generations of solutions? So this whole conference is wonderful. Thank you, Dan, and School of Public Affairs for putting this on, and the alumni group of EPA, of which I am one. I left EPA because I was doing NPDES permits and thought that the most important pollutants were coming from runoff. And I wanted to know who did that work. And it was watershed groups. So I went to a watershed group in New Jersey, and we were not up to the task because we didn't have the data we needed on a watershed basis to be able to manage the dispersed pollutants coming into the Millstone and the Stony Brook in New Jersey, as opposed to the real-time data we have always had from the discharges. That question has changed. And so this panel, and we have an incredible assembly of folks to talk with us about this issue today, is a question of how technology and innovation and creativity, set up beautifully by Marcus in the prior panel, can change the way EPA does its work and achieve the next level of protection, perhaps even at that golden better, faster, cheaper, at a lower cost, not the billions and trillions of dollars that we lament. So I personally am tremendously excited and optimistic, and you're going to hear why from this panel. But the question we should have all in our mind, relevant to this session, is how does EPA change to accommodate the extraordinary and rapid escalation of innovation and creativity that's happening in the field? How do you change a regulatory system to keep up with the kinds of changes that are now possible, what is potential, and how to integrate it into permits and consent decree and administrative orders and all the practices that we know so well? And by the way, I agree with Administrator. You were the administrator when I first came to EPA. You were my first big boss. My second big boss was Carol Browner, who's coming later today. But I believe, and you heard it this morning, that I personally believe it's the single most important improvement based on progressive government in the last century is what you've done. The protection, I grew up and went to the Cuyahoga River in 1969. I was there. I was in 4th grade. And I wrote a letter to President Nixon. Because a 4th grader, you knew that was wrong and needed to be solved. And one of the questions we'll get into is, do we want our younger people to know this is wrong? And it needs to be solved, because it's extraordinary what we can do as a people when we come to a conclusion that something must not stand, and we need to go forth. So I'm delighted to have a program now questioning how technology would both change EPA's manner of work, but also how EPA can spur and encourage that same next generation. So it's on both sides, how EPA itself should change, and then how EPA can also foster that change. So let's go to the panel. It's really remarkable. Now, Barbara Bennett was the CFO at EPA, but she's had a remarkable career, Discovery Communications, Vulcan since. So think of all the media and the innovations that she's been in her business life, and also seeing it here at EPA. Come back to Barbara in a second. Patrick Decker, at the very end, he is the CEO of Xylem, demonstrating that you can generate jobs and growth worldwide, but have all sorts of apparatus and equipment and services and really remarkable improvements that allow us to improve the environment at lower costs. Bijou George, he's a good friend of mine. He's at DC Water now as the Executive Vice President over engineering and operations. By the way, any of you who've worked in a utility know how important that is to have together in an organizational structure, engineering and operations. Bijou does. Before that, he was in Cincinnati and ran both drinking water and, we don't call it wastewater, we call it enriched water. ran enriched water for Cincinnati. And then Kirsten Schroeder, who's the global business services for IBM. And I was reading the range of this global business services. It's like everything. So, of course, IBM is probably engaged in everything. So we have quite the panel. We're going to start with a lightning round and just go through the panelists and give your first initial thoughts on this question of how innovation in technology should change EPA and how EPA should encourage it. And then I have a series of questions to address to the group, and then we'll open it up to you. And I'd like to start with Barbara.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, great, thanks. And you'll have to excuse, I'm a little hoarse with the allergies, so excuse me as I'm a little hoarse. Technology innovation is so important, and George, thank you for paneling us. It's a great set of perspectives and opinions and experiences, and it's such an important time to be talking about it as technology rapidly gains different uses. Areas that we didn't know about even 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And I think it's going to be instrumental in terms of how EPA does its work, as well as how private sector works with EPA, and how it goes about its own solutions for its own corporate purposes. I'm a real believer that EPA doesn't work by itself, neither does corporate, neither do NGOs, and that if we work together, that we can really provide a lot of solutions for environmental issues, as well as good, strong business models. Because without good, strong business models, you may get the first dollar, but you'll never get the second dollar. So technology and how we innovate and how we use different kinds of solutions. For instance, with Vulcan, coming up with Vulcan, we were really about leveraging what we knew in one area of the company to another. So how we were using, let's say, green sports arenas for the professional sports to corporate real estate development and green building. And then how do we leverage a satellite technology that we were using in the aerospace division for seeing what we could do about illegal fishing to promote better ocean health. So things like that and how you work across those lines and how we work with smart cities in Columbus and the like. So I think there's all different ways that it can be done. There's no one way and there's no one solution, as we all know. So we all have to be real smart about how we leverage each other and how we talk to each other and how we become more transparent.
Thank you, Barbara. We're hearing collaboration, business models, a diversity of models, and how they have to work together. I do want to, this is a quote from you about the blueprint for innovation that was 2012. Many environmental problems can be prevented or addressed through innovative technologies that reduce or minimize pollution. And at the same time, these technologies can grow the American economy. That was your answer to a question. How do you think this blueprint has been unfolding since 2012 when you first were looking at it?
So anytime you have a new type of approach, you need champions, right? And so luckily I see Bob Pertisepi here. You know, he was a big champion of how do you promote new technology? How do you promote working together under Administrator Jackson? She was similar. And I think as you go along and as technology becomes more like perhaps something 7 years ago might have been at the forefront, we may now take for granted. So now it becomes part of the fabric of how you think about technology. And I think as technology and as the agency evolves, partnerships develop. You know, something they may be called a blueprint one day, it could be a partnership now. So that right now there's a partnership with AU, with EPA, with Duke, with the Heinz Center, for the partnership on technology, innovation, and the environment, which is, again, how do you keep making sure that we're collaborating and that we know what the other one is doing so that we can learn, rather than continuing to reinvent the wheel. You know, the blueprint was all about 3 pillars, right? R&D was about the private sector, engaging the private sector, and the regulatory process. So R&D, how does EPA go about its R&D as well as the private sector? How do we engage the private sector with that, whether tech transfer, you know, world-class labs at EPA, world-class labs. Bijou, you know that from Cincinnati. And then, of course, the regulatory process, transparency. You know, any model in the private sector need some certainty in their business model. Well, you can't eliminate all variability in regulation, but you can provide more transparency, as I said, in order to be able to give some reliability on where they're going, so that then you can make you can place bets.
Fantastic. I want to shift to Patrick. I met Mr. Decker at Blue Plains, where we were announcing the unveiling of a new pump that you had formed. Remember that day, Bijou? It was a pump that changes its pumping rate depending on the need, rather than, so you're never pumping more than you need to. And in the water sector, DC Water, the biggest user of electricity in Washington, DC, one of our biggest uses is pumps. So if you have a pump that's never over pumping, the amount of electricity you can save is sort of extraordinary. It's sort of a very practical example. Do you have other examples you'd like to highlight of what better, faster, cheaper means for your company?
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Excuse me.
Thanks for having me. This is my first time with such an esteemed group of people, and I must say it's a new territory for me, and I'm really, really happy to be here. I start with, this is the message I have to the people in my company. Our tagline is "Let's solve water," and I always say remove the apostrophe, and it becomes "Let us solve water," because there is no one organization or one group of people that are going to be able to solve these challenges. But what really motivates me, George, and you and I have talked about this a lot, is I always start with my team on why are we here? I don't mean here in DC today, but what is our purpose? And I don't mean just in our company, but when I think about these dramatic elements of the politics of fear that are out there around, by 2050, 25% of the world's population will be facing absolute water scarcity. That the lowest 20% of wage earners in the US, the water bill can be up to 20% of their net take-home pay. So when we think about why are we here, I think about three issues. Scarcity or the accessibility to water. I think about the affordability of water, both at a community level, but at an individual ratepayer level. And I think about the resilience of infrastructure and communities to climate change. These are three grand challenges that if we simply left it at that, we'd be paralyzed, nothing would happen. I don't find personally that throwing around a $1 trillion price tag for infrastructure refurbishment in the US is particularly healthy or helpful. It paralyzes, nothing happens. I'll give you an example beyond the energy efficiency example that George gave. It's estimated that somewhere around 7 to 8% of the greenhouse gas emissions and energy consumption in the world is tied to water management, both on the clean water side, the enriched water side, and outdoor water. The technologies already exist to cut that in half at negative or neutral cost. What we need to have is a movement for people to realize and understand that there is the art of what's possible. Another example that George is very familiar with, and many of you in the room may be, is I'll take the city of South Bend. The city of South Bend was trying to comply with a consent decree that was going to cost an estimate of $850 million. That would have been an extra $10,000 per household over time to be able to accommodate that. Using data-driven technologies, distributed sensing, building a digital twin of the sewer system and the water collection system, they were able to now cut the CSO by 70%, and rather than costing $850 million, they'll do that for probably somewhere between $275 to $300 million. That's one example. If you apply that, if you extrapolate that across all the elements of all the things that add up to $1 trillion, that's a massive reduction. And for me personally, George, you and I have talked about this. The future is in our hands right now. We describe this as the opportunity of a lifetime. And what really disturbs me is we have got to create awareness. I've given up on my generation. Okay? It's hard to change behaviors. But if we get in the minds and the hearts of the younger generation to not be focused on the paralyzing aspect of fear and the world's going to come to an end and we can't afford to do anything about it, and we start letting them know what's possible, then you get a movement. And they will not tolerate. They will not accept that fact. So the technologies are out there. I can go on for hours, George, about all the different possibilities that are out there from a technology standpoint. But it's not just the technology. It's a mindset. And it's getting people to work together to talk about what is the art of possible.
I love those stories and the effort in South Bend, by the way, Mayor Pete, who we all know is running for president, he runs on his sewer service plan for South Bend.
He brought MNet, that company, to us.
How cool is that? But the story is remarkable that of what's possible, and that's a classic example. 850 million as opposed to 300 million for a town that has a median income of $25,000.
And we're doing that work now with 20 other cities across the U.S.
And that's possible across the board. Let me switch to Bijou. Bijou, as I mentioned, is the executive vice president and runs engineering and operations at DC Water. DC Water is a utility that does drinking water, enriched water, stormwater, so across the board, both wholesale and retail in this region. But he has a tremendous background. He's an engineer at Cincinnati, both drinking water and enriched water and stormwater. But in Cincinnati, you were facing a similar challenge for how you were going to solve these problems. And I think you came up with some watershed-based approaches that were really dramatic. What did you find in integrating innovation into the way you complied in that city?
Thank you, George. Again, the challenge was affordability. I mean, because we were faced with a consent decree. Cincinnati's challenge was tremendous. Those of you know Cincinnati, hilly terrain. The overflow was estimated at that time close to 10 or 11 billion gallons a year. A solution was priced at somewhere around $6 to $7 billion. I mean, there was no way we could subject a community for such a price tag for a longer period of time. So we negotiated consent decree in stages. So the first stage of it, which was ended, actually the first phase ended in 2018, came up with a recommendation that we will use or bring same benefit as a tunnel would be, and then we competed for both the solutions. And the solution using the technology was about $400 million cheaper than building a tunnel, and Region 5 accepted that, and then we are thankful. So the elements of that were, I'll tell you the story of a small watershed. I mean, then you will know why Cincinnati. I mean, we came up with, I came up with such a solution while I was there. Lick Run is a 2,700 acre watershed, very small one. This community served as the early stages of managing the CAFOs. I mean, that's the dairy farmers. They were in the lower section of that community. And most of them drained into this creek called as Lick Run. And so it became, like George said, I mean, instead of horse manure, the stuff from the cows and related animals were discharging to this. So they covered in early 1900s with a 19-foot sewer, and then that became the only exit from that whole watershed into Mill Creek. So the solution for that, is either a tunnel or some other way of doing it. So we came up with a solution that there was no way of complete separation of sewer, so it with a partial separation. So they daylighted part of that creek and then minimized many of it. But then additional controls were brought through real-time controls using the kind of technologies that Patrick was mentioning, especially using another company acquired MNet. So which has served them exceptionally well since. So though, again, they managed to push the tunnel probably for another 10 more years based on the current negotiations, bringing benefits sooner, faster, and then, eventually you will have to build a tunnel, but that's on the tail end of all the, once you exhaust all the availability of using the existing infrastructure. Just to give another example, I mean, SSO 700, probably the largest SSO in the country. I mean, it's a 30 million gallon facility, treating ballast at flocculation. It was still, bypassing probably another 15 or 30 million gallons after finishing that, and then using the real-time controls, they managed to avoid another expansion, which was priced at another $60 million. So just managing the available capacity using real-time control, that was Cincinnati adapted. The basis of that is, using weather forecast, we have a reasonably good way of forecasting the rain. So they use that information as a planning event, and then what does it take to use additional controls, and then building underflow controls and those kind of things. So control areas where it is not affected by rain, and then making capacity available for where it is raining to temporarily hold or manage the capacity. So that's how they achieved it. And it's showing a tremendous benefit, same way as South Bend has done. So it's a very good success story.
I love these uplifting stories of hope, of what we can do. But Bijou, to what extent, I'm impressed that Region 5 was sort of at your side as this solution evolved. What tools did you rely on that EPA provided? And are those tools as robust as you think they should be, or how's that going on what EPA is doing in furtherance of that kind of activity?
So if you look back, where we are as a water sector, we owe to the investments EPA made in the 80s, and probably in the 90s, especially building those analytical tools and models. It's so disheartening to see that EPA is not investing anymore, taking those tools to the next level. For example, SWIM, EPA Net, those modeling tools, its power is now available now. When, the sensors are available, you can bring real-time data, which can be further used for, simulations and then forward-looking controls, and we are really missing that. But all the enablement so far we have is what EPA has built. Those are the stormwater models, SWIM, EPA Net, and then even I'll take a step further. After 9/11, EPA built many other models like Canary, the TIWA, just to have a contaminant detection, just in case if you have a water challenges issue. So all those, I don't think they are going waste. We can still leverage those to build with the private sector's help to build further. But I think any investment coming in to accelerate that, I think it will go a long way, like you have done in Cincinnati with some of those innovation clusters you started in the early 2000s.
Thank you, Bijou. Kirsten, I am impressed by what I read in your bio and how it's machine learning and art intelligence and Internet of Things and all this data. And I know you provide advice to EPA and many other agencies. What's your take on how well the agency is employing and deploying the level of information that is now capable and feasible, and how it should be done better? Or
Yeah, let me draw a little bit of a parallel as to not only just EPA, but just governmental agencies in general and kind of the crossroads that they stand at today, right? And I think given where these emerging technologies are at, I think EPA as well as other governmental agencies have kind of like three fundamental decisions. And I think, or the first one being really around IT enablement. And I look at it and say, IT enablement over the years, particularly with the Web 2.0 technology, it was quite a bit of program offices trying to use web technology to deploy the mission, right? But still there was a little bit of a sense of IT being the third rail, right? Here are the processes, here's the data we need, throw it over to a group of developers, develop it, get the results back and go. And what I see today with these emerging technologies, it's more kind of on a continuum, making it more of an internal enabler, having program offices, the mission, instead of saying, here's a bunch of developers, go do it, embrace it more internally as an enabler. So I think that's kind of the first thing that I would look at as kind of a fundamental decision on how to work with these technologies. The second area would be understanding what these enabling technologies bring to EPA. And I use the kind of the terminology, it opens up a certain degrees of freedom. These emerging technologies can help help EPA really redefine processes, right? Reimagine how one delivers services and work together. So let's say, for example, within the EPA region, state, regulated community relationship, how can these emerging technologies really redefine, allow EPA and its stakeholders to deliver services in a new way? And so in IBM, what I've come, it's always changing. And in the recent year, you can say, we talk more about the cognitive enterprise. This idea that how AI and other related technologies can help facilitate the delivery of services. And I kind of thought about it in terms of a few years ago when EPA really established e-enterprise, right? And to me, e-enterprise is really how can EPA work not only internally but externally with its stakeholders in a more transparent way, making it easier for the regulated community to know how to do business with EPA. And I thought about it on the way over here thinking, the concept in some ways was ahead of its time given the technologies that were there several years ago. But now the technologies exist really to put EPA or the e-enterprise on steroids. That's kind of how I was thinking about it. And what I mean by that is in my conversations with EPA various offices, one typical area comes up as permitting, right? How can from both perspectives, from an industry perspective or regulated community, how can one curate information to, let's say, a regulated entity so they know what their responsibilities are in terms of applying for a permit? The technologies today, when you think about AI assist, when you think about mobile, you can curate that information and create much more of a self-serve type of experience, right, so that the regulated community can meet its obligations, right? And it's really when you think about kind of that EPA constituency, really trying to have more of that handshake. I've also had some conversation, and then I would say on the other side, when you look at kind of the EPA team that writes permits, being able to take information curated so you can improve the cycle time for writing permits. I look at it also, we've had some conversations with the research community within EPA ORD about how can you take some of the emerging technologies and help support kind of risk assessments, because with kind of text analytics, there are now opportunities to try to harness that information, extract that information, kind of pre-position it for risk assessments, and then kind of accelerate the cycle time. And so again, kind of it's getting to that cognitive enterprise, or in this case, what I see is kind of e-enterprise on steroids. But lastly, quite frankly, is when you think about it, it is then presents opportunities for the workforce. And again, this is not in isolation with the EPA. I think there are other agencies. These cognitive technologies become a cognitive enterprise requires a different set of skills. And I heard in the previous session talking about skill sets and a different way of working together, right? When agile, and I know from my experience with EPA, it's a lot about lean, right? But now using these enabling technologies to get to lean and kind of redefine work patterns, right? Where you have kind of your scientists, your engineers together with those, what I would call team members that can bring those enabling technologies and working more as a group, right? It really comes full circle from like bringing that IT as kind, and I don't want to say it's a third rail right now. It really has come drawn closer into delivering the mission, but even now more closer to delivering the mission. And it really, and again, I think the previous panel talked about incenting or having opportunities for kind of the upcoming workforce, right? The upcoming workforce is looking for those opportunities to kind of blend what I call the science of the environment with kind of these cognitive, and you create really a set of skill sets that are dynamic that people will want to embrace. So it's really kind of in summary, you know, this drawing in of kind of the viewpoint of the internal IT enablement, and then really look at the emerging technologies to create that, I'll call it e-enterprise on steroids. And then thirdly, rethinking those kind of patterns of how one works together, both within EPA and as well as across also, you know, the constituency.
I love that. And I'll brag on what Bijou has done at DC Water. Just recently got the best in the country implementation of a brand new CIS system. And what we learned at DC Water is that it took 35 employees, took off the line, and all they did to internalize it. If it's external, what some expert comes in and tries to do, and then your operators or any of your staff are trying to implement it, it fails. But the resource investment that it takes to internalize is something not to be minimized. And organizations need to know, of what it's going to take to integrate so this becomes part of us, not something that's separate from us and maybe delivering a piece. But I want to pick up on one of the themes that I've heard throughout. All of us in the room know that one of the great success stories of EPA and the statutes it has administered is the technology forcing features of the permitting programs that would always be shooting for best technologies. So you can't debate all these questions. You have to implement and drive to what's best. And I think the question now, you've heard two stories or three stories here about new technologies to solve an existing problem that would have saved, that did save money and have saved money over what the prevailing technology would have been. And one of the questions that's been on my mind is, should EPA be driving technological change in this fashion? Like, you cannot do a CSO plan anymore unless, it may not, who knows whether these approaches work or not, but you can't get a clean water revolving fund loan unless you've evaluated first where some of the new techniques work or not, which could save substantial money not only to the community, but on EPA funds, which are limited and scarce, make sure they're spent the right way. How do we drive technology as EPA has done in the past, first? And second, are those same systems inhibiting the implementation of technology? As Bijou knows, when DC Water wanted to open the consent decree to do green infrastructure instead of all gray, it took me 5 years of negotiation to open the consent decree. And if I weren't as stubborn as I am, I don't know whether we would have gone through 5 years, even though we agreed to equivalent performance. We just wanted to use a different technique. It was hard going to open up an existing decree from what was the standard technology at the time. On the other hand, we all want the standard technology because we know it works, and we don't want to risk the environment not being protected. So maybe starting with Patrick, what is your sense of both enabling technology or inhibiting in the way EPA does its work?
Yeah, no, it's a great and difficult question to answer. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Louder.
Yeah.
What we do find, George, is we go in and have conversations, not only here in the U.S., this is a global issue. The biggest inhibitor for a utility to adopt proven technology is whether or not they're going to be able to meet the regulatory requirements. Is it worth the time? Is it worth the money? Is it worth the risk? Because as you've said before, life is not easy, but it's pretty simple for a utility operator as to what your remit is. And the industry gets criticized for being risk averse. And I think that's unfair. Because when we think about the risk of downside versus the reward of upside of doing something new and different, pretty easy choice for folks to make. But then things don't happen. The problems aren't solved. Consent decrees are renegotiated. They're extended along the way. So I do think that rather than perhaps EPA focusing on specific tools to be used, focusing even more on outcomes. What is the outcome that we're trying to achieve? And how can there be an environment created at a pilot scale, not to be ramped up fully, but at a pilot scale, to really demonstrate proven success on certain issues? And the more that momentum and movement occurs, I think we then see progress. I want to come back to a comment on the changing workforce. Not to shift gears real quick, but what we see across the sector right now is this incredible hunger and desire for people that are coming out of schools with tremendous knowledge and know-how, and they want to make a difference. It's their generation. They want to make a difference. And I think the more that we create an environment and a culture and climate that continues to encourage those folks coming in to solve these big challenges because they make a difference, you'll come up with new paradigms and new problem-solving techniques that get not only at the technology, but this very discussion around how do we work together in a different way to move the ball down the field. It's the way this new generation works together. Different whenever you and I would go study in the library on our own, prepping for an exam, and it was a zero-sum game. Okay, we all got scored. You win, I lose. Now it's not the way it works. They're much more collaborative, and they just want to go solve the problems if we create an environment that encourages them and makes them aware of what's possible.
Thank you, Patrick, for adding the element that you started with, or ended your 3 parts with on workforce. We certainly found it's in the utility world, it's the gray tsunami of the number of high talented people, because most of the folks in the utility world came in under the construction grants program in the 70s and are now at the point where they're retiring in droves. And the question for many utilities is how we are drawing in new talent. And I know that's the similar issue for EPA. And what we found at DC Water, it was these new solutions where we were open and integrated and trying these things that brought talent into the agency. So on either of these questions, technology forcing rubber, or on what we can do to enhance it, or on the workforce, what do you think?
Yeah, talent retention and acquisition is huge. I agree. The millennials now, they care about what they do, and they care regardless of what the product is, they want to know that they're doing something towards world improvement, and they communicate differently. You don't have to just call a meeting. You don't have to. It's not FaceTime the way we grew up or I grew up. They can do it on the screens, or they're very comfortable. The natives, the digital natives, are very comfortable just talking to each other on their their screens or their devices, and so. And they're very comfortable just finding out information versus going to the library or having to study it or having to ask somebody who's been there for 20 years. And so it's very important that every company looks to what their value proposition is. Regardless of your product, what your value proposition is, and how that then you appeal to this new generation that are really talented and have such amazing skills and know how to leverage each other. That whole thing about how do you leverage somebody else's knowledge? How do you not keep reinventing the wheel? I said that before. So I think that's going to be continuing important for EPA, for any organization, for the private sector.
Gosh, and isn't that so true about how our kids, everything is with everybody else? Like, I like solitude sometimes, and
well, you think they're all just down there, they're just staying to themselves, but actually they're interacting worldwide. Right. They're interacting globally. We may, I'll speak for myself, I'll date myself, we may not understand it all, and it may be happening much faster, but they're very comfortable, and I think we should embrace it. I think the criticism that millennials get about, they're so wrapped into their own thing, look, they're looking for, they want to give back, they want life balance, and they want to do good work, right? Who doesn't want that? I'm a boomer. All of us boomers want that. If they can do that and keep productivity up, well, that's the holy grail, right?
God bless them. Kirsten,
I just wanted to add on, not only just for the millennials, but even for the existing workforce today. And IBM deals with it, on a continual basis, right? As this technology changes, taking even the existing workforce, I'll say the dinosaur workforce like myself, right, and being able to continually to update our skills. And so a big thing, with IBM is kind of badging, right, where we do like these online training, get a badge like, let's say, in cloud computing, or get a badge in like AI, so that we better understand the technologies that we're trying to implement. Right, because it's really fueled by, you can say, the millennial force and our engineer, but even us, and I say us, right, our dinosaurs, baby boomers, whatever you want to say, we have to keep up with it, right, if we're going to kind of bring in or introduce this change. And so I think IBM was going to be meeting with EPA around how to implement like a badging or certificate, but it's an easier way, right, to be able to implement that kind of professional development or skills force training within an agency. So it's just something to consider as you're trying to bring in kind of the millennial generation, but also bring along the more established generation, right, and kind of bring the two together to get to that kind of what I call collaboration.
Easy. I will take the first part of the question, what EPA could do to improve. I mean, I'll come to that from 3 perspectives. One is EPA has created many legacy exceptional products, refreshing that from a current available technology perspective. Just to use as an example, non-minimum controls. It's an exceptionally good optimization model. How can we rethink that using the current available technology that Patrick sells, the simulation sensors, and how that could bring benefits sooner? That would be one way of looking at it. The second one would be looking at the reporting structures. I mean, I'll be the first one to admit, because letting the consumers know only once a year, providing the consumer confidence report, maybe too little. Over a year period of time. If you are capable of providing that more frequently, maybe even informing them right before they could consume, what they're about to drink, that could change. How we use data and then how we use and inform the customers. In addition to that, the biggest challenge is on the premises side. How we assure that the water quality remain stable on the premise side, because we have been extremely successful in conserving water, but we haven't changed the plumbing code to match that. So water is aging on the premise side exceptionally, and I don't think there is ways of monitoring. Using modern technology to assure, keeping our water, keep water fresh. That's another area where we could look. And finally, the place where a utility and decision making and even NGOs could benefit most is if EPA could curate the data, which is analytics ready. We can consume those data, make decisions, and then extend other product and services. I think those three areas would benefit in adoption of technology if, that's the first part of the question coming our way.
There's a number of themes we're hearing from every one of the panelists, but one of them is collaboration. And certainly one of EPA's great strengths has been as a convener and someone who touches everyone. And I'll start, Patrick, is one of the interesting things I've now been out sort of in the private sector, it's a competitive world. And you're creating products, and so are lots of others. Yet we're also seeking a collaborative, how do we work together? And I'm just sort of curious your thoughts on how we could drive forward getting input and engagement on a collaborative basis when it's still, of course, a private sector with businesses who are competing. And what's your thought on that front?
Yeah, it's another great question. I think from our perspective, look, at the end of the day, I lead a for-profit enterprise. We're a listed company on the New York Stock Exchange, so I have stakeholders that are shareholders. And they expect for us to do good work and generate a profit and return. And so it creates competition along the way. But I still believe that there is an opportunity for collaboration in that. This is such a big space. It's so fragmented. You used to talk about when you would go to WEFTEC, and I share the same view. I get a headache when I go to WEFTEC. All the label claims that people are making that are out there, it's a sea of companies that are all trying to do their thing, and so I applaud that. But I do think if there was a way for the EPA to play even more of a leadership role in convening forums to where the technology providers could come in and be a part of that conversation, regulate our airtime, recognize everybody wants to say their piece, okay, but there is a way, I think, to really drive that kind of innovation, because to me right now, it's more of is there ample awareness of how rapidly things have changed over the last several years, and what, again, is the art of what's possible. And I don't know enough about how the EPA works in terms of the innovation drive, the technology mandates. That's not my space. I'm learning as I go along. But I would just encourage all of you to embrace, stay intellectually curious on what is happening real time, and spend a day in your life. Spend a day in Bijou's life as to what you're trying to reconcile and balance, because I think there is immense opportunity there by just having more of the conversation real time, and because it's changing so rapidly, and whether we solve it or not, or whether it be the young up and comers in EPA, my company, utility, I am hugely confident, George, they are going to figure it out. What we can do to create a culture and a climate to accelerate that is the leadership, in my view, that is so essential right now, because we don't have time. 2050 is going to be here in no time.
Barbara, this is...
Yeah, so I think, enabling the up-and-comers to actually do the work, I think, is an important part of leadership, right? I also think, one of the things last session, the last panel talked about, the one-on-one, the NGOs and corporates and how, how they were working together. I was struck by that EPA wasn't mentioned very much on that. So in terms of what could EPA do differently, I think EPA needs to reach out more and remember to foster that relationship. I know when I was doing it, when I was there was a surprise that we were even willing to do that. And I think there's part of EPA that I had to learn. It's okay for companies to make money as long as they're doing ethically and legally, right? But if they're making money and the environmental solutions are taking place, that's what EPA cares about. So do it together and make it that three-legged stool, not just the NGOs and corporates, but the feds as well.
I'm fascinated because, Patrick, what both of you were talking about is how would EPA keep up with the rapid technological innovation that is occurring literally as we speak, so that whatever the decisions that the agency is making is accommodating. One way would be to seek outcomes and then enable more flexibility in the technique to achieve the outcome. But it seems that collaborative effort, with what you're saying, is provider agnostic. The question, how could EPA identify techniques without saying we favor Xylem versus Evoqua versus Suez? No, we now are identifying a technique that we appreciate, and may the best company win in any particular procurement. But we have been highlighting, and how would we know that? What would be a process that EPA would engage to make sure they can identify those techniques, highlight what they are, and promote their use of whoever the provider is as regulatory decisions are being made for compliance and enforcement and all the rest? Person, it looks like you're...
Just reflecting on that, I mean, my sense is EPA may have some form of it today, but within IBM we talk quite a bit now about a garage concept, right? When you're trying to take a solution and work with the client, we call it an IBM garage. I'm sure everybody has their terminology for it, but this idea that a particular entity, whether it's EPA, whether it's a state, is not doing it on its own, but you're doing it collaboratively in this kind of garage, and maybe you literally garage, you bring a group together to rally around a particular outcome, and then maybe you do kind of like a proof of concept within a, pick a number, 10-week period. I mean, that might be one way to, maybe a different variation of that that's more appropriate for EPA, but it's just some variation of this garage concept that kind of has a vision, a broader vision, but kind of a short-term goal, like a 10-week goal to try to prove something out, right? And I think EPA has that today kind of with its lean, but maybe there's a different variation of that to kind of scale it.
Bijou, by the way, to brag on Bijou, he was EPA's Innovator of the Year in 2014. How about that, countrywide? But you had a very good interaction with EPA Region 5 in developing this sort of collaboration. What seemed to work in your case? Was there some special magic sauce that was happening?
No, from the regulatory perspective, I mean, it has to be the outcome. I mean, what we could accomplish. I mean, the willingness to listen was what enabled that. But what I've seen in Cincinnati, what really helped us was the innovation center, that cluster that created by EPA. I mean, at that time, headed at the ORD, Office of the Research and Development. And I think that spurred a real growth in innovation around the country. The last count, I believe there were more than 10 innovation clusters all around the country.
20.
20, okay, yeah. And since I don't think the innovation center exists in EPA at this point, but I think the communities have taken that on, and that's growing. So I think, George, that was the biggest aspiration that helped from the EPA's perspective.
Certainly shows the.
If I can quickly touch on the utility side, I mean, I think what we could be encouraged to do is create an environment where we can pull these new technologies. Just to give an example, I mean, George, while you were there, you approved us enabling the Blue Plains 157 acres with Wi-Fi, I mean, and then LoRa. So we have technologies so we can adapt when Xylem comes with a smart pump. Because most of the expenses are in the wired transmission of data. So once you can wirelessly consume the information and then transmit, I mean, it significantly reduces how we accept data and things like that. So getting the utilities ready to accept the new emerging technology, that is an area I think that will go a long way, because you need to build the infrastructure and also the workforce ready to accept this technology to extract the full value out of it.
Right. Right nearing the end, I'm getting my little flashcards, but I wanted to end on a question that I know probably everyone in the room cares about deeply, which is affordability. I know that one of the reasons that I left DC Water, as much as I loved being part of that team, is because DC is a magnet city that has grown by 70,000 people in the last 7 years, almost 10,000 people a year, year after year after year, economy doing well. That is not the profile of most cities. And we have so much of our population who are in areas that are more encumbered by environmental challenges than they ought to be. I personally don't believe that environmental protection should depend on the zip code that everybody deserves. And I'm seeking to my little way to help utilities in what I call resource-constrained communities. Not a very sexy phrase. That's my moonshot, is how to help them transform. I think everybody deserves. And a big question I know has always been on all of our minds. It's one of the great virtues, I think, that EPA, that I always saw, is a concern on that front. How do we make sure the most stressed and disadvantaged of our neighbors are gaining the same environmental protection as a wealthier or more well-resourced area? And we still have 5 minutes, so this is our final comment on the affordability context. Maybe we'll just come straight down the line, starting with Patrick.
Yeah, so I'm glad you ended on that one, because to me, I talked about scarcity, I talked about resilience of infrastructure, but it always comes down to the affordability question, both at a macro level, but also at an individual ratepayer level. And we think about that from two angles. One, as I started off, it does not require $1 trillion to fix our water infrastructure in the U.S. I just do not buy that. I see the technologies firsthand. Bijou, you've seen it firsthand in DC Water. So one, I think we just need to continue to have that movement going forward to recognize that through more flexibility around consent decrees and other things, we can get at those affordability challenges. At the individual level, though, what we haven't talked about is a lot of technology is out there right now. We have a number of utilities across the U.S., even more so in Australia, in India, in parts of China, where using the digital capabilities to empower the user to better manage their consumption of water, to make them more aware of the water they're consuming, because it does then impact their water bill. And so I look at this from two very different angles as to how we can empower people to take control over their water consumption.
Love it. Kirsten?
Yeah, so two things. You brought up this whole kind of sensors, or what I would call commoditization of kind of sensor technologies. And when you think today, and we really didn't touch too much about this up until now, is that the individuals, right, who are buying, let's say, consumer sensors, or let's say iPhones, or whatever, handheld devices, there's some power there in and of itself to be able to collect environmental data. And my sense is with EPA and some of the program offices, then it gets into, well, precision, accuracy, how do we really predict, right? But the data is being generated, and if it's not there, it will be generated. And the question is, how can you make use of this basically resource of data that's out there anyhow? So that's partly, and then would be available then to distressed communities, right? The other thing I was thinking about is, I can't comment on water management technologies or anything, but when you think about where IT has transitioned over time, I mean, more and more is available in an open source arena, right? So it's not always about buying what I would call the expensive software stack, right? There are options now, if you have the right skill set, to be able to develop information technology based on open source type of technologies, and then making them available, right, for other communities to use. And that's just more thinking about it from an IT technology perspective.
George, number one, there is no option, but we have to continually seek and adopt technology that will lower the cost to own and operate the assets and the service we offer. The second one is the legacy that we're leaving. I think we have to adapt as a policy, as a community, to consume half the life of the asset and then leave the other half for the future, because otherwise we will be at a place where we are today. I mean, the mean age of the pipe is more than 81 years. I mean, so there is not much left, exempted. So having a strong asset management program, and then maintaining or renewing the assets on time. And finally, when it comes to solving the legacy issues, such as combined sewer overflows and things like that, it's extremely hard to find out a way of charging that to the existing ratepayers and generating money. we will have to, as a community society, figure out a way, who is truly benefiting from it. I mean, for example, now if you look at all the development at the yards, I mean, in Anacostia, after the water quality has improved, I mean, tremendous economic growth. How do you, the marketplace to come into play, I mean, to find a financial mechanism to subsidize some of those efforts that going in, as opposed to ratepayers paying based on the impervious area? I think those are the ways we have to think to make it affordable.
Fantastic.
I worry about scarcity, and scarcity comes in a couple of different flavors, if you will. One is availability, of course, and one is affordability. It's scarce if you can't afford it. I think what Kirsten said about crowdsourcing data, my term, I guess, but I think that's important, and how do you make sure it's valid? I think you see, how can machine learning help us with maybe the CSO issue? And how can we apply some machine learning to that? I don't know the answer to that, but I think it's a kind of technology that will help, because I think this is an issue that will not go away, and we have to solve it. We have to address it, and we at least have to take steps. It's so enormous, you can't just dig your head in the sand, right? You have to take some steps, and we will learn as we go. But
we're just to the conclusion. I wanted to really been a privilege to be with this panel before you. I'm also delighted that we ended on this topic. The question, I mean, as Dan said, what are EPA going to be 20, 30, 50 years? I lament that for Metro, all of us in DC know Metro has a fundamental funding problem, just like we do for water. You have a parallel for energy and air and all the rest. So this has been mostly talking about one sector, but it exemplifies the others, is that as Metro stations were put in, an enormous economic growth is around Metro stations. Metro as a public agency didn't benefit from all of the economic activity that was generated by that public investment. And you're saying the same on the Anacostia. You all ratepayers, all of you who are the ones who have come up to me actually today and complained about the rate increases. I don't have my police officers with me at this point, but that we are all paying, and yet the economic growth, and we love it. I mean, I'm not complaining about the fact that we have economic activity that is generated by the outcome of the decisions made by you in this room. I think it's like a tax increment financing. How do we capture some of that revenue to repay the public, which is the one who invested in the improvement that drives the economic growth in the first place? I don't think that's typically been an EPA question. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I just don't remember it myself, and I know as Administrator Riley's thinking into the future. That's the kind of question that, my gosh, maybe we do need those kind of new tools to capture the kind of economic growth, as you said in your testimony, that we have been creating through all the various elements we do. Patrick.
Not to go down a rat hole here, because this could be another hour on this topic, but I would throw out there's this notion of the value of water. And we've done a number of surveys with the U.S. Water Alliance and other organizations to help understand around the world what value do people place on water. And I'd leave the folks in the room here with one provocative thought. I can assure you, when I'm at the Business Roundtable here in DC, or I'm in the Bipartisan Council on Infrastructure meetings, and I'm there with fellow CEOs, much like the whole carbon tax discussion, people are already in the business community, large-scale companies, are already building into our business plans that there is going to be a higher cost of water. I don't see that reflected in rates. I don't see that whenever I see companies talking about how that they are water neutral, which is kind of BS, okay? Because they're not thinking about the broader watershed in terms of the impact they have upstream and downstream. There's something here around the fact that the value that large companies place on the cost of their water bill, it's a rounding error. It's a rounding error. But when I think about the cost of the water bill to individual ratepayers, it's disproportionate. I don't know how we all figure that out, but to me, that's the holy grail. There's something there in terms of who can afford to pay for water, because they're also generating the economic value and the benefit by having access to clean water.
Thank you. It's a wonderful, Dan, thank you for this program. And John, the wonderful job you've done setting it up, and the School of Public Affairs and the Washington College Environmental Law Institute. We've been so delighted to be with you today. Thank you to this fantastic program, and thank you so much. We're on that.
As always.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. Yeah, it's nice to see you.
Nice chatting with you guys.
Now you were with Vulcan?
I was with Vulcan.
Nice chatting with you.
That's what you want. That's the important stuff.
I came up and gave him a big hug.
I do now.
He didn't know that I was your wife at the dinner. I don't know why.
I don't know how I was so. Anyway. I did say to somebody, she's beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Okay, well, there you go.
Anyway, the Clean Water Act, Washington said.
Hello, everyone.
If it works, it's going to very significantly appreciate lands adjacent to it in cities. These happen to be very well located in areas already, and it would be great if we could figure out a way to finance this. It's completely expensive.
If we could take our seats, we have another part of the program before we turn to lunchtime. So I would ask you to take your seats,
But I'm
please.
not sure you could do it. I mean, we actually thought about it. He said,
Question for you.
Yeah, okay.
Question for you. I would have asked the panel if I had a chance. Hi, Natalie. Michael here. Hypothetical.
Let's go this way here about that.
Any innovations in the
So if everyone would take their seats, we have an important part of the program still ahead of us.
never went away.
I'm here to introduce the video from William D. Ruckelshaus. I'm Chuck Elkins. I'm the founder and executive director of the EPA Alumni Association. And our 1,800 members across the country are proud that during the last year and several months, we have been working with American University to conceptualize and then organize this conference. And that included a survey of our members across the country. And we asked them what their vision was for the next 20 years. And they had a lot of opinions because collectively, they have worked more than 40,000 years at EPA. So we're proud to be a co-sponsor of this, and I think just this morning's session has made us really happy. This has really been a great session. So I'm here to introduce a video about from William Ruckelshaus, and many of us have a favorite story about Bill Ruckelshaus, but I'm up here, so I get to tell mine. And I'm going to take you back to 1970. President Nixon, he wanted to be seen as an environmental president, I think because he thought he was probably going to run against Senator Muskie, who was Mr. Environment in the Senate. And so the president proposed a $4 billion budget for water treatment, and he had a 5-year plan for having a zero emissions automobile. Didn't quite make that one. But of course, the most important thing he did was to create the Environmental Protection Agency. And then the other important thing he did was to choose Bill Ruckelshaus as the first administrator. So he did that, and at the time I'm telling you now about Bill, no one knew that he was going to be the administrator. And as a young 30-year-old kid, I was given the task of connecting up with him when he and I were in a basement room of the old executive office building with 20 other people, and we were drafting the Clean Air Act of 1970. And I have to tell you, most people think it was created in the Congress, but the first draft was written in that basement room. And so I took Bill by hand, and we went over to the new executive office building, which is that 10-story ugly brick building on 17th Street. And we went up to the top of the top story. And there, waiting for us, was Howard Mesner. Does anybody remember Howard Mesner? he was a great showman, and he took Bill over to the window, and he said, "Bill, we want to make sure that your office is close to the White House, because when President Nixon calls you, you need to be able to get over there really fast. And so look out that window, Bill, and over the horizon, you can see our wonderful new office for you. It's called Waterside Mall." So Bill has told the story after that during his time as first administrator, President Nixon invited him over twice. He was able to get over there quickly. And that one of those times, the president said, "Well, what are all those crazies over at EPA telling you to do now, Bill?" And I think the joke was on the president, because he didn't realize, I think, that Bill was as crazy about the environment as all of us over at EPA. So Bill brought many qualities from Indiana to Washington and to EPA, but I think the one he brought that was most important to all of us was his integrity. Whenever he stood up and spoke, he just exuded integrity. And because he spread his wings and covered the agency, he allowed many of us there at the agency to do the things we could do, because he set the standard for integrity, and he earned us the respect of the American public so that we could do that job. So Bill gave us a great start in 1970. He came back in the 1980s to clean house when Rita Lavelle was headed to prison. And now it seems to me, wouldn't it be great if maybe he came back a third time? And so for some words of wisdom about where we've been for the last 50 years and looking ahead for the next 20 years, I give you William D. Ruckelshaus.
Downtown St. Louis was so blacked out by a dense fog and smoke that visibility was limited to 50 yards.
Of the 41 industries discharging directly into the Cuyahoga, 19 bear the onus of having been singled out for inadequately treating their wastes.
Everybody is downwind or downstream of somebody else.
Los Angeles has been plagued with a smog which irritates the eyes.
When we started back in 1970, the newspapers, television, radio was so negative. Everything was falling apart. What's happening to the rivers that catch on fire? Why is it difficult to see the mountains in Denver, or people for that matter in Los Angeles? EPA started out responsive to the public demand that something be done to clean up the environment and protect their health. How we got here is a really important question to understand if we're going to do the right things about making our program work better and be more effective at the national and state and local level. I would like to say at the outset is to congratulate the EPA Alumni Association. I know that Bill Riley, one of my successors at the EPA administrator, is very much involved in what's going on at American University. And they have done some wonderful work in sort of rationalizing the whole process of regulation that EPA is in charge of. A lot of the recommendations that come from the EPA Alumni Association is associated with cooperation, coordination, working together, collaboration. All of that is so important because it gives a sort of single face to EPA and makes it easier for the people, the American people, to understand what their task is. EPA has had a major role in solving one of the global problems, the ozone hole, which was lobbied through what's called the Montreal Protocol.
It was hard to communicate to people that something that they couldn't feel, couldn't taste, couldn't see, didn't cause any obvious respiratory problems was in fact a serious threat in the form of long-term exposure leading to an increased risk of cancer.
The world came together, signed this protocol, and effectively banned chlorofluorocarbons. Now, doing that for carbon and its impact on the climate, which it seems to me the scientists have overwhelmingly said is going to need to be done, if you don't conclude today that you ought to do something about climate change, that we ought to take serious steps to reduce carbon, to reduce the greenhouse gases so that these problems of fires and storms and the threat to humankind that represents, our failure to do something about it today dooms us in the future. We don't believe today that there's enough of a threat to natural systems. We don't understand how those natural systems contribute to prosperity and economic growth and purposeful life. We certainly have had this tribal phenomenon that exists in politics today. If you're concerned about climate change and you see that as a real problem coming at us in the future and faster than we thought, if you look at these hurricanes on the East Coast, fires on the West Coast, that's exactly what the scientific models predict will happen as climate change becomes a more severe problem. The use of natural capital is going to have a cost associated to it. We've got to understand that cost. We've got to all work together to ensure that progress is made on protecting public health and the environment. But at the same time, we don't want to wreck the economy. We want the economy to continue to prosper, which is necessary for natural capital and all of its other manifestations to work. It has anything to do with politics, or it shouldn't have. The opposite of that is work together and move toward the same objective. We've simply got to step up and do something about it. We used to be leaders. The government shouldn't see itself as the powerful unit telling everybody else what to do. It should see itself as the orchestrator of constant progress so that the poor health and bad environment is gradually getting better until you look back 40, 50 years later, which is where we are now. It's a lot better, and it's a lot better because this agency existed. And that doesn't mean that the progress is over or that we're finished. You need to cleaning up the environment is not like building a highway or painting a house. You got to stay everlastingly at it. I think we've got to work very hard at seeing this effort to improve public health and the environment as a joint effort, an effort by both the regulated and regulating community. And I think both sides can do a lot to improve that. Collaboration means you get all the people who are going to be impacted by the needed changes together and give them the authority to make changes in the law or in its implementation that will greatly enhance the possibility of success in controlling that part of pollution. It doesn't work for every problem. It doesn't work all the time for problems it ought to work for. But where it does work, it's really a wonderful thing to observe, where you get all the people sitting around a table, some of whom have been suing each other for 25 years, and saying, why can't we work together? That's what really gets me excited when I see something like that happen. When you're in a room with all these people and you see them working together and finally say, yeah, we're going to make more progress together than we are apart. So let's decide to work together.
The Environmental Protection Agency was formed to preserve and enhance the quality of America's most precious assets, our air, land, and water. With your leadership and the assistance of EPA's fine career professionals, and with a good working relationship with state and local environmental agencies, I'm confident we will accomplish our goal, the protection of the health, well-being of the American people.
Fundamental structure and assignment of EPA was set in the 1970s. There are 10 major statutes passed, and with the exception of the Clean Air Act and little pieces of the Clean Water Act, most of those laws are in place. And we have barely begun to understand and address those problems the way we should. It is true that EPA could do better. They could work better. They could be more respected in the country. They could make more progress. And part of it is the statutory base. I think there's a lot of flexibility within that structure that has been set up by the Congress over the period, that decade of the 70s, that we can adjust it to meet new requirements. I mean, the Congress was quite honest in passing that, said we don't know what all these problems are about. We think we need to deal with them because, among other things, our constituents are demanding it. And therefore they would pass these laws and then give a lot of flexibility to the agency to see if they can't make them work.
Where we have found real, sustained success is where there are strong citizen organizations.
Establishing that framework, convincing, I think, any fair-minded person that the government was serious about it was a necessary thing to do in the early days of the agency, and I think we accomplished that.
And that was common back in the late 60s, early 70s. It isn't today by any means. We can't get these laws changed. And people will tell you, clean up all the water in the country, get all the drinking water back to its level of purity before we discovered in Flint, Michigan, we got some real problems here. But then they don't give you enough money to do it. I think that part of what's happened with the public's, quote, continued support of environmental improvement, but not coming up with the money, not coming up with support for enforcement, is too bad. One thing EPA really needs is a first-rate communication program. If the public doesn't understand what you're doing and why you're doing it and what the benefit is for them and that it's all together and working, they're not going to support what is in their own self-interest. So how do you communicate that in such a way that it doesn't look like a threat? I think we've gotten to the point politically where we see the government as the enemy, and EPA is a good example of that. When it started, because we were taking serious steps to ensure that the laws were obeyed and the standards that were set were enforced by the states, and the states were encouraged to do the right thing. Now a lot of that willingness for the public not only to demand change, but to support change when it's necessary to make progress. And my own definition of freedom is not the same thing as a lot of freedom from government interference. Freedom is a series of steps that you take to be permitted to operate the way you're operating within a society. And the truth is, if you want to make a product or even provide a service in a free society, there have got to be rules that tell you how to do it. And if you don't have those rules effective and fair and that challenge people to do what's necessary in order for objectives to be achieved, then the government might well come in and do dumb things and take away your freedom. People who have managed land in the past, from the beginning of the country when Thomas Jefferson was promoting a rural society when 95% of Americans were farmers, they understood that they needed some kinds of rules if they were going to be successful, along with their neighbors' success, in managing their land. We've lost that sense of ability. I think polarization and the kinds of problems we discussed earlier are partially responsible. We are not going to succeed unless we're trusted, unless people believe that we are honestly trying to assess what the threat is to the environment or to the public health. And if we haven't defined that carefully, we haven't involved the other levels of government, the citizens should be involved in understanding what it is we're trying to do, what we're trying to regulate, and how we're trying to go about it. And the values are work hard for trust, and the way to do that is not to ever violate that trust that people have given us. The minute we let people down by doing something that's not consistent with a very high standard of ethics, we are really not doing our job, and we will destroy the trust that people need to keep an agency like this going.
Wow. It's time for lunch, everyone. Dennis Hayes will be here and will begin speaking as our keynote in about a half hour. So grab your food, enjoy your lunch, reflect on some of the lessons from Mr. Ruckelshaus. Thank you.
If you can get over the hump, that's a cool check. You know, I still use your charts.
I don't even know which chart
You put
this
together an
is.
Excel spreadsheet that allowed me to put everyone's numbers in and come up with
I'm
grades.
just glad.
I still use it.
There you
To
go.
this
That was
day.
my environmental.
How are you? I'm very well. I do. Okay. It was a great panel. My job was easy. Oh my gosh. I haven't seen Coke in a decade. Is he still in the area? Yeah. I thought he might be here.
I'm
Mike. Mike.
We're always tight. Oh, so you're not at ropes?
Hey, Mike. Put your headset on.
I still remember because my skill set was so strong. The time was spent. I don't know if that's done it. But it was absolutely done. The number of memos of law that I wrote the first 2 years were almost just a matter of what it was out. It was how you were written. It was just.
Since they try to maintain
Great to see you, my friend.
Thank
How are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize they were running so late when I told you that. I know. I know, and we were trying to be quiet. You were, but it's just a small space. It's a small space, and everyone's been sitting here. It's been quiet the whole day, and it was a little bit annoying. I think they used gum to put this up because it's really not handy, but okay.
I have one mic.
Okay, so.
It's supposed to be full. So there's
Yeah, but no, this one doesn't really work. Let's test this one. That's the one that was on Patrick.
It doesn't really work. I'd rather you use.
No. We need to, we can do two hand. Oh, we can do this and one at the end. Test it.
Hello.
Oh.
What's that on?
It just was not. That'll do it every time. Okay, let's do it. Second.
Oh.
Okay, it's testing. Yeah. Yeah. Dave's leaving. Like you have
To him.
Yeah, we can't put them in the studio.
Is it okay that it'll be split on the back with the step-by-steps? Maybe not. If the shots are this way or that way, I guess it's okay. I guess we should.
I don't like it split, but I also don't like it being okay, do you prefer to say not here? Yes. Oh, no, just for this. Yes. Red. Next, thank you. Of course, yes. Just for the chaos. It would be kind of weird. Would that be okay? Or, I mean, kind of oh, okay.
No, I'm sad. Just
rearrange.
let's do that. Can we switch it?
But the person in your team is beyond now, so let me go. And then that'll end, and then there'll be a break, 5 minutes, and then that's when you. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Sure. Yep.
Hello. Hello. Is the mic on? Is the mic on, Joe? John? Hello.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay. This is a tough crowd. Come on, guys. Schmoozing time is over. It's time to pay attention. It takes a law professor to get you guys to attention, right? This is not easy. I'm here to introduce Dennis, but I just want to say I was so taken by the video of Bill Ruckelshaus. Here's a guy who's in his mid-80s, and he's still at the top of his game, articulating, why we do this job, what's important about it, and helping set the pathway forward. So I just want to thank the folks who put that together. It was really enriching and just wonderful. Yeah, thank you. So, pardon me? Oh, cool. Okay, that's great. Okay, well, I am so thrilled to introduce Dennis today. It's really easy to dwell on his incredible history, how instrumental he was in framing up the environmental challenges that we have quite successfully addressed in the decades since the first Earth Day in 1970. How until recently these commitments crossed party lines. But I think Dennis would be the first person to say that this is really a time to look forward. The job was so nicely done that whole generations take for completely granted that there are no rivers on fire, and it's pretty much the end of air that was so polluted that people could actually see the air. So how do we take on that next generation of environmental challenges, which are sometimes invisible to the naked eye? And it was discussed in Bill Ruckelshouse's wonderful video. How do we engage more people, including the newer generations, in the challenges of the future, particularly climate change? How do we get back to bipartisanship on these essential issues? I cannot imagine anyone better suited to help us find this pathway than Dennis. We all know his essential role at Earth Day. He offered early leadership in renewables as head in the Carter administration of what is now the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. You say tomato, I say tomato. He's leading the charge from his current position at the Bullitt Foundation in Seattle, and moreover, he walks the talk, notably having built one of the greenest buildings in America for his foundation, and he gave me a tour of it last year, and it is truly amazing. And on behalf of the Environmental Protection Network, we were extremely honored when Dennis and Bullitt invested in us. And with that, here is Dennis Hayes.
Thank you very much, Ruth, and thank you to all of the conference organizers for inviting me. I'm honored, somewhat intimidated to be here. And I think in these kinds of situations, it's always good to begin with something that is humbling to the speaker. So since we're all telling Bill Ruckelshouse's stories, I almost immediately upon the announcement in the Nixon administration of the appointment of Bill Ruckelshaus, issued a press release condemning it. I'd never heard of this guy, but he ran against Van Hartke for the Senate, and Vance was an old friend, so I talked to him, and he was really disparaging. In retrospect, that was probably not the most unbiased source that I could have gone to for information. Nobody else was saying much of anything. It got into the press, and I get a phone call from Ruckelshaus saying, want to go out for a cup of coffee? And so I said, sure, and was absolutely charmed. And my respect for the man has grown with every year since, to the point where right now he is the vice chair of my board of directors, the guy that determines my salary. So thank God he's got a very forgiving nature. And I also serve on his board at the Ruckelshaus Center, which I claim credit for having named, because it was called the Center for Reconciliation and Mediation or some weird thing like that. And at the first meeting I said, you know, this really ought to be the Ruckelshaus Center. And fundraising picked up rather dramatically once we got the new name. There is something a little bit beyond ironic in me giving a talk about the EPA to a room full of people who have led the EPA or held very senior positions at the EPA or done serious scholarship about the EPA, perhaps a few people who've made a living suing the EPA. I've done none of those things. So I decided that I needed to take a different tack. When the humorist Robert Benchley was an undergraduate at Harvard, he spent a lot of time working at the Lampoon, and he basically didn't attend classes. He was not taking a lot of chemistry and physics and biology. He was taking the humanities and some social sciences. And he found that with this collection of quotes from John Stuart Mill and Montesquieu and the other great classics, that he could bluff his way through almost any exam that he found. One day he goes into, having attended no classes, an exam, final exam in international relations, which consisted of a single question. It said, please describe the pros and cons in some detail of the views of the proposed North Atlantic fishing protocols from the point of view of both Europe and then of the United States. None of his quotes seemed exactly on point. And he's sitting there completely flummoxed for a while, and then writes, since I know absolutely nothing about the North Atlantic fishing protocol from the point of view of either Europe or the United States, I propose to discuss it from the point of view of the fish. So that's, in essence, what I'm going to be doing here today. I'm going to examine it from the point of view of the people. I'm going to make the case, and candidly, it is not an intuitively obvious case, for why this conference is not going to be what we sometimes dismissively refer to as an academic exercise. Why we can legitimately hope, and in fact legitimately believe, that this conference will have real-world impacts. Why this conference really matters. President Trump's hostility toward the EPA is, of course, legendary. He has managed to appoint the worst 2 EPA administrators in history. Parenthetically, I never dreamed I would be looking back on Ann Gorsuch as the good Gorsuch. He has taken a wrecking ball to international environmental agreements. He has systematically undermined virtually every rule to which he has turned his attention. The president scoffs at careful, voluminous, peer-reviewed science, using his favorite adjective, fake, for anything that he doesn't understand, and there is a great deal that he doesn't understand. There's not much reason for hope in the current Congress, and most tragically, the federal judiciary has been intensely politicized, with a wave of very young, very conservative, very anti-regulatory firebrands rushed through confirmation to lifetime appointments on the appellate bench. This is being done by a Senate that refused for a year to even afford a hearing to Merrick Garland. So, why in the world would a conference dealing with EPA be considered something that is going to be having real-world impacts? When conditions are right and people are ready to demand change, America, perhaps more than any other country, has the ability to turn around on a dime. Commonly, this happens in response to something that is a disaster, a Pearl Harbor, a Sputnik, a World Trade Center. On September 12th, America was a different country than it had been on September 10th. But such an about-face can also happen when conditions change slowly, almost imperceptibly, but inexorably until we've achieved the social equivalent of a supersaturated solution, and then a tiny disruption can precipitate stunning change. For example, same-sex marriage was a political third rail forever in the United States. Barack Obama campaigned against same-sex marriage in his first presidential campaign and in his Senate campaign. Within just a few years, it was legalized in 37 states, and in 2015, the Supreme Court ruled that it was a constitutional right for the whole world. We had turned around on a dime. There are lots of such examples, and whether they're resolved by the judiciary or by legislation, the underlying force is always the same. It's the changed attitudes of the people. For our purposes today, I want to spend a little bit of time describing the supersaturated solution that made possible the first Earth Day, and frankly, that launched the EPA. The 20 million Americans who turned out for that Earth Day in 1970 catapulted the environment into a top-tier political issue. Throughout that spring, protests and other events that were focused on air and water pollution, toxics, oil spills, pesticides, burning rivers, lead paint, endangered species, neighborhood-destroying freeways, ozone threats, dying lakes, saturated the public consciousness. The real triumph of Earth Day, I think in a very real sense, was to weave all of these separate threads into the fabric of modern environmentalism. This was not immediately obvious to everyone. In 1969, a very, very prominent national conservation leader asked me pointedly, "What the hell does dirty air have to do with birds?" By 1970, that would have been seen by everybody as a breathtakingly stupid question. In the fall of 1970, 7 of a dirty dozen incumbent members of Congress went down to defeat in races where the environment clearly provided the margin of victory, and they included the powerful chair of the House Public Works Committee, the guy, if you wanted a new federal building or a bridge or a prison or a dam or any federal facility, had to go through his committee. When he went down, that was like a shot heard through the halls of Congress. Laws that had been unthinkable in 1969 became unstoppable in 1970. Within just 5 years of that first Earth Day, as this room knows, but it's often good to remind it with a compelling list, we passed the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, the Endangered Species Act, the Occupational Health and Safety Act, which was largely sold in terms of in-plant pollution, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, the Safe Drinking Water Act. We banned lead-based paint, we banned DDT, we banned lead in gasoline, we set caffeine mileage standards for automobiles. We passed the Toxic Substances Control Act, the Resource Conservation Recovery Act, the National Forest Management Act. In 5 years. I mean, it was a revolution in the way that America does business. Tens of trillions of dollars, public, mostly private, have been spent differently and better and more in protection of human health and more in support of sustainability as a result of that legislation than otherwise would have taken place. I have a creation story about the EPA. And since this is a room full of EPA people, there may be somebody here who can rebut it. But it was told to me, once again, by a not disinterested source, John Ehrlichman, and he was telling it to somebody in whose interest it was to believe it. So I'm going to relate it to you. As those of you who are older than some of the students in the room know, John Ehrlichman ran domestic policy in the Nixon administration and was somewhat a closet environmentalist. He was the strongest person we had in the White House that was pro-environment. The Nixon administration and Nixon himself mapped out a really important political development, the creation of the Southern Strategy, an attempt to flip the solidly Democratic, solidly racist South from the Democratic Party into the Republican Party. And in the process of doing that, trying to hold within the Republican Party the progressive and moderate wings of the party who found that whole act revulsive. These are people like John Lindsay, Pete McCloskey, Chuck Percy, John Chafee, John Sherman Cooper, Howard Baker, Dan Evans, and of course Bill Riley, Bill Ruckelshaus, Russell Train, Russell Peterson. It's easy for those of us with memory problems to remember those early days of the two Bills and the two Russells. So, Earth Day comes along. We've got hundreds of thousands of people in the mall in Washington, D.C. Nixon can see them out of the White House windows. He actually goes for a brief stroll among them. But what's really important is he looks at the event in New York City, which had 1 million people there, and was keynoted by John Lindsay, progressive Republican, very tall, very handsome, very articulate, very ambitious. This is a guy who has sort of everything that Richard Nixon himself wanted to be. And he's up there on a platform addressing 1 million people on the environment. And a little bit of background for those of you who were not here then. Despite being a good environmentalist, Ehrlichman was also a good foot soldier. He got involved in Watergate, went to prison. One of his sons, Tom, was my paralegal when I was practicing law for a period in Silicon Valley. So John gets out of the slammer and heads back home to Seattle, stops in Palo Alto to have dinner with his son. I'm invited along to dinner, which is when I get this story. He says he's sitting in the White House with Nixon, and Nixon's munching on this environment thing, and is that going to be something that drives apart the Republican Party? The previous year, they had launched what was called the Ash Commission, chaired by Roy Ash of Litton Industries, to talk about government reorganization. Most people remember it mostly as where the OMB came from. One of the recommendations out of it was to combine all environmental regulatory activities into a single agency. So in Ehrlichman's telling, he's saying, well, Dick, you remember when we asked Roy to do that commission about stuff, one of the things he came up with was this Environmental Protection Agency. You know, we already do all of this. We're doing water pollution, that's over in Interior. You're talking about air pollution, that's in Health, Education, and Welfare. You're worried about radiation, that's in the Atomic Energy Commission. Pesticides, that's over at the Department of Agriculture. You pull them all together, you stick them in one place. Hell, you might even save a little bit of money. You call it an Environmental Protection Agency. All of a sudden, you are a player. And in Ehrlichman's terms, that was the afternoon that Nixon made the decision that ultimately related in an executive order from a rather anti-environmental president to set up the EPA. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it because it all happened on Earth Day. The depth and breadth of the supersaturated solution at that point was really fairly stunning. Consider the Clean Air Act. It drew passionate opposition from the oil industry, the coal industry, the automobile industry, the electric utility industry, the steel industry, and others. The big four automakers actually roamed through the halls of the Senate, telling every member of Senator Muskie's Senate Public Works Committee that if you pass this bill, you will turn America into a third world country. It passed the Senate unanimously. It passed the House with one dissenting vote. When a couple of years later, Richard Nixon vetoed the Clean Water Act, the Senate voted 52-12 to override the veto, and the House voted 247-23 to override. And Nixon never vetoed another environmental piece of legislation. And the change was not limited to government. Millions of people began choosing their homes, choosing their jobs, their cars, their diets, even choosing how many children to have based upon environmental values. Here's the thesis. I believe that today, just as in 1969, we have a somewhat unrecognized supersaturated public consciousness, and that this time the core of it is climate change. If I'm right, and if we successfully capitalize on it, then 2020 will see another surge for environmental protection. A number of people who lose office because they have been wrong on this issue, and that sends a message to those who are in office. Mounting public support for climate protection will be the new gay marriage issue. Some examples. Every recent poll shows that strong majorities of Americans believe that climate change is real and that it has a human footprint. It's more than 2/3 now that believe in the human footprint. The lavishly funded multi-year disinformation campaign from the fossil fuel industry has been thoroughly discredited. For many decades, every poll has found that large majorities of the public favor a swift transition to 100% clean, renewable energy sources. As in 1970, young people who have to live with the problem are stirring. The Fridays for Future student strikes, inspired by the little 16-year-old Greta Thunberg, mobilized through social media 1.6 million strikers in 125 nations on March 15th, and another international strike is being organized for May 24th. Each IPCC report is more forceful and more dire than the one before. Pope Francis and a constellation of other religious and philosophical leaders are now addressing climate change as a moral issue. And one of the problems with climate change is you utter those words and people see it through a political lens. When you put it through a moral lens, then it opens up new ways of envisioning the issue. More than 200 cities and states have pledged to reduce their emissions by 80 to 95% by 2050. California's timetable is 100% by 2045, with a pretty clear, pretty detailed path on how to get there. The Solutions Project has developed roadmaps showing how all 50 states and 139 nations can achieve a relatively swift transition to 100% clean. Climate Action 100, a group of pension funds, insurance companies, foundations, and other institutional investors that collectively control $32 trillion of investments, are pressuring the 100 largest companies with major carbon footprints to align their spending and their investments with whatever is needed to limit warming to 2 degrees. Many companies, including Google, IKEA, Mars, and others, have already pledged to achieve 100% clean. More than 6,000 corporations now report annually their carbon footprints to the Carbon Disclosure Project, and whenever corporations start measuring something, they're able to start managing it. Public health officials now routinely speak of climate change as a major health threat. Conservation biologists cite climate change as a principal driver of the epidemic of extinction racing around the planet. Al Roker's weather reports, time after time, become climate reports. As in 1970, we are going to have a blowout, knock you out of your shoes Earth Day in 2020 for the 50th anniversary. And that too will be one of these precipitating events. But you should think of Earth Day 2020 not as a one-day event. You know, back in the 60s and 70s, you get a march to Selma, you get a march on the Pentagon, you get an Earth Day, and it left a legacy that's remembered. Today, a one-day event, even a gigantic one-day event, is not even a full news cycle. So this is something that is going to be instead a year-long campaign to steal a line from Hamilton. It's not a moment, it's a movement. We will do our best to ensure the climate solutions, and I mean solutions, they have to be tied to hope, saturate the public consciousness across the land. Regional organizers will catalyze coalitions in every major city here and internationally to create their own events. We're working with national and with state education associations to get climate curricula, again, focused on solutions, hopefully into every school in the country. We already routinely get into 2/3 of the schools in the country. We're redoubling our efforts this year. Our children are already fully cognizant of the threats. We need to step up as adults and make sure that they're as aware of the solutions. I mean, nothing happens unless people have hope. And too much of the climate dialogue has been fostering hopelessness. On the other end, I want to enlist seniors. I mean, historically, most social movements are powered by youth. I was the oldest guy in the office for Earth Day 1970, and I was 25 years old. But I think that a lot of those activists of the 60s and the 70s are now retired, and our values are intact. We have more leisure time than we've had in decades, and some of us feel fairly guilty about our failure to make progress on this existential issue, and working hard in the hopes of creating a green-gray alliance, which I want to get a patent. We've been spending a lot of time enlisting museums, libraries, schools, botanical gardens, aquariums, and athletic venues. Earth Day will work with disadvantaged communities to help ensure that the future of the poor of this country and the destitute of the world is Is this working? Great, good, thank you. So in addition to renewable energy, we need to have storage, and batteries are improving rapidly with these handless mics and other things. Actually, I was with a board member of Tesla 5 days ago, which is a technological revolution. I mean, having shown what you can do with high-performance electric vehicles, now before the end of this year, every major car company on the planet is going to be producing an electric car. Within 3 years, I believe pretty much every company is going to be producing a low-cost electric car. And the mileage is getting to be greater and greater. The charging times are getting shorter. If you're running out of power in a Tesla, if you go to their supercharger, in 5 minutes you get 80 more miles. That's starting to get closer to something that's competitive with service stations. In any case, in order to enlist the next generation of environmental activists, we have to engage with social media platforms. And yesterday, the Earth Day Network announced a major year-long partnership with Twitter. If you type in #EarthDay, now Twitter automatically pops a little emoji of the Earth being held by multiracial hands and sort of cradled and protected. And that's just the step first of what we're going to be hopefully moving on through this partnership on. And we also hope to work with Instagram and Pinterest and Tumblr and WeChat and Weibo and Facebook and RenRen and YouTube, and a bunch of things have not yet been invented, and I'm sure a lot of things that I've never heard of. We plan to enlist an army of digital natives to convey clever, poignant, funny, or otherwise memorable messages that reach the largest possible audience of their peers. Project Drawdown, which many of you know of, has been vetting a variety of options to allow individuals to modify their behavior in ways that bring about change. And we've built an alliance with them to reach out to the broadest possible audience, again, digitally, to teach people the importance of all of the different various actions that they can take to have an individual impact on the climate. Later this year, we're going to be releasing a citizen science app downloadable to any smartphone that lets you crowdsource data of all kinds from around the planet for problems that are solvable by the kinds of data that can be collected by high school kids and citizen scientists. Gina McCarthy, over here, who you'll be hearing from in just a moment, now at Harvard, is working with Climate Nexus and GMMB to design a huge advertising campaign explaining the links between climate change and health. Doctors are deeply trusted on matters of health. It's like the Pope. This is bringing climate change in through a different lens. You all remember what happened to cigarettes, which had all of these phony actor physicians in their white lab coats talking about cigarettes, and you put some menthol in and it's really okay. And then the Surgeon General says, no, it isn't. And people tend to trust the genuine medical professionals on anything that relates to health. And I'm sure a great many other elements are going to be introduced as the year progresses and ideas pop up and people start their own campaigns. A big one tied into what I'm talking about this morning is something called Vote Earth. It's an effort designed around the American elections in 2020 to catapult the environment into a top-tier voting issue, an issue with enough intensity that it tilts important races, and to work with partner organizations to register and to turn out voters. In high school, I had a speech teacher who left me a message that I've cherished my whole life. He says, whenever you give a talk, somewhere along the way you have to utter the words, so in conclusion, if only to give the audience hope. So in conclusion, none of this is inevitable. Frequently there is a supersaturated solution and there is no fundamental change that occurs afterwards. Fate doesn't just happen. What we think of as fate is really the cumulative effect of millions of discrete choices. I believe that on January 21st, 2021, the recommendations of this conference and of all the related work that's being done by the Environmental Protection Network and the EPA Alumni Association and others can be swiftly implemented. But only if we till and fertilize the ground between now and then. Only if together we catapult the environment once again into a top-tier political issue. Only if people who are wrong on this are driven from office. Republican Representative Bob Inglis famously lost his seat to a primary challenger because he really wanted to tackle climate change. We have to have exactly the mirror image of that occurring in dozens of races in 2020. And in those races, it has to be clear that the people were not just defeated, but they were defeated because of their stance on the environment. Because they were enamored of dead and dying 19th century energy sources and opposed to the healthy, sustainable, clean sources of the future. Because they were anti-science and they were anti-progress. I have in the past occasionally said, again to my embarrassment, that one election or another was the most important election of our lifetimes. In every one of those cases, I've been wrong. I believe this time I'm safe. 2020 is clearly that election. It will quite literally determine whether America decides to permanently impoverish the planet by leading in the wrong direction, or instead step out and lead it in a far more attractive future. Earth Day 2020, the campaign, not the event, can mark an inflection point in history. In its immediate aftermath, the EPA can be revitalized and restored to its initial mission. And as every one of you know, if you think about it, there is something that you can do that will enhance the success of Vote Earth. You know how you can personally work to ensure that the environment becomes a voting issue in 2020. I don't know what it is for any of you, but I know that if you think about it, you know your role. Up in my area of the world, one of the biggest corporations has a way to address that issue. It says repeatedly, just do it. Let's all learn from that. Thank you.
Oh, my back.
This one, wait, sit down.
So, Thank you, Dennis. That was wonderful. Where do you go? Dennis, thank you. A couple of quick things I wanted to mention. We've been joined by Catherine and Michael Hanley up here of the Hanley Foundation, and the Hanley Foundation has provided a gift to AU, which enabled us to have a reception today at 5:30. So let's thank the Hanleys for... And it's going to be a great reception. So I hope you can all stick around for that. So thank you, Catherine and Michael. I wanted to mention we have note takers today, and I would like them to raise their hands, the note takers. There's Brendan way in the back and a cluster here. Thank you, folks. If you have things that you feel should make it into the notes or just other thoughts that you'd like to share so that we can incorporate those thoughts into our proceedings, that would be great. As you know, tomorrow at 3:15, we're having a workshop to talk about next steps and how to keep the project moving forward, hopefully fitting into some of the things that Mr. Hayes was talking about related to the whole year of Earth Day now. So if you have some thoughts, burning issues, seek out those folks and share them. I think the collective effort will be better than the few of us alone. So feel free to do that. Finally, you will see sometimes when we're keeping up, the slides show who the speakers are behind me on both sides. If you have your iPhone, the bios for all the speakers are on the agenda that's online, so you can find the agenda online, you can click on their name, and you can see the bios of the folks that are on stage, or anybody that's been up that you want to learn more about. So, Dan, are we nearly... Okay, and now I'm going to do a little dance routine. I have a little thing I worked out. No, I think we're about to begin, so thank you. Box a little bit.
Thank you.
They have to be able to get up.
While we're getting ready, I'm projecting right.
What do I have to do? I'm good. It's already on. All right.
How about now?
Okay. That speech of his was in your pants. Yeah.
Now are we working? While we're getting ready, and I'll come on up, folks. I'll be here, but any order. And we did a little furniture arranging in a conversational style. So it occurred to me as we were watching the Bill Ruckelshaus video, and we heard some of the different comments from people, that, and bear with me for a minute here, that Bill Ruckelshaus was the George Washington of EPA. And he was the George Washington not just because he was first, although he was, but because, like George Washington, he set a standard of integrity and committed leadership and honesty and dedication to his duty. And so I thought, well, that's sort of an interesting parallel. And he set a standard, like President Washington did, of EPA administrators that would follow. And not all EPA administrators have met that standard, but our three guests today absolutely have. And it is a great thrill for me to be able to moderate this discussion. So let me introduce them in chronological order. William K. Riley was appointed by President...
Age, you mean by when we served? Yeah.
When you served, yeah. No, I wasn't speaking in terms of age. You know.
I think it was stature and rank.
That must have been it. Bill Riley was appointed by President George H.W. Bush. He served as EPA Administrator from 1989 to 1993. Carol Browner was appointed by President Bill Clinton and is the longest-serving EPA Administrator, 1993 to 2001, which meant that you had twice as much fun as Bill and Gina did. Absolutely. And then Gina McCarthy, appointed by President Barack Obama, who served as Administrator from 2013 to 2017. So you've heard something about EPA working with business and opportunities to accelerate environmental progress in the private sector. You've heard about opportunities to use technology and what EPA does. We heard some historical perspective and some inspirational words from Dennis, and thank you very much for joining us, Dennis, for those remarks. So now we thought, here's an opportunity to talk with three people who have been in the administrator's role and have been leaders of EPA at different times in its history. And according to my count, we have 3 of 14 EPA administrators who have together served 16 of a little over 48 years. So we have about 1/3 of EPA's history here. So this is great. So I thought we'd start, tomorrow there is a session on EPA and international issues, but maybe start with the international. And we'll start with you, Bill, because I know that a signature really of your tenure with EPA was sort of elevating the level of attention that EPA would give to international issues and to get EPA more engaged. So as we think about the EPA of the future, sort of drawing upon experiences, what role can EPA play in the future, and sort of what does EPA mean internationally?
May I just quickly recount my own Ruckelshaus story?
Okay.
Is that like a point of personal privilege?
It's an interesting story because of what was covered by Dennis with respect to President Nixon. I spent a day with Ruckelshaus a few months ago and showed him pieces of a memoir that covered parts of the experience that he knew better than I did. And one of them was a chapter on Nixon and the environment, which infuriated him. And the concluding sentence I had was, Richard Nixon was the most consequential president of the environment in the post-World War period. And I had said that, described EPA in the 80s as backwater in the Reagan administration. And he said, you should have made it backwater in the Nixon administration, too. At any rate, I pondered that a lot and not wanted to leave in something that offended Bill, who is a very important mentor and exemplar for me, as he is for so many of us, but tried to understand his thinking. I merely mention it because he recalls the private interactions that he had and the difficulties that he encountered. And some of us, I think, have some of those experiences as well. And the question is where you put the emphasis. My personal suspicion is that Ruckelshaus' experience, where he was just for a few months FBI director, during which he heard all of the tapes, which the public was quite a number of months away from hearing, so offended him, the idea of felonies being committed in the Oval Office and discussed casually. But at any rate, I thought it worth mentioning because that history, which the environmental parts of it make us very proud, I also recalled and told him, and I thought I was fair in my piece, that I was the one who got the call to write a speech for the Detroit Economic Club for the president, debunking the environment. And I remember saying to my boss, I'm not going to write this. Oh, I was told not to tell my boss. And I remember going downstairs and telling my boss, and he was the general counsel of the Council on Environmental Quality, Tim Atkinson. And I said, I'm not going to write it. He said, of course you're going to write it. He said, think about it, Bill. This is the White House. They could have gone anywhere in the administration to get this speech. They came here. They know you will write a speech that we can live with. I remember thinking, well, there are levels of sophistication to which I have not arrived. At any rate, I gave the speech, or wrote the speech. I think a paragraph stayed in. By that time, Nixon's immediate upset had been displaced and gone on to something else. At any rate, that's just a story that I thought would be interesting for this audience. The international issue came very naturally to me. I was an internationalist already. I was running an international organization, World Wildlife Fund. I'd gone to school in France and Germany, served in the army in Germany. I had a very international orientation, and I was working for a president who was an internationalist. If you wanted to get the president's personal attention, you brought in an international dimension. And I remember coming back from having spent a considerable amount of time with Margaret Thatcher. Got my first luncheon invitation with the president. His opener, by the way, was, "Did you get a word in?" Later had a similar meeting with Helmut Kohl, with the chancellor in Germany. Same kind of response. That was certainly part of what I was doing. Harder to hold him on finite issues of sulfur dioxides and their control. But it was very clear that when we took office, the world was increasingly open to the message of EPA. And it's always been true that the stature of the agency is disproportionate from the distance of Washington. The farther it is from Washington, the more revered EPA is. And even before I went to EPA, I had meetings once with the environment minister of Brazil, who pleaded with me to use whatever influence I had to try to make sure we didn't relax the NOx standard. He said, "Ours is nothing close to yours, but it'll come down proportionally if you drop yours." We had that kind of influence. I can recall also that we sent someone to assess the health threat from a spill that had taken place in Russia, the pollution from which had got into Estonia. And the letter I received, I think 2 people, they might even be in the audience, whom I sent, so appreciated that the Prime Minister or President wrote me a letter I wish I'd kept. It was the most important visit to Estonia by an American since Lindbergh. There were other such occasions, Morocco, Mexico, where we were able, with our experience, relatively straightforwardly, probably the most important was China. After Tiananmen Square, I had to cancel a trip to China. Nobody at our level could go. And the Secretary of State, Baker, at a cabinet meeting said to me, "I don't know what you're doing with China and the Chinese, and I don't need to know, but they love you. Keep it up." And I said, "Well, I'll tell you what we're doing. We're sending engineers to deal with cement kiln dust suppression and methane recapture from wells and things of that sort." We never raise the human rights issues. But we send engineers, that's who runs China. It's a very good dialogue and a very constructive one, and helped us immensely when the Chinese hesitated to accept our analysis of the upper atmospheric effects of CFCs. I remember saying at Mrs. Thatcher's conference very early in my term to the Chinese minister, "Do you not accept the science?" He said, "We'll have to have our own national academy vet the science. However, we find it awfully convenient for you that now these substances, which are so valuable, you found substitutes for, that you're demanding that we buy." Well, here's an intersection with business. I called up the chairman of DuPont and asked if he would send people and also price the cost to the, I think it was 11 million refrigerators, huge number of refrigerators that they were planning to build over the next several years with substitutes or with CFCs. And the industry did that, and ICI in Britain did it as well. The intersection of international business and globalization, which was really coming on in my time, the importance of the Montreal Protocol and the need to have the rest of the world with us on that. The United States led on the Montreal Protocol. It's a nice precedent for some other things. At any rate, so I did establish the Assistant Administrator for International.
Right.
And I don't, is it still going? Is there one?
Yes, I think that's
yes.
the case. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So Carol and Gina, what do you see as EPA's role globally? I mean, first, I guess the U.S. government has to play a global role that enables EPA but certainly there's sort of technology expertise and other kinds of things. But what's your experience and what do you see projecting ahead, Carol?
Now, you mean, as
Yeah.
opposed to when I was there? I actually still do quite a number of international meetings. There are still negotiations and discussions happening. A lot of them are, the prior administration, the Obama administration folks are still meeting. We had track 2 meetings at MIT with India and lots of folks. The sad thing for me is I always have to start out by apologizing, because I feel it's essential to say I'm really sorry about some of the disrespect that's going on now. And I had this conversation with the president of the UN General Assembly, Espinosa. I had her on the phone because I'm interested in building health into the Sustainable Development Goals and thinking about how health can become a fundamental pathway forward on the INDCs, because I see the health issues as being prominent in the developing world, and you get at the same exact sources that one would want to get at for climate, only without all of the drama about whose fault is it. So I'm having these conversations internationally, and she was the most gracious of all in terms of how she handled herself. I basically said, first, I want to say that there are many people in the United States that care about these issues. I'm one of them, but there are many, and I apologize for some of the disrespect. And she said, hey, Gina, we've all been there. She said, do you think my country's had all good leaders? I don't think so. And we just sort of passed it off. And so I feel like there are still conversations going on. There's still opportunities. And frankly, I think everybody's waiting. And so I'm sort of in the same camp as others, that this next election is going to be a pivotal one as to whether or not we retain our relationships with other countries. And EPA, I don't think as an organization has lost anything. People still see them as the gold standard. And you're right, the farther away you go, the more exciting it is. And there's been when I was at EPA, I saw some of the most creative things happening internationally. And the shift I started seeing was we sent, oh, I'm sorry, I'm so rude. I have my back sort of turned to so many people. What I found was we were sending fewer and fewer engineer and technical types and a lot more lawyers. Because it really wasn't the technology that was the problem, it was the rule of law that was the problem. You can put a scrubber on in China, but if they don't turn it on until someone calls them and says the air pollution's really bad, turn on your scrubber, you have a problem. And that's what we started to shift towards, was what's the systems that you put in place to get around the corruption that plagues and to figure out how to have much better regulatory enforcement and compliance issues. And so that was, I think, a really exciting shift for me.
Well, the first thing Bill Riley told me when I met him after my nomination in December, whatever year that was you will be more popular the further away from Washington. And that was certainly always true. I think that the international work of EPA is extremely important. It can be very meaningful in the countries, but it is derived from the domestic work. It has to sort of flow out of that. And I probably didn't do as much international work as Bill did. Obviously, we faced a very difficult time during my tenure at EPA. We had the Gingrich Revolution, we had the contract with America, we were routinely shut down, employees sent home. It didn't look good if I was jetting off to some other part of the world while people were not at work. But when I joined the Obama administration, he created an office that I went to run on climate change and energy, and joined him at Copenhagen in the first COP that he participated in. It became abundantly clear to me that the U.S. stature was dramatically different in those conversations than it had been even during the Clinton administration global conversations on climate change, because we had put so much on the table. We had actually done so many things. We had made the largest investment in green energy in the history of the United States in the Recovery Act. We had done the framework for the national car policy, securing 54.5 miles per gallon, not to be retained, sadly. We were working on Waxman Markey. So we came to the table with a very legitimate and credible agenda behind us. And I think there's many people who would say that Copenhagen is then the setup to Paris, that you can't get to Paris if you don't have Copenhagen. But what I will say, in my experience, we wouldn't have been successful in Copenhagen if we didn't have a domestic agenda. So I think it's sometimes hard to separate out how these things actually work together. I spent during the Clinton administration, the G7, the big economic meeting, decided it would have 2 pre-meetings, and one of them would be an environmental meeting. It was about climate change. So I led the U.S. delegation to that over the years. And we had zero credibility with a lot of the other countries at that point because the idea we had for addressing climate change was cap and trade. And they were convinced it was our way of cheating ourselves, that we weren't going to do as much. Now, of course, the Europeans then turn around and after Clinton leaves office and adopt cap and trade, which has been a hugely successful program, obviously on acid rain, thanks to Bill and other people's leaderships. But I just think the two are really, you have the greatest credibility when they're, one is begetting the other. So your international posture is driven by your domestic agenda.
Look, that's the problem with today, is that you have to have credibility when you deal with other countries. President Obama's strategy in the second term was to basically develop his climate action plan. And we all had our task across the administration. It was not an EPA issue. Right. I had mine, Ernie had his, Sylvia had her. I mean, we had everything orchestrated so that every week someone would do something and we would build some momentum. And it was planned to have the Clean Power Plan done in time for President Obama to use his own personal time to convince China and India that they would go to Paris with a plan. And how anyone would think you could have an international plan with no pre-work and just get there and make it up has been ridiculous, and everybody knew it. And I frankly think that EPA was frankly the shining star in that whole thing. We actually did everything we needed to do to deliver this, and in a way that the U.S. was obligated to do.
Talking about sort of the future of EPA, I think Gina has made a point worth highlighting. The only way, you all know, the way the law is set up, the way the Mass versus EPA decision went, EPA had to do cars and trucks before it could get to power plants, right? And so what we realized very, very early in the administration, actually before, I joined the Obama transition in July before the election. There was a little secret group meetings. And what we realized at that time is we were gonna have to get cars done literally by May, if we didn't want to miss another model year. The Bush administration had already missed a model year. But secondly, we were going to have to then get to the trucks and the rest of it so we could get to power plants. So we were moving before Mr. Obama was even sworn into office to get the car thing. I was meeting with the car execs. I mean, this was a hugely important realization. And as people think about the future of EPA and they think about what they will want a new administration to do, thinking about hitting the ground running, thinking about the first 100 days where you have so much credibility as a new president that you can make a car deal happen in literally, weeks, I think is going to be really important to how we rebuild and reassert the environmental and the climate agenda.
Yeah, good. A topic that comes up a lot with EPA these days, and it came up in Dennis's remarks, and that's science and scientific advisors. And a theme for as long as I was at EPA, and for much of the time after I left EPA, was that good quality science is the underpinning of what EPA does. And we're seeing some different kind of attitudes now. So I wonder if you could talk about sort of your thoughts on the role.
Attitudes?
Sorry?
Different kinds of attitudes?
Yeah, I'm being diplomatic, yeah.
You have an attitude problem. My mother used to say that to me all the time.
Yeah, right. Right. Well, let's say a rejection of a lot of scientific expertise. Yeah. So just your thoughts on the role of science, and again, how can the EPA of the future sort of build a better scientific foundation? I mean, you need political leaders who value science, yes, but assuming we have that, sort of what would your advice be to future administrators on building the scientific foundation and using scientific advice?
And do the executive order that limits what studies you can use on day one, that should be stricken.
Oh, okay.
Right? I mean, seriously.
Why don't you expand on that a bit?
So they've issued, okay, the scientists in the room are going to correct me here, but basically, EPA has relied on a lot of peer review. When I set the NAC standards, the first fine particle standard and the ozone standard, we used 82 peer-reviewed published science studies to inform that decision. And many of those studies used underlying, they were not EPA studies, they were done at other institutions. They were relying on databases that Harvard and other institutions had collected of people's personal health information. People participated in these studies 10, 20, 30, 40 years, and everything was known about them. If you were a legitimate scientist within a legitimate program, you could access the database. When we were working through Congress on these then controversial standards, one of the issues that kept coming up is you're relying on science, on databases that are not publicly available. And we would explain to Congress, you can't make them publicly available. They are available to science, but if you make them just publicly available, people will not participate. They will not allow their private health information to become available to scientists. What this administration did is said you cannot rely on a scientific study to set a regulation if you have used a database that is not available. I don't know how many of the 82 published peer-reviewed studies we used and defended in the United States Supreme Court, and 190 would be gone under this new executive order. I think a significant amount. It is fundamentally limiting the amount of science that EPA can rely on. EPA should have more, not less science. So first thing I would do, day one of a new presidency, is I would get rid of that executive order. And these are the kind of things they do in the dark of night, right? You're so busy watching his tweets and whatever, his Twitter account. You don't understand that like Rome is burning over here, like they're just dismantling it all.
But that same proposal did a whole bunch of other things.
It did other things too.
You know, like fundamentally contrary to science.
Yep.
And I'm at the School of Public Health, where I have it at Harvard, and I have an appointment at the Harvard Kennedy School where everybody goes, but I hang out at the School of Public Health because I think that's what it's all about. Mm-hmm. And if you look at what they've done in that agency, they totally dismantled the Science Advisory Board. They're not allowing any scientists that got any EPA money to serve, but you can be an industry representative with an issue that is squarely in your profit margin and be on that committee. They have decided that they want to require enough studies so that they can claim that there is basically not that there is a threshold that doesn't exist in science. I mean, you go on and on. It's just crazy. Now they're trying to get away from the whole of science approach. They've actually tried to dismantle ORD and shift the scientists elsewhere, figuring if they don't get to talk to each other, they won't be as effective. And when they couldn't get rid of ORD and dismantle it, they cut their workload down to be good to them, you know? They're really nice. So all the stuff like formaldehyde that we've known forever is not getting out. I mean, I could go on, and frankly, I think I will. No, I think I will. Perhaps I've gone on long enough. But really it is, and then you go to the cost-benefit stuff, and you look at that stuff, and it basically, here's what's happening. And Carol, the only thing I want to make clear to everybody is all the things that they've proposed have not been finalized. And everything that they finalize is going to court.
Right.
So the thing that gives me the greatest pleasure is to read their proposed rules, because in one word, they suck. And the suckier they are, the better I like them. So there is nothing they're doing that I think is going to actually succeed, with the exception of policy changes that are being done under the radar screen that will get to the public view in time. And so I feel so badly for the people at EPA, but frankly, what they're doing is never going to be successful, because can you imagine a public precedent being set at the federal level that you can only rely on science when you expose all personal information.
Right.
Good luck, NIH.
Yeah.
Good luck, FDA.
Yeah.
You know, so all of these things are ludicrous. Even their hand-picked science advisory board told them they didn't agree with that proposal. Right. And they wanted to look at it. So they learned a lesson when they wanted to put out their cost-benefit proposal. They got rid of the cost-benefit board first. You know, so they're kind of on their own, making shit up, sorry for saying it. And it looks like it, and it's just not going to be the route to the future.
But what do you really think, Gina?
I gotta get out of this. Get rid of that. So stick it out, folks, stick it out. Sorry, I shouldn't say words like that, but I should say them just in the privacy of my own home, I guess.
If you go back to the beginning of EPA, Ruckelshaus is eloquent about this. The pressures, the excitement, the public response and enthusiasm was such that there was very little time for science. And that as the statutes were crafted, they were kind of making it up as they went along. And that over the years, there was a steady accretion of scientific research and information that essentially validated the instincts of the people who knew these issues pretty well anyway, but gave the platform of real scientific support. That has been true. I think the best that I've ever seen was, I guess it was a report coming out of the Office of Management and Budget that said that the costs of the Clean Air Act were infinitesimally smaller than the health advantages, costed health advantages of the Clean Air Act. Study. Well, that is enormously valuable to us as a constancy, as something that must continue to underpin everything that gives validity to what we do and say. It's vitally important to keep it, and it will finally prevail. This happens to be a moment when science is not in such great repute. I spoke in Berlin to a group that included a lot of mostly scientists and journalists and some ministers and public officials last November, and was astonished to hear them say that science is increasingly in disrepute in Germany, and that the suspicion of elites has stretched to include the scientific community, so that their views are no longer, that Max Planck Institute head was one of the people making this claim. That astonished me, but it suggested that this is a worldwide phenomenon, this erosion of confidence in the elites and in the most knowledgeable people and the folks who are thought to have lorded over down the others, and you know, all of the substratum of resentments. We have to get beyond that, and I think we simply have to stay with science and stay with it very rigorously, because ultimately the country has respected science, and I think it's the American Academy of Sciences, the one in Boston.
Health Effects Institute?
No, it's the scientific group established by Adams. At any rate, they have done a survey of attitudes towards science. And I don't know how refined the population that they were questioning was, but at the end of the day, scientists came out pretty well. In the broader public and in terms of the political process, they don't. It's astonishing to me that you can see a party that historically used to hold the scientific banner high and used to use it to attack the ideological impulses, the middle-class enthusiasms, as Moynihan used to call them, of the Democrats. Just disparage, really abandon science where it's not convenient to the current point of view. That moment will pass. Science has the underpinnings of constancy. It has the methodology that is understood, and finally, I think, will continue to inform public policy. It's not doing it, as it seems to me that Gina thinks now.
Well,
I think...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I think that science is hugely important, but we're talking about Bill Ruckelshaus for a moment. And if you go back and you look at the original laws, not only do they have a commitment to science, there's a moral and ethical component. So you think about it. The Clean Water Act, fishable and swimmable. It wasn't some numeric standard. It wasn't do the cost, just, do the benefits outweigh the cost. You think about the NAAQS provisions, protect public health, margin of safety, best available science, and review it every 5 years. And, when I was in the Obama administration, a common line we would use, it doesn't really matter what you think about climate change because we're going to create a lot of jobs, we're going to make all these investments, and you can care about that. It does matter what you think about climate change. We should not give people a pass on any of this. It is a science issue, it is a moral issue, and it is an ethical issue. And I think returning to that when we think about EPA and its original mandates is a hugely sort of important piece of how we're going to actually move forward. If we get wedded to cost benefit, we all know, because we've seen it done, it is completely manipulated or can be manipulated. And to Bill's point and Gina's point, we were all parts of studies that went back and looked at the Clean Air Act and said, did the cost end up, justifying, or did the benefits outweigh the cost? Each and every time, more than we could have ever predicted. Why? Because American innovation and ingenuity rises to the occasion.
Yeah.
I guess, these things went out.
I know, they keep.
These things went out. What do you want to do?
Yeah, well, we'll talk loud until they get it restored.
Okay.
No, just
Mine is, I have all the power, I guess. So yeah, I think we could all quickly agree, a restoration of science and the validity of science and the validity of scientific advice is absolutely essential. And the future of EPA has to start there, certainly. Gina.
Well, the only thing I was going to point out is there's a couple of other things going on here. This president made it very clear what his end point was on everything. And so the problem that I think they had is that much of what they wanted to get rid of, they couldn't substantively do that because it wasn't substantively flawed. And so when you go through it and you realize that, yeah, legally that's probably right, scientifically that's probably right, you have to then figure out where the pressure point is. And I think they just decided that they needed to change the rules of the game instead of the rules, or they wouldn't win.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they shifted from losing on most of their court battles to saying, okay, then, but if we say that if we debunk the science, then we'll be right. Or if you get rid of the process issues, you'll be right. Or if you get rid of cost benefit. I think the thing that really made me madder than anything was the mercury and air toxic standard. So if you look at this, you realize where this president is coming from. This is all just playing to this president's base. That is all this is.
It's already being implemented, right? They've already made the investments.
It's not implemented, it's done.
Done, yeah.
It's done.
And it's so
thing-
the industry
Yeah.
itself is saying, don't do this, you're
this.
going to leave us with stranded assets. And they're saying, hey, no worry, they're going to, even though we've taken rid of we're proposing to get rid of the entire legal underpinning for this, the standard will still be intact.
Right.
Give me a break.
The most difficult part of it for me to understand, and I was in a position to know this directly firsthand, is that the capital outlays necessary to accommodate the mercury rule had been made by the public utility I was on, which is the biggest in Texas. They had been allocated and much of it spent. There is no interest in revisiting that question, nor is that, and that's pretty much true of the utility industry. The same is true for the oil industry with respect to methane. Certainly the majors had accommodated it. They had allocated the capital. Why you go back, and I called the head of the American Petroleum Institute, who's also the CEO then of ConocoPhillips, and asked him, what do you get for this? And he said, this is not coming from us. And I said, well, who is it coming from? It's got to be serving some interest. He said, maybe there's some smaller companies that still care about it. He said, but our impression really is that because Obama did it, that's enough.
That's it.
And that's certainly been true with respect to the oil spill. Again, I called the Interior Secretary I was chairman of the President's Oil Spill Commission, and thanks probably to Carol. And I asked the question, what are you gaining by this? And I was again talking to the API chairman. He said, do you think for a minute we want a relaxation of any of the standards that were agreed and that you recommended, that the administration implemented? under no circumstances do we want to see our competitors have the advantage of rules that allowed 31 independent of any implication in the spill be shut down at a cost of tens of billions of dollars. In other words, these are not easy to read on a rational interest basis.
The car rule is not easy to read either, because
the car rule
that's
is yet,
like crazy.
is yet
I mean,
another
that's
one.
Insanity.
Go ahead, Gina.
Can I just make
But
a point?
we're losing the train that I was asked to try to police, which is to look ahead and not allow us to become enmeshed in our sharing of gripes, because we've all got them, and Lord knows.
That's why I wanted to sort of return this back. I think one of the things you're hearing from us is that if you're going to get a change in administration, which I really do hope for in many, many ways, I think the first thing you need to do is strengthen the agency itself. Mm-hmm. I would, it's really great to think we'll restore all these rules, but I want you to bring the scientists back. Mm-hmm. I want you to restore the agency. If you are in a position, then build your people back again. Start the infrastructure of the agency. Get your scientists, get your boards back. Build the foundation that the agency has relied on to make good decisions. Don't jump to reinstate everything first. Build the agency. If you have any leverage at all, get the agency stronger as a foundation.
Okay.
I would rebuild enforcement as well.
Oh, my
and
Lord,
one of the
help
things
us.
I would do in the first 100 days is get rid of the executive order that got rid of SEPs. I mean, it's insane that they did that. The supplemental environmental, yeah. I would get rid of that right away.
Well, let me force the future orientation. It's hard to separate the present from the future, but what would you like to see in the EPA of the future, the 2030s or 2040s, that hasn't been there in the past? What sort of capability or what kind of quality would you like to see from an EPA of the future?
It has occurred to me that we are very short distance away from very significant infrastructure spending in the United States to address the climate problem, to address to begin with, the increased level of the seas. Someone is going to have to do that in a sensitive way, who understands green infrastructure, for example, and who will appreciate that it's not a problem simply of more and more cement and walls, who also respects the fact that we're dealing with a phenomenon that is not going to go away and is going to manifest itself in storms and flooding elsewhere than at the sea, that it's a major, large phenomenon. And as I've thought about the agencies and departments of the government capable of having that perspective, I return to EPA. I return to think that we have had, historically, a responsibility in infrastructure. We carried it out pretty well. A lot of billions of dollars were spent on wastewater treatment plants, largely, in the 70s and 80s. I think the agency has to be reconfigured to allow it to play that role, because I really see no more attractive alternative that fully understands the science, is totally absorbed in appreciating, and by that time accommodating, the changes that will occur in the land and the waters, and can respond to it with the proper mix of science and ethics. That's really where I see the agency going.
So I would agree with the resiliency adaptation expertise that EPA would have. I would even go a step further and suggest that perhaps changing the mandates for the SRFs, the state revolving funds for both the wastewater and for drinking water, to allow cities and counties to have more flexibility in terms of building resiliency and adaptation into how they think about their drinking water supplies, for example. Right. I mean, there's a lot of money out there moving. I know the engineers who rebuild wastewater treatment facilities never want to give up a dime, but I think we could think a lot more about that infrastructure and the money that goes towards that infrastructure. That is the one thing Congress never, ever cuts in the EPA budget. It doesn't. White Houses, including ones I served in, routinely sent up budgets cutting those, and Congress would put it all back. So I think thinking, and we did some work on the Drinking Water Act back in the day, Bob Perciasepi is here, where actually if you could use some of your SRF money to prevent pollution from getting into your drinking water. I think you could think more broadly. The second thing I would just, and you know who raised this with me one day was Bill Ruckelshaus, which is the The environmental regulatory regime has always been about like just getting above the requirement. And how could you actually compel and reward people who go further? We did a deal with Intel when I was at EPA. They needed a chip manufacturing plant has to change overnight, and getting a permit for your changed air emissions would take time. And so we worked out a deal where if they would drop their emissions, I think, let's say legally they were allowed to be here down to here, lower than your neighborhood gas station, we would give them an after-the-fact permit, right? We would go ahead and they would be allowed to make the change, notify us, and we'd give them. We also, as part of that, required them to engage with the community around these facilities, which they did not have particularly good relationships with. I went back a few years later to visit at their invitation. They'd built a second facility on the savings of the first, because of course what they realized is that air pollution was waste, and they were suddenly now saving it, and they could build a second one. Also, they had amazing relationships with their community. I went back after 9/11, and there was a lot of talk about chemical facilities and whether or not to make plans public and things like that. This community was now saying, no, we trust them. We don't need to do that. So I think that there's a way for EPA to work with leaders. It won't work in every industry. We tried it in a lot of others, or with companies. It won't work with every company. But really where you get better than just what the regulations are really a backstop. And that's sort of, I think, how we have to think about them going forward. Because we're not going to solve the climate crisis because we put in place a lot of regulations that get people to kind of take another increment forward and then another increment. We need people who are going to go much, much further.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think I'm running out of juice here. I think one of the things we need to think about is things like the Stafford Act need to change.
Yeah, well,
there are fundamental things that are holding us back. But I was going to also mention the regions at EPA. That's why I agree that infrastructure, we're really good at place-based things at EPA. And I think we showed that the prior administration, because EPA was basically in the lead of those things, because we have regions that know the states and their communities. And there are no other federal agencies that really have that kind of presence. And so I think EPA deserves to be invested in to support those larger efforts. But there's many other things that need to be thought of. I mean, SRF is great, but SRF is in the same line item as the operating budget of the agency. So there's some budget changes that really have to happen. The budget was the way in which the Congress kept us down, and that's Democrats and Republicans. It was the way they stopped us from being innovative, because you couldn't.
Well, the work that we did in my time, Dick Darman's attitude was, you give those guys money for research, and they'll just lift up more rocks and find more things to spend money on.
And it's never changed. Yeah. And really, so they have always kept us on a tight leash. But we tried to get around it with things like e-enterprise. Remember, Bob? And basically, can we at least upgrade our equipment so that we get out of Lotus Notes? Lotus Notes was it when I got to that agency. I was like, what the hell is this? And then the things like, I just read a long thing that Cynthia Giles was putting together on NextGen. And she's right that some of the laws and some of our rules are written without being able to benefit those who go further.
Yeah.
And there is a huge way in which we can rethink rulemaking to make it self-implementing and to reward the leaders and to better able to figure out how to deal with the enforcement gap that's in the system. We can tell the truth about what we do well and what we don't. Yeah. I found that the most difficult thing is everybody wants to go and you want to claim that we're the best and the brightest. And this president says we're number 1, we're number 27. We have to try harder. You know what I mean? We are not where we need to be, and we're not honest about it.
There at Harvard.
And one of the things I really, really, really begged the agency to do was to talk about itself as a public health agency. If for no other reason, because it really ticked off CDC, who thinks they own that territory.
And FDA.
But I really think that's what we are. And that elitist kind of label is put on because everybody says, oh, environment is for people who aren't worried about putting food on the table. No, that's wrong.
My first speech at EPA So this is back in 1993. I talked about protecting the public health as an important role of the agency. A few weeks later, a group of environmentalists came in to see me, and one of them screamed at me about the speech and said the following: "Your job is not to protect public health. Your job is to protect the environment." I remember it being, yeah, exactly. Big,
Right.
big
Very useful.
distinction. But I do think the EPA shift, and the more and more it has talked about protecting public health. I mean, we used to say, you know, the environment is not just a pretty place you visit on your vacation. It's the air you breathe and the water you drink. I think that was hugely important when we fought back Gingrich and all of the, you know, the dirty water law, et cetera. And I think for EPA to stay anchored in that as we deal with climate change will be very important.
Can I also say one more thing? And that is that we're in a really weird time now. I think it's not weird in a good way, weird in a bad way. But I clearly don't think we can write off the Republicans as not being able to rejoin the party at some point in time. We have to do everything we can to get bipartisanship out of this issue. We will succeed in climate if we return to the grassroots level in organizations we had before Earth Day was started. And if we make this stuff personal and actionable at a level where people can understand it and see it. And I think that's where, so we'll all dwell forever on what's happening at EPA, but in the end, I'm going to go where you know, Bill basically wanted us to go, which is things are happening in the real world outside of DC. And I think at some point in time, even during the Obama administration, a lot of quiet happened and things were happening at the federal level as if you didn't need the rest of the United States at every level, and that's wrong.
Yeah.
So we have to rebuild at the grassroots level up. It's happening, and it's going to happen, and the shift is going to happen. This administration is going way too far, and I know that Republicans, including Meadows and others on the Freedom Caucus, when they had a problem with their landfill leaking, they didn't call Ghostbusters, they called EPA.
Yeah, yeah.
And so that's what's going to continue to happen. So let's not go overboard. We're at a tough time. I just want EPA to survive.
Yeah.
Because that will work.
Dennis was right that in our culture and politics, we can turn on a dime.
Yeah.
You think about the vice president for Reagan declaring he's going to be the environmental president, and that working very well for him in the campaign and following through on a lot of it. That can happen again, and I believe with him that it will happen again, and I believe that the 100 or so Republicans in the Congress who fully understand climate change, that will allow them to switch, if their primary crowd notwithstanding. I'll tell you though, and I'd be interested in your views of it, and Ruckelshaus and I had a long talk about this. The agency is really despised in many parts of the country, in rural areas particularly. It's just a reality. And why that is, how that came to be, it didn't used to be true. But there's a reason that the president can get away with denigrating EPA and saying he's going to break it up into little pieces. I think we have to have some answers to that. Whether it's the way we're operating or have operated, or the sense that we are a top-down, very imperious, elitist organization that pays no attention to cost and to people's way of doing business and living. Farmers and ranchers, I gather, are the major people complaining in the Northwest, and I see a lot of the people in the forest areas of the Southeast who really despise environmentalists when there's a new proposal for a forestry investment, say. That somehow has to be dealt with. We cannot assume the same degree of acceptance and support. There's no question when there's a disaster or catastrophe, everybody forgets that for the moment and they expect EPA to help come in and address the problem. But I think we needn't sweep it under the rug either.
I totally agree with you. And I think the narrative that EPA tells is an important part of it. But I think you cannot discount people like the Koch brothers and the amount of money they have spent and a very effective way to undermine the legitimacy
seen who
of the
supports
agency.
the Farm Bureau and who
I mean,
they
that's
are?
who the Farm Bureau is, right? I mean, these are not legitimate small people organizations. These are well-funded. Bill, I'm not disagreeing with the need for EPA to do a better job of explaining what it does, how it does it, but there has been, I mean, read Jane Mayer's Dark Money. This has been a 20-year effort that starts with an attack on environmental protection during your tenure.
No, I know.
You know,
I go back to a conversation I had with Tom Cole. Some of you may know him, congressman from Oklahoma, told me that had he voted for Waxman Markey, his career would have been over. He would have been advised not to run the primary. I said, who in Oklahoma cares that much? He said, evangelicals do. And I said, and where did they get it? How did we get in the bullseye to that degree? He said, I don't really know, but I know you're there. Cole's a sophisticated person. There are others who talk that way, and it may be that the Koch brothers and their support and all of that have influenced the evangelical. I tend to doubt it. Talk radio, he said that's clearly been important. Maybe they're supporting talk radio. But it's worth our thinking through, and not entirely from the point of view of who's doing this to us, but how did we allow it to be done? I think part of it has to do with communicating, and that message that Bill gave about communicating a message of shared purpose and shared threat is a very important one. And staying out of the polemic, if we can, to the degree that we're allowed to stay out of it, certainly on the local level. And I agree that the regions are very important in all of this. They often are much closer to the sense of complaint, the upset. I told a story last night about Mary Nichols' family in Iowa abandoning the Democratic Party because of ephemeral wetlands, essentially. That was the issue that apparently triggered their concerns, the intrusion into the way they were operating their farmland. Well, whatever it is, I just hope that as we go forward, we can be sensitive to the complaints people have, and when they're valid, that we can figure out ways to address them.
I totally one of the things, my current labor of love, I chair the League of Conservation Voters Board of Directors, and we are the election arm of the environmental community. We raised over $100 million, spent over $100 million in the last election cycle to elect members of Congress, governors, state legislatures. We flipped a couple state legislatures. We didn't do so well on ballot initiatives, but our threshold question, the threshold question before we will talk to you about endorsing you, about spending money, either an independent or coordinated expenditure, is do you believe climate change is real? That is our threshold. Right now in the United States Congress, you can count on one hand the people who would say yes to that question among the Republican Party. When I served with President Obama in the White House, do you know who the Republican who called me, I don't know, every 10 days or so? Lindsey Graham. You know, you've seen this just Lindsey Graham wanting to work with us to sort out some sort of climate change bill during Waxman Markey, to not a single Republican in the United States Senate prepared to say that climate change is real. That's a tough situation.
Yes, it is.
I would also suggest that most people in the United States of America have no idea what the Environmental Protection Agency does.
That's fair.
And so I think we're right now in a little bit of a club among our own with knowing too much and not recognizing how little we tell anybody. And so I think we get played as being, lots of things that we're not, but we don't do a very good job, nor are we encouraged to do or given the resources to do, to talk about some of the fundamental things that we do. And why they're important, I think we need to try to figure out how to communicate better. I think the agency overall is only in the news about what we're demanding, not what we're doing, and I think it's really bad.
I remember making the case to Christy Whitman that she should be on television all the time, and that. She was a quintessential suburban woman, and Karl Rove's mentor, Lee Atwater, had said basically that was the constituency that elected George H.W. Bush. What she said to me was, I'm told to stay off television unless it's the message of the week. And I said, you're not going to get fired for going on the Today Show. I used to be told the same thing. But, and she said, I'm told stay out of the way of coal. So it was a pretty conscious, conscious policy. But it does strike me, I think I was thinking as you were talking one moment that I think Linda and I may have had, or Nancy, Linda and I had together with Senator Wallop once when we were called up to explain that our region was prosecuting a man who had developed a pepper pesticide. It was entirely created by pepper to preserve deer. When a deer was shot and you wanted to preserve it to long enough to drive back to your house and butcher it or whatever you're going to do. And all it was pepper. And we enforced against it because it had been labeled a pesticide. And when we inquired into it, we found out that it really was just pepper. and I remember talking to the regional administrator, and I said, have you ever heard of enforcement discretion? And the senator, I still remember him, I was trying to defend it when I got in front of Malcolm Wallop of Wyoming. Yeah. And he said, what kind of rock have you crawled out from under? Anyway, that kind of thing, I think we all have experience with, and I don't know how large a phenomenon it is, but basically being more reasonable is part of the
You have to admit when you make mistakes too, I think. I mean, I think owning your mistake. But we found during the very difficult times of Gingrich that suddenly a window of opportunity opened to tell people what EPA did. And we ran a really full-on effort at educating the people. And we were managed to move the agency from being a fairly unpopular to being a pretty popular agency by taking advantage of the Gingrich attack. And the president was part of it, the vice president was part of it. And I think that when you see those moments, particularly for EPA, you got to take them and have a narrative that is sort of ready to go. It's hard to break through, right? There's a lot of information coming at people on a day-to-day basis, and so sometimes it's in these dark moments that opportunity can present itself. And I think in a new administration, which hopefully we will have, that will be a very, very important. And for a new president to have a very clear, here are the 4 things I'm going to do, not the 100 things I'm going to do, but a very clear sort of agenda about EPA, climate change, environmental protection writ large.
And our final panel today is on telling the story of EPA, communicating, telling the environmental story.
It's extraordinary that it's necessary.
Yeah.
I mean, given the indisputable record dating back to 1970, relatively consistent upward trajectory of improvement of the environment, the air and the water and the rest, amazing it's still necessary.
Yeah.
It is.
It always will be. We have 1 minute left, so let me this is a quick answer on a positive note. What makes you optimistic about the future of EPA? Gina?
Young people. I am at Harvard because young people are unequivocally listening to the science. They are unequivocally focused on equity and justice, and they will not tolerate the nonsense that they see in the world today. And they're going to kick our butts, and I think we deserve it.
Carol?
I would agree. I would go a step further and say young voters. I think they're going to vote their conscience. And I think we are very successful at LCV in organizing youth and organizing in Latino communities, and I think that's going to make a big difference.
Bill?
I think the history, the progress, the story, it's indisputable. It's going to be made again and again. It will get across. And to the extent that we encounter more and more environmental problems in the future, which we will in connection with climate, the fact that there is an enterprise that has addressed this kind of problem before, not in the same magnitude, but actually pretty great magnitude, thinking about the way things were, I think people would take confidence of that and realize that it's been done before, can be done again.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is AU hosting conferences like this on saving HHS or saving the Department of Justice? Are you the only one who feels this burden?
There's nothing like that on the boards. This is sort of, I think it's distinctive because of my and our relationship with EPA and with Bill and the community, and so it's something that we've done. But I will suggest that to President Burwell.
No,
She might like the HHS part or the
No,
just.
don't. She might like it too much.
She might like it too much, yeah.
She might want to save OMB.
That's another story.
She read that one too.
Well, as our students always say, you have been awesome. I thank you for joining us today. I thank you for your service to the country and to EPA. You're set an excellent standard for the EPA of the future to follow. So please join me in thanking our former administrator.
All right. Please. You're right.
Thank you.
What do you really think? All right. Good job.
So we have two more great sessions. This one sort of flowed. We wanted to sort of look at big picture issues, and this really sets up, I think, a panel that Linda Fisher will chair in 15 minutes on designing the EPA of the future, and then we'll have our panel on that. So please be back in 15 minutes, and we'll get ready for that. Yeah.
Let me just make sure this works. Yeah, okay, this is you.
Okay, can I say that we were asked about it? Like, can I say that? Is that true? Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm sorry our break is over. Please take your seats so we can get underway with the next panel. I know it's interesting, but you'll have to pick it up at the next break. Yes, Taylor? All right. We're going to get underway. For those of you who arrived a little bit later in the day, I'm John Reeder from the Center for Environmental Policy. And I do want to remind everybody who picked up an agenda after my last announcement that the 4 o'clock session today is titled Telling the Story of Environmental Protection. The agenda has it incorrect. So there is a 4 o'clock panel, and the title was repeated from earlier. Don't be confused by that, please. There is a really interesting panel led by Maggie Stogner on telling the story of environmental protection, which does pick up on a theme that we heard from the administrator panel. So I've been asked also, I don't know if it was in reaction to the last panel or not, but I was asked if we invited EPA to be here officially, and the answer is yes. We did invite EPA to send a representative, and there was on earlier versions of the agenda, you may have seen that EPA was invited. In the last 24 hours, we took them off because we understood that they weren't coming. So I don't think EPA is coming officially, although there are EPA people here. I don't think EPA, the administrator's office, is planning to send a representative. So the competition for best administrator of all time is well underway. And now we're going to see some deputy action. The undercard or whatever, not really, not these people. I wanted to, before I turn it over to Linda Fisher, I wanted everybody to note that we put out a very short brochure out on the registration desk. And if you didn't get one when you came in, look for it. Look for it later. This was a product of CEP informed by the survey we did of the EPA alumni, and it identifies future directions, in our view, for EPA. It's to start the conversation. It also has some of the survey data from the EPA alumni. And the reason I wanted to mention that was that this panel will talk about EPA with quite a focus on the institution. And for that, we have variously, we have deputies, former AAs, former RAs, and state commissioners on this panel. And these are the people that have run the institutions for environmental protection at the state and at the EPA level. 2 organizations, actually 50 state organizations and EPA that work closely together as sort of the core of the environmental enterprise for the nation. So these are folks that really understand that relationship, and they understand the institutions themselves. And I'm sure that there will be policy discussions as well, but this focuses a little bit more on the institutions that we will need to protect the environment in the future. Linda?
I'll start by using this. First of all, thank you, John, for introducing us and hosting us. Dan, thank you very much for having not only today's workshop, but all the work that you're doing to try to think through what should EPA look like in the future. The theme of my panel is Designing EPA for the Future, and we have with us people who could not be more qualified to help think this through. Starting at the far end, because he ran to the end of the panel, is Don Welsh. Don's had his whole experience in state and federal EPA. He was at Region 3 when, during one of my terms of employment at EPA, was with the state of Pennsylvania and is now with ECOS. Next to him is Mark Rudolph, who I think it's 25 some years, either being the head of Colorado's DEP or working in the AG's office enforcing the laws. Ben Grumbles, gee, where to start? Maybe with the Hill, where we first met, working on the legislative frameworks that have guided EPA, then came to EPA, ran the water office, and escaped to both the state of Arizona and now is at the state of Maryland. Bob Perciasepe, also a recidivist at EPA, most recently as deputy, but also AA for water and also with Maryland and I think Audubon as well. So people who have looked at these issues from a variety of different perspectives. So first I want to start. One of the things I was doing today, just so you know this might not go smoothly, is I've had a whole plan for this panel last night and I have edited it dramatically based on the discussion. So if it's a little choppy, that's why. I wanted to start by picking up where Mike Vandenberg started us this morning, because I think there's some really important trends that should really guide at how we think about designing EPA for the future. So Mike, this was very enlightening to me, but kind of showed where the statutes have been enacted, and you see kind of with 1990, things coming to pretty much a screeching halt. When I look back at my time, both at EPA and maybe more importantly in the private sector, what I wanted to do is fill in some of the gap between 1990 and 2019, because some of the trends that have significantly shaped EPA and society, I think need to be thought about as we think about how to design EPA for the future. So what am I talking about? First of all, the environmental statutes are critical. They lay the groundwork, the framework for environmental protection, for pollution prevention and pollution reduction. Nothing can take away from that, and that needs to continue. But starting in 1990, there were a number of trends I think are important, and I'm going to hit on as many of them as I can think as I took crazy notes today. First of all, the toxic release inventory. It was the first time that we saw information going into the public and the public reacting and putting pressure on industry. I was running the toxics program at the time, and I remember when the CEOs from 3 big chemical companies came in and talked to Bill, and they said, we have released this information first to our employees, and they are very upset about the emissions we are releasing into our communities. And it was based on the focus groups that companies like Monsanto and DuPont and Dow realized they were going to have to make voluntary commitments to reduce the emissions of their own emissions of TRI, and they needed a program, and that was the initial inspiration, I think, towards the toxic release inventory, or what became known as the 3350. It also started in industry, I didn't realize this at the time, a series of voluntary commitments to go beyond compliance, and they were commitments made to the public. They were not regulatory, but they were kind of promises in different companies made. Those evolved to become what today we call the sustainability reports. And many of you have heard of those. Many companies in the Fortune 500 and others have sustainability reports. And that's where they're talking about what they are doing to either reduce their impact on the environment or think differently about sustainability. That got its start with the toxic release inventory. Tom Murray brought up the engagement between EDF and McDonald's. I was also in the toxics office at this time, and I will never forget the quote in the Wall Street Journal, I've used this in other speeches, where a vice president of McDonald's, when asked why they committed to working with EDF to get out of the clamshell, his comment was, we sell hamburgers. We don't sell clamshells. We will sell hamburgers in whatever the public wants to buy them. It was really, to me, the first time the market was moving way ahead of a regulatory agency, and I turned to some members of my staff and I said, the role of the regulator has been changed forever. That was in 1990, and as you go through 1990 to today, The marketplace has been where many of the environmental groups have taken their campaigns. So in the 1970 to 1990 period, the focus was on EPA, it was on laws and regulations, it was on lawsuits. The environmental community figured out the marketplace can force industry to act faster and to act globally, and you started to see industry pay attention to their reputation and what was happening. And again, I think those were the seeds of the sustainability movement. Other things that changed. In the beginning of EPA owned the science and we owned the information. Today, because of the internet, information is in the public hands and science is in the public hands. EPA is no longer the only voice on the science, and this is both a good thing and it is a bad thing. I was watching the Super Bowl and I listened to a beer commercial talk about why their beer was better than another beer because they didn't have corn syrup. And I remember thinking, of all the things I thought I had to worry about, corn syrup. I didn't think it was corn syrup in my beer. So science has become part of the public domain. We're all following what's going on in vaccines. It can work for the agency, it can work the democratization of science. But it can also make the agency's job in science all the more challenging. Globalization happened. So people have said, why did companies support toxics reform? One of the reasons is companies like DuPont and Dow and BASF and others that were real pushers for changes to TSCA were already complying with REACH in Europe and what we called the sons and daughters of REACH globally. We actually needed the US to catch up with the rest of the world. So the globalization of trade and regulations has totally changed how many companies think about environmental protection. And then I talked about global trade. And then lastly, earlier I mentioned the sustainability reports and the commitments that companies are making to change their behavior and reduce their emissions and all those initiatives that they talk about. About 2006, DuPont had made emission reduction commitments for probably 10 years. I think they started in the mid-90s. Around 2006, I remember going into the CEO's office at that time, a guy named Chad Holliday, who thought a lot about these issues. And I said, Chad, it occurred to me that DuPont could go away. We could reduce our greenhouse emissions to zero. We could be zero waste, and it would not make a difference, really, to the environment. But if we thought about how we turned the engine of DuPont's science and innovation and really targeted that more directly towards bringing sustainable solutions to the environment, or to society, or sustainable materials, much safer pesticides, then we actually could have an impact that was far greater than just kind of reducing our own footprint. And at the same time, Walmart had started its journey around sustainability where it was working with its supply chain to start to green what they were selling and how they were operating their stores. So I would say around the mid-2000s, you started to see industry appreciate the value of supply chain regulation where the companies are regulating each other. They started to realize there is growth and money and economic benefit to the shareholder by bringing better products and more sustainable solutions to the market. And you started to see that reflected in the reports. So I see all of these as really great trends. I see them as opportunities, but I do see them as challenges as we think about the role EPA will play in the future. How does EPA harness all of those good forces while it's maintaining its regulatory and enforcement profile? And how do you think about EPA operating so it can be part of the wind at the back of those forces that are already going on in society? Because I don't think any of those trends are going to change. So what used to be environmental protection that started and ended at EPA, I think there's a whole lot of trends that are going to be exciting, but the challenge is going to be, so what does EPA look like as it tries to find its place in a society that's changing. So that's my prelude, and now I'm going to move over here and throw some questions to my panel. And I'm going to start with Ben. All right. Can I turn this one on? Do you guys turn this on, or do I turn this on?
There you go.
You're on.
Hold on. I think I can do this.
Take that.
Take that. All right, Ben, you've had background at state, you've had the background in the federal, and Maryland has been involved in so many innovative projects, particularly let's start with the Chesapeake Bay, and there's a lot of others. So we look at these trends. When you think about the EPA in the future, talk about some of the things you think need to be changed or improved upon to be successful, for the agency to be successful.
Well, the thing I remember most about, or one of the things I remember most about my experience in the Office of Water at EPA was after Hurricane Katrina. And we went down a couple days after that, and then we were taking notes. I don't think I was adding any value, but I was seeing in the operations center what was happening, and it was the massive question that we all experience, and that is, how do you rebuild? And for me, the question of rebuilding when an area has been devastated, all of us as environmentalists want to say, well, don't embrace dumb growth, rebuild in a smart way. And I would say what my experiences have been at the federal level and at the state level in two radically different places, Arizona and Maryland, is that when you are rebuilding an EPA and designing for the future, you find this balance between rebuilding so the core principles and tools are there to set national standards and enforce those and follow directions, but align with new tools. And so for me, the new tools for the EPA are to focus on regional collaborations of national significance and regional efforts based on ecosystems and watersheds. And this is something that is best done using the principles of Bill Riley championed the National Estuaries Program, Bob Percisepi as well. Administrator Whitman was a big proponent of this collaborative, regional collaborative approach. There has to be leadership at the state and local level to enforce the laws, but you need some interstate, multi-jurisdictional presence, a facilitator with stature, an interstate umpire to lay out the technologies, to lay out the facilitation skills, and also be able to enforce or punish a state or local jurisdiction that's not following up to the regional collaboration. And so I think the most important message for designing the EPA of the future is give states latitude, focus on the science and law and policy behind regional collaborations that are based on ecosystems and ecology and public support, like tremendous support there is for the 6-state Chesapeake Bay.
Martha, you've had a lot of experience at the state level. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you. And I really much appreciate being here. It's great seeing people that I've worked with before and hope to work with again. I'm going to move this down a little bit. I think I am. Because I'm a little loud, right? Is that better?
Yeah.
Not so echoey? Okay, so I'm going to take this back a little bit before the regional collaboration, which I agree very much with, and keeping the tools that are in place, improving on them, creating new tools. Listening, I've been here all morning, and this has been fabulous. And I think much of what I would be saying on this panel is largely going to be sort of emphasizing and supporting what we've all heard already before.
I have the opportunity, or had the opportunity to work in a department that joined both the public health programs and the environmental programs. And one of the things that was actually common between both of them, and Gina certainly emphasized this, and I agree with her fully, is that 90% or more of the environmental regulatory programs and statutory programs are really there to protect public health. If you really think about it, that is largely what they're there for. But if they work well, both the public health programs that we worked on in our department and the environmental programs in our department, if they worked well, people didn't know that they were there, right? And so if you're turning your faucet on and you have clean water, if your toilet's flush and hopefully don't back up, you know, if you're out running and breathing the air, if things are working well, that's great. It's the story that needs to be told, I think, that really now I personally believe has to occur for EPA to really move forward. We need to be able to say what it is that EPA does that is allowing us to live the lifestyles that we live and that respond when we have a problem like Katrina or like the fires, the wildfires that we often have in the West. And to tell that story well, we have to be able to talk about the science behind what we all do. We have to talk about why that's important. Why should we care about mercury? Why should we care about lead? Why do we care about ozone? Because if we can't get the public to be with us on why it matters, then we're not going to get collaboration and we're not going to get cooperation. We have to first get folks to understand why it's important in the first place. And then if we can agree on it's a problem that needs our attention, then we can turn to solutions on how we can collaborate together to make it a better place for all of us in the future. So that's where I want to leave it.
As you were talking, I was thinking maybe we need to ask the Russians how to inform the public.
No.
They seem to have done it quite well at one point.
Yeah.
But I'll get back on track. Because I think the issue of EPA's scientific credibility is important. It has been under attack for a long time. It really didn't just start in the Trump administration. All of us who have worked there have experienced those attacks. And I think in the earlier panel, Gina talked about some ways to rebuild the agency's science. I think that, and I'm hoping the panel next, the issue of risk communication is as alive and well today as it was when we were trying to figure out how clean is clean in the Superfund program. And I say that with the backdrop that with the internet, everybody's a scientist. And so I do consider that one of the perhaps the biggest challenges and maybe one of the most important roles EPA can play is continually educating the public, not only on immediate risks, but also some of the long-term ones. So Bob, you have had a great career both in government and now working with some of the thought leaders in the private sector. How do you think about EPA's role in being the wind at the back and wearing that other hat of being the tough regulator and the enforcer?
Well, that's a tough balancing act. It's one of the ones that's been going on for 40 years. I think it's fair to say when it comes to the conversations we're having and protecting the environment and sustainable humanity that we're in a pretty tense moment in human history. I don't think this is just the United States. Things that are uplifting were 190 countries agreeing in Paris to an agreement, and just right around the same time agreeing to further, HFC transitions under the Montreal Protocol, which we've yet to figure out how to implement here in the United States. But I think there's tension in the system, and it's manifested in a lot of the of the tension I think we all feel and what is the future of environmental protection and how do we do it. And the wind in the sails, I think, is a great way to think about this. And if thinking back to Mike's panel in this morning and the things that are going on in the business community, I spend a lot of my time, you sort of alluded to this, in my current job working with the business community on climate change. I thought I'd narrow my vision to just climate change when I left EPA, just focus so I'm not spread too thin. That didn't work out. I think while we have this tension in the system on how to tackle these problems, because even the Paris Agreement, which is a remarkable document, but it still allows each country to try to figure out how it percolates up its commitments. We have these major issues on Earth, which is different than the major issues on the sewage treatment plant, on the Choptank River, on the eastern shore of Maryland. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I didn't mean to pick on Maryland.
No picking. It's good.
Choptank River is a wonderful place.
It is.
That was the stuff that EPA was designed to deal with right away. And as we've heard and we all know, has done an amazing job of. But now we have things like climate change. We have things like the global use of chemicals. We have things like materials, and including plastics, for instance, water issues, in terms of scarcity. And we also have the inequity of how the impacts of climate change and these other things are affecting humans on Earth, even in the United States, justice issues, equity issues. These things are systemic. They're not facility-based, although obviously everything aggregates up. And so I think, to really find that balance, you do have to make sure the facilities don't backslide and don't do things stupid. But we need to find another way to deal with these systemic issues. And that you're not going to deal with these systemic issues in the way that we've dealt with some of the problems in the past. And so I think there needs to be a huge change on how EPA and society tackles those larger problems. And I think we have a situation where I think the majority, and we've heard both sides of this today, the majority of Americans, I think, and most people on Earth want a clean environment. And certainly in the United States, there's great support for EPA on public opinion surveys, but there's these pockets, particularly in rural areas and other parts of the country, where EPA is not, a welcome thing. So we have this uneven thing. And so I think sometimes the only way you break that is you have to have a rebirth. There has to be a new EPA, a new environmental protection program for the United States that maintains that level playing field at the real operating level, but also has the ability to do things we've been asking civil society to do now. We heard in the panel this morning, the Environmental Defense Fund and Walmart are making agreements on how to do things. Well, where's EPA in that? They're looking at systemic ways to make improvement, and I think that kind of skill, that kind of wind in the sails, because we have a momentum in the private sector. If I could digress for 30 seconds more on something I think is interesting, I have to look at some data here. But the World Business Council for Sustainable Development and the Yale Center for Business and the Environment did a survey of over 3,000 MBA students on every continent in the United States except Antarctica. And I think there's not a business school in Antarctica. And it was 29 different business schools. 96% of graduating MBA students in that global survey feel business should be taking leadership to address climate change. 96% of the graduating MBAs. This is the talent pool that every business is looking for. Another interesting thing, 64% of them say business is not doing enough on the environment. This is not just this business schools in China, business schools in India. And here's one that really I think is kind of striking. 44% would be willing to take less pay to work for a more environmentally forward-leaning company. And I think you've played in this field personally. 70% of them see that these sustainability issues need to be integrated into the operations of the business. And so I think there's a great opportunity here to look at things like how our relationships in the environmental protection industry with each other, states and the federal government, can work together to figure out how to facilitate that? How do we set the goals for these larger issues? You know, we know 80% reduction in greenhouse gases. Well, I work with businesses every day of trying to figure out how to do that. You know, and so how can we get the wind in the sails to that? So I think the one other thing I'll mention, so the other things, just 3 things that for the future, you know, reinventing some of these relationships, having the ability and maybe the legal authority to set these systemic goals, not just facility goals, based on science. You know, obviously being well equipped to deal with the new measuring and verifying and reporting and data systems, which we heard about earlier also. Our new models of accountability, maybe related directly to the investment community, for instance. And we need a real federal investment in this. You know, to think that EPA is going to come out of whatever's going on well and well positioned, you know, with some kind of minor amount of increase or don't cut the budget, that's not enough. People have spoken about the construction grants program. That was $5 billion in 1972. That would be $30 billion in today, adjusted for inflation. $30 billion, just one program at EPA. And right now, EPA's budget is like 1/3 of the budget it was when we were talking about some of the improvements that, you know, Bill and everybody else have talked about. So there needs to be some real commitment there. There needs to be real money put in that to help motivate and stimulate the investment we need. Finally, I'll just mention, and I think this is really important, it's come up from a couple other people, you know, the workforce, there's lots of things that EPA can do to improve, you know, workforce, not just morale, but, you know, how things are operating. I know I'm going on too long here, but I think these things, the wind in the sails is one of the, you know, I think is a great way to talk about it, but the systemic problems that are vexing us on how to solve are not going to be solved in the long run by incremental changes. They're going to be solved by larger sector-based, watershed level, ecosystem level, consensus on goals where EPA can become the wind.
You know, I think when I looked at the EPA alumni survey and as we all think about what are the most important environmental challenges, it used to be from the pictures of the Ruckelshaus video, it was smokestack emissions, it was rivers on fire, it was emissions coming from plants. You've talked about the facility-based. And there was a really clear role that EPA could play. When you think about those issues today, it's climate change, it's clean energy, it's how do you feed 9 billion people coming into the planet? How do you transport people in an efficient and clean way? How do you deal with water? Our earlier panel talked about it. None of those issues falls neatly in the EPA purview. And yet I think all of us know if EPA doesn't play a strong role, those issues might not be solved. So question, and I'll start, Don, with you. You've worked at the state level, you've worked at the federal level, and in the regions, and now see how all the states are acting. When we look at these big global challenges, and you look at the statutory mandate of EPA, and I think I said to the panel on an earlier call, we can't assume those laws will be reauthorized anytime soon. We have to assume EPA needs to find its place without much done in the legislative arena. I mean, I don't want to be pessimistic, but. So I throw it to you, and then other panelists jump in. How does EPA find the elasticity in those statutes to help drive the best practices forward? How does EPA find its role, or should it? I mean, maybe the question is, EPA has a mandate, has a role, and maybe some of these issues are really outside its purview. But what are your thoughts, Don? Why don't you kick us off on that as we think about EPA in the future and the pressing environmental issues?
Well, I think one of the things that everybody who's been involved in environmental protection has been working on since those statutes were passed was how to actually operate those delegated programs the right way. So there's always a lot of tension that goes back and forth about how to do that. And I think there's been improvement over the years that I've been involved in it, that we have gotten better at delivering the the basic programs that are involved in those statutes that have been passed. But I think one thing that might be able to help get around to those systemic issues and, catching the wind in the sails, as Bob said, is if we can get as efficient as possible at delivering the regular blocking and tackling of the environmental programs so that we can free up some of the energy to expand into the more global issues. I think over the years, I've been involved in a lot of congressional hearings and have been yelled at from both sides and one side or the other about some of the issues in implementing the environmental programs. And I think frequently we end up fighting over things that aren't really all that meaningful as far as delivering an environmental result, fighting over beans and how many Section 123 J12 actions are enough actions to, carry out the statute. And the discussion has been kind of, insular to the bureaucrats who understand how those programs work. And I have always been, I have imagined that there was a tool called the Envirometer that could just give us a look at what was actually happening, the environmental data actually happening in the environment, so we could get away from some of the arguments about how many administrative actions or which section of which statute should apply to a particular situation. And in order to have an envirometer, we need a lot more real-time environmental data. We need to be able to better judge what's actually happening in the environment when states and the federal government make different policy choices under the statutes. But I think that's always going to be a long climb. But in order to kind of create the running room that you need to have an EPA that's really the leader in science, that maybe it can take on some of those broader national issues or global issues that individual states or localities certainly wouldn't be able to come to grips with. If we can get as efficient as possible at delivering the environmental programs that we already have under those statutes, I think that's the area where we can create that running room for an EPA of the future to kind of make that its center lane and make the delivery of those environmental programs maybe the center lane of the states or the local governments.
Good. I'm reminded of a quote. Some of you might remember Fred Lindsay, who worked at the agency for many years. He told me once he carpooled to work a long distance with a bunch of EPAers, and he said at the end of every day they would ask each other, what did we actually do today that made the environment better today? And it focused them on impacts as opposed to other things you might count today. I thought it was a great lesson. Martha, your thoughts as we tackle some of these major global issues, both looking at EPA as well as the state programs.
Yeah,
there I go again. It must be that chair, because I noticed Carol's microphone was.
I don't know what I just did. Don't touch it. I'll talk up. God, I'll hold it. It's off. Now it's off. No, there it is. Okay. I'll just hold it right here. Maybe that'll help. It's possessed. Where was I going to go with this? I'm lost. So,
technology is the key.
Technology is the key. So I think that part of the gap that was filled between, I'll say, 1980 and today is the maturing of the programs and the maturing of the both EPA and the states in overseeing and implementing the programs. And I think probably everybody here would agree with that. I think what has happened in the last 2 years or so is that there's, looking at climate issues, there's a recognition that local governments actually have a lot of both energy and capacity to deal with some of those, the climate issues where there's a vacuum at the federal level, where there's and of course we've heard about businesses doing the same thing. So I think what actually, something that should happen is an identification of sort of the skills that all these segments can bring to the table, and avoiding the duplication, sort of the overlap that, of course, states have been complaining about with the oversight piece of it, counting the widgets, for example. And you know, what can EPA bring to the table? What can states bring to the table? What can local governments bring to the table? What can businesses bring to the table? What should they bring to the table? And from my perspective, what EPA can bring to the table, as much as anything, is not only the basic framework program, sort of the floor that the states all actually agree that EPA needs to bring to the table, but it's also the science. And I think that that's an area where EPA really struggles currently, and has actually for many years, just because of the way you heard about it this morning, and I don't really need to go into that anymore. But it's the lack of resources, the capacity, it's the believability. Excuse me, the believability in the science that EPA puts forth, and the need for EPA to market its science, frankly, I think. So there's a flexibility piece in there, you know, looking at innovations. We heard that with a panel earlier this morning as well, and the ability to rethink how you move the environmental public health needle. And the old way is counting widgets, counting how many permits did you issue, how many enforcement actions did you take, how much money did you collect, and looking more at what are the programs, what are the innovative programs. Given the lack of capacity, we're never going to get the resources. It's going to be really a long time before the states and the EPA get the resources it needs to really attack the really complex, involved environmental problems that we see now. I mean, it's the 80-20 rule. You know, we've spent 80%, you know, it's going to take 80% of the money now to attack I'll say the 20% of the environmental problems. Probably they're more than 20% because we keep finding new ones. But that's because of the science that, you know, we are looking at more problems. But I think EPA, where it really shines is in the science and really our understanding of what are the issues that we have. And kind of meandering here, but I think if we recognize the expertise of the different sectors that are involved in this and capitalize on them, I think that would be a benefit.
Ben, you've talked a lot about peoples and talent. People and talent management. At the agency. We've talked about some of the earlier panels, the fact that EPA is losing a lot of folks through natural retirement and then frustration probably as well. But as you think about the skills that EPA is going to need, what are your thoughts on what we need to have at the agency?
Those people who are leaving EPA are welcome to come to Maryland, state government or outside of state government. And, you know, I think we all agree there has to be a core set of skills and principles for a regulatory public health agency to set national standards and work with regional collaborations and work with the states. I really do see that one of the talent gap areas that states really need support on is the continued investments in the science and economics of climate change, the energy and environmental and energy and water nexus. And these are areas that really need continued investment and work. So more in terms of the workforce at EPA, I would say more in the economics of climate change and also environmental justice. But the other point I just want to emphasize, and I remember when former Governor Mike Leavitt became the EPA administrator, and his emphasis was on how do we, on top of the national standards and requirements that we have, how do we create a better, richer culture of collaboration? And that's a social skill set. It's a facilitation role. It doesn't diminish hard science. It is a kind of an emphasis on soft science. There has to be there has to be facilitators at the EPA level who can bring well-intentioned state regulators and agencies and local governments and mayors and businesses and farmers to the table and make real progress. So I think that is a growing skill set that I think we need more and more of.
And I think that EPA has had a number, people talked about them earlier today, pilot projects. I think Marcus was talking about the sector-based programs, community-based programs. I'll throw this open, anybody can jump in. What, if anything's getting in the way of those happening more frequently and more often? Because we all know they're successful. Maybe not 100% of the time, but they feel directionally correct, and there should be more partnerships. There should be more. I think Ruckelshaus said, less top down and more collaboration. What's getting in the way from making those the go-to way to solve problems that might be applied more uniformly throughout the agency?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing about ECOS and EPA's continued partnership on modernizing the business of environmental protection. The e-enterprise effort has a wonderful mission, and one of the examples of modernizing the business of environmental protection, of striving for governing at the speed of business, is to knowingly, willingly support partnerships with the private sector. What gets in the way of that? Sometimes it's a fundamental lack of trust. The well-intentioned and important environmental advocacy groups are always concerned, some of them are always concerned about partnerships if it doesn't involve public funding and consent decrees. And so there really has to be what gets in the way of partnerships sometimes. Maryland, first of its kind, is launching an effort where the poultry industry and a very important foundation that does environmental work on the Chesapeake Bay is partnering with the State Environmental Agency. They provide the money for the equipment, and we are going to monitor the equipment to monitor air emissions from CAFOs. And we are going to see how much of a risk to public health it is. What's the threat? And sort through that. And it's very easy sometimes for certain groups who defend the Clean Water Act and the Clean Air Act to say, uh-oh, this looks like a partnership with the private sector. So I think it's what gets in the way sometimes is a lack of trust in innovative partnerships, whether it's trading or mitigation banks, different ones that involve working constructively with the private sector, but don't involve a consent order or public funding necessarily.
Good thought. Don?
I was going to say pretty much the same as Ben, but the do everything everywhere problem in some of the environmental challenges are so big that when people think about trading, they say, well, we don't want this point source to trade for some non-point source. We need both. We need the point sources to ratchet down. We need the non-point source things to be cleaned up. So that kind of sense of we need to do everything everywhere to be able to overcome this challenge, I do think gets in the way of some people feeling like market-based mechanisms and trading can get enough to meet the goals of the program. But I think, like Ben said, and like the Envirometer, the more data you have about the benefits that you're able to deliver, the more you can build trust with people that these things are actually delivering environmental protection. And if you try to get everything everywhere, you might end up in court for 10 years and you're not going to get anything anywhere. So,
going back to many of the conversations today, the role of EPA is to help provide, should be, to help provide some coherence to what's going on with the trading. There should be some ability for EPA to say, let's go back to the Chesapeake Bay since it's nearby, and probably many of us, not maybe Martha, but many of us have worked on it one way or the other. But we know it needs to have its nutrients reduced, and there's some hot spots where you have to be careful of. But there is a way to provide coherence to that, and we have enough data to work on these things. So and again, I'm going back to my examples of personally working on climate change now with the private sector, all who are being asked constantly to make new commitments. There's almost commitment fatigue, or agreement fatigue. All right, I agreed last week to put $300 billion into. It's a bank that I work with. Is putting $300 billion in to do stuff. So these commitments and keep going, but there's no current coherence. They're all doing it. They all know they got to row in this direction, but there's the lack. And this is something that EPA, even if you had half the states doing stuff, you still got the other half of states. And most of the business in the United States takes place, across many states. So the three things that are missing, or four things that are missing, that I think that EPA can bring, and the skills that are needed to do this, and science is involved, but is this coherence to our direction under where are we trying to go? 80% reduction in greenhouse gases, carbon neutral, nutrient levels, providing the ability to coordinate between the business sector, the states, local governments, and other customers. The certainty by having that coherence that the industry wants, so that it can make the investments to move forward. And then, Bill has brought this up this morning, and we've talked about it several times, but the global environmental protection network that is out there has a great reliance on the leadership of the United States. And I know that we don't want to believe this sometime, and sometimes we want to say to ourselves, well, we're not going to do anything until China does something. Well, China's doing stuff because they have a middle class that's larger than the population is larger than the population of the United States, and they don't want to be sending their kids to, with masks on in the morning to school. So they're just like any other human. They want to have environmental protection. So I think the United States leadership in the international arena, which was discussed in the other panel, is another really important skill set that EPA can do, and it can bring the force of all these different sectors, the business sector, the states and the local governments.
We talked earlier on the morning panel about I call it the Walmart effect. There are several, when I was at DuPont, the questionnaires that we would get from our value chain asking us what we were doing on greenhouse gases, whether we had any of the following 350 chemicals in the products that we were selling to them, we got questionnaire fatigue. And frequently, I would hear from people at DuPont who formerly may not have been strong supporters of EPA regulation. Isn't there a role for EPA to come in and we could have one questionnaire that would help all the companies rather than us have to deal with, at one point, over 95 questionnaires coming from our value chain partners? And when you think about that and then look at it globally, it became quite complex. So I think there is a role, what you're measuring, how you're measuring it, why it's important, that EPA, because of their background in science and some of the data that EPA has access to, can actually help add some discipline or vision or direction to some of the sustainability efforts. Similarly, it seems like every foundation wants to fund somebody to have a ranking system. And DuPont would get hammered with fill out our form, and these were very complex forms. And we'll tell you whether you're a good company or not. And it actually, it became a drain on our resources, what I called for people doing real sustainability work, to people that would fill out the forms to tell other people we were doing real sustainability work. And then you'd have to defend why you didn't fill out one and you did fill out the others. It became pretty messy. And finally, when the investor community, Wall Street, started to get involved in evaluating companies, I visited with some of DuPont's big investors, and I said, what data do you look at? Do you look at the Dow Jones Sustainability Index? Do you look at the corporate white knights? There's a whole bunch of them. And their comment to me, to an investment house, was, we don't look at any of those other people who judge you. We just want to see your data. We look at the data you put into things like the Carbon Disclosure Project, the Water Disclosure Project, the Bloomberg information. They wanted to make their own evaluations. Totally changed how we looked at those. So long way of saying, I do think there is a role for EPA to wade into some of this to help clarify it all.
Particularly with these larger systemic issues as opposed to what
Yes.
you're doing at a particular chemical plant and, you know, VOCs in the neighborhood and things like that. Those are straightforward, but when you're looking at these broader systemic issues, there's that different kind of role.
One thing I want to touch on, and then I will kick it open to see if there's some questions in the audience. And I'm going to start with Don on this one. We haven't really talked, we've touched on the fact that there are always going to be resource constraints. And as I think about it, I think you have a growing body of resources at the state level. We have resources at the regional level. We have headquarter resources. We have Justice Department resources. How do we use those most efficiently so that we're not just what I used to call at one point doers and watchers? You have a bunch of resources that do, and then you have other resources that watch the people that are doing to be sure they're doing it right. And that may or may not be really improving the environment. How do you think about the regions, headquarters, the states, and those roles? And do you see those changing as we look to the future?
Yes, that's much of what ECOS and the states have been doing for the past several years, trying to get at that issue of how can you deliver that most efficiently. And I would say, having been in the state in the 90s and then in the region in the 2000s, and then I stepped away for a few years and now coming back into ECOS, I'm actually encouraged that we are moving that ball forward in being partners at the table and figuring out the environmental protection system to try to remove as many of the inefficiencies and the duplications. And like you say, I remember in EPA Region 3, you would think there were a number of engineers who were hired to do water permits, and then the programs were delegated to the states, and then the folks in the region would be reading the permits that the folks in the states did, and it was just two groups of people doing the same task. And we've argued about that kind of issue for years. I think there's been, in the 10 years since I was a regional administrator, there's been a lot of movement forward in getting those lines straightened out so that we can do the job as efficiently as possible without duplication of effort. But there's always going to, it needs constant tending. I don't think there's one simple final answer, but if you concentrate on trying to assign the roles to that organization is best at, do that work, and not just redoing the work that some other organization does. And I think that's one of the definitional questions in EPA, in what EPA should look like in the future, is what is the federal government the best at in this world of environmental protection, and what can states or locals or maybe the private sector, as we're talking about, take up some part of what had been done before by federal folks. So I think there is a lot of progress in getting that straightened out, but that is the way I think you can free up enough resources, whether you have a rising resource or declining resource environment. You have to be able to get those roles as efficient as possible so that you can spare the extra resources you need for the new tasks.
Good.
And as a professional watcher, I would say that Maryland, like some other states, are really, Maryland is embracing pay-for-performance types of contracts and awarding state funding. We do have dedicated funding that comes from various sources at the state level. But one of the exciting areas that increases the efficiencies of whether it's restoring the bay or other types of watershed protection projects, if you are awarding your state funds on the basis of who can deliver the lowest cost environmental gains, measuring how much nitrogen or phosphorus or sediment is reduced at the lowest cost, and award based on that, literally paying for performance. It's kind of the component of modernizing the business of environmental protection and finding more cost-effective ways. And at the end of the day, whether you use pay for performance or some other innovative public-private partnerships, there has to be, in order to have public confidence in the program, measuring of actual environmental results. Are those projects, those pay-for-performance projects, resulting in better results? But I think there are a lot of different strategies to increase efficiencies. Creating the regulatory space for innovation is critical, and it's a regulatory standard-setting question. It's also a funding question. You know, which projects do you fund? And I think EPA can continue to learn from states and their experiences on those types of innovative projects.
I think that you know, where the results are, it used to be, again, EPA was the purveyor of information about was something being successful, was it having an impact. Now with new technology, all the communities can tell whether or not the water's cleaner, what's coming out of a facility, and whether they're better off for what's taken place. So impact's going to make a difference. So let me just see if there's any questions. We've got a lot of EPA experts in the audience, and why don't I just start right here? We have about 5 minutes, I think. Oh, yeah. Teo's going to bring you a mic.
Thank you. I have a question about the resource base of EPA. The size of EPA's staff declined from its highest point in fiscal 1999 with just over 18,100 full-time equivalents, FTEs, to around 14,000 FTEs today. My question is, what does the panel think about the implications of that decline, and how important is it for the agency's staff resources to be enhanced in future?
Well, you know, one of the issues that at least I used to, and I think many people have done this, I used to talk about when I was the deputy administrator, is we need to look at the states, the tribes, and EPA all together as the environmental protection enterprise. And there was a time in the 80s and 90s where state employment, people working on these issues was going up and EPA was stabilized. And you know, this gets back to the roles that we've all been talking about, and I would add redoers to your list of the doers and the watchers. There's another group called the redoers. But the more efficient we get, we could, and the more technology we have to give us information, there's no doubt we, in theory, should be able to do some of this work with fewer people. You know, the other thing is that we've made a lot of environmental progress, and some of the basic stuff that needed to be dealt with in the 70s and 80s has generally been dealt with. We just need to make sure it stays there. You know, and some of these other problems that I've mentioned, like climate change or plastics in the ocean or whatever large global systemic kind of thing you want to talk about, requires a different kind of folks, but still can be something that we could scale up with everybody. I don't think, but to specifically answer your question, the EPA does not have enough people. And it doesn't have enough people for these other kinds of skills as well. And it doesn't have enough resources to make some of these other things happen. And you know, I mentioned the construction grants program. If we had one of those now, it would be 30 billion, not 5 billion. And so I think there's tons of stuff the EPA could do to help stimulate the innovation that's needed with more resources, which is not a people question. And one last thing I'll mention, which a number of my colleagues here have mentioned in terms of the improvements that are going on with how states and EPA work together. I think they're remarkable. I also used to be a former state environmental commissioner in Maryland. I think I used to be Ben Grumbles. So the idea behind this thing that's been mentioned before, e-enterprise, is not so much the sharing of the data, although that's vitally important between the states and EPA. It was the joint governance of it. It was EPA and the states agreeing that they'll use the data only how they agree jointly to do it. I may be oversimplifying, or it may have become more complicated, but that's a really important thing that allowed more data to flow between the state and the federal government.
I just want to shout out to the current EPA for the work they're doing on ELMS, the Environmental Lean Management System. Henry Darwin, who's the acting deputy administrator, is really committed. He's a professional environmental manager who understands, he doesn't know what the right number of employees is, whether it's 18,000, 14,000 or something else, but he is putting in place, there's a dedicated commitment to a lean a more efficient management system, and it's not to diminish the mission of the agency, it's to enhance their current skill set and deliver more results. So my hats off to him.
And real quick, I didn't used to be Ben Grumbles, but I want to be Ben Grumbles one day. But I would say, I don't think there is an answer to that question in isolation, whether it's 14,000, 18,000, some other thousand. I think there's only an answer in the context of what's happening to protect the environment and public health. So if you think it's going in the right direction, then maybe you have the right number. If you take a look at those numbers and you think something's wrong, then you have to go back and analyze, do we have the right resources in the right places to get the job done? But I think that's one of the things I was talking about, the widget counting. I think sometimes in the environment, we come at it from the wrong end. We start counting something that only has meaning in the context of whether we're getting the job done and think we're arguing about something there. So.
Okay, rather than take one more question, because we've got literally 2 minutes, I'm going to do a quick lightning round and ask very quick questions with very quick answers. Bob, in 10 years, will we have a U.S. climate policy with teeth?
With what?
Teeth. That's making a difference.
Yes.
All right.
That was a close one.
Don, name one thing that you think would better enhance, one change at EPA that would better enhance environmental protection.
Efficiency in delivering the environmental protection system.
Good. All right, Ben, when you go to your next job as administrator of EPA in 2028, what will be the most significant difference 10 years from now? What will be the most significant difference in the agency you take over than the ones there today?
They will have locked the door. Keep me out. The integration of information technology like never before to really track and to solve problems. That's my one-word answer.
That was my next question. Data, how is it going to change how EPA does environmental policy? So you've kind of answered that one. Martha, in 10 years, will the states be the leaders in environmental solution, outstripping EPA? Will they be moving together hand in hand?
Moving together hand in hand.
Good.
Moving together, yeah.
All right. Well, I hope you all join me in congratulating the panel. I've totally embarrassed Ben, which I intended to do. What? But thank you all very much.
Congratulations on being the next administrator. You know, in 2028.
If nominated, I will recuse myself. Oh boy.
Thank you. All right, we're going to mic up the next panel. This is not an official break, so don't disappear.
I did not.
And we're going to move right into the next panel. I did want to announce that we have a new category, Best State Commissioner category of Maryland. So stick close and we'll mic up as quick as we can.
So Maggie, you're going to use a handbook. Are you one of Maggie's teachers? That's a teacher. You're a flight teacher. Nice to meet you. So this young man is going to mic you up. Okay. So he's miking someone else up first. I can probably let him do it because he knows where to put it on you. Okay. And it's off, so just be sure to turn it on. There was one speaker we had who never turned it on. Oh, okay, that's Justine. I saw Mustafa, and that's me.
Dan here is also. Hi there. Thank you so much for coming. How's your kid, boy or girl?
Better?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, but that's not easy to juggle. Good, good. We're going to get you Mike. And so we have 5 cameras. We have 5 cameras. Still chair here. We just rearranged the furniture. Okay,
Maggie,
yes.
You may want to use this like Linda did.
Okay,
It seems to be the
and I
most
can just pull
powerful.
it out.
Do you want me to move this like out of the way?
I can just start here and then.
Oh, you're okay with it?
Yeah.
I'll just slide it back. It's a little bit of a visual requirement.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Is this the only one we have to pass? No, they're all mine. I'm the only one. Okay. And I can keep And this one needs to go toward me to speak, right? Whoop. Stop that. Okay. Up is better. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's great. Do we have everybody? And we're missing this one, and we have this one. Thank you. Do you want to do the taxi whistle, or? It's probably better maybe coming. Because I think we're ready to go. Yeah. Thank you. Such a pleasure. I'm so glad you could join us. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Appreciate it.
Please.
All right.
Hello. I do my New York taxi whistle, but I'm really bad at it. Hello. That's good. Hi, everybody. We're going to dive right in here because we have 5 incredible panelists to talk with you today. Please take a seat. I'm Maggie Burnett-Stogner, the Executive Director for the Center for Environmental Filmmaking here at American University School of Communication. I also teach film and documentary and environmental and wildlife producing, and have been a long-time environmentalist. I can remember one of the early things that will never, ever vanish from my memory. I was 9 years old, growing up in Berkeley, California, and there was an oil spill from Chevron, and my parents actually pulled us out of school for the week to help clean oil off of birds. Talk about a call to action and urgency. So it's in my blood. The Center for Environmental Filmmaking is one of the leading environmental and wildlife film programs in the world. We believe that powerful storytelling and media making can inform, inspire, and empower all people to engage in the critical environmental issues and challenges we face today and in the future. How we can do this is what our panel is about, and I'll introduce them in just a minute. I'm just going to share a couple of things. Our media landscape, as you know, has radically changed. I just pulled the latest Pew Research Center findings. 36% of adults age 18 to 29 today get their news from social media. 36%. 16% from TV in that age group. 2% from newspapers in that age group. And it's not just about media platforms. On the plus side, it's also about media democratization, global distribution, greater access to data, and the ability to engage through a wider range of voices and perspectives. But we also have the challenges of an overwhelming amount of content, disinformation, and already climate change fatigue. We call it #IRoll setting in. So how do we get the story of the EPA and environmental protection to rise above all the noise out there with both urgency and a call to action? I'm very, very pleased to welcome our 5 panelists here today. Mustafa Ali, who many of you might know, during his 24 years with the EPA, he helped found and lead the Office of Environmental Justice and the Interagency Working Group. He served as the Senior VP of the Hip Hop Caucus, and he is now the VP for Environmental Justice, Climate, and Community Revitalization at the National Wildlife Federation. Welcome, Mustafa. Yeah. Eliza Barclay is the Science, Health, and Environmental Editor at Vox.com. That is Vox with a V, not Fox. She has covered the environment, immigration, economic development, and international politics, and her writing has appeared in The Atlantic, The New York Times, The Washington Post, Fortune, National Geographic News, and others. Please welcome Eliza. Down there. Van Newkirk is a staff writer on politics and health policy at The Atlantic. He is a multimedia journalist focusing on the intersection of policy, race, class, and culture. He is also a data analyst using his analytic skills to investigate health and health policy in disadvantaged communities. Welcome. Edward Maybach directs the Center for Climate Change Communication at George Mason, which he founded 11 years ago. Talk about a visionary. He's an expert in strategic communication and social marketing, and addresses climate change and public health. And his research, funded by NSF, NASA, and others, focuses on the public understanding of climate change, the psychology underlining that engagement, as well as cultivating health professionals and scientists as climate educators. Welcome. And Justine Calmer, who came down here from New York City, is a journalist reporting on environmental justice and health for grist.org. How many of you read Grist? Okay, all right. She has covered the effects of climate change across 4 continents. Her work can be found on NBC News, PBS, 538, Quartz, Wired, HuffPost, Mother Jones, and the Ground Truth Project, among others. She's alumna of Columbia Journalism School's Tony Stabile Investigative Program and the Ida B. Wells Fellowship at the Nations Institute's Investigative Fund. Please welcome our panelists. Not working, working. All right. So I'm going to start with just asking you all, each of you, a couple of questions just to get the conversation going. We will open it up to questions from the audience in a little bit. I wanted to start with you, Mustafa. How do you know I was going to start with you? But, you know, one of the things that we went back and forth about was not only why you felt it was important to create an Office of Environmental Justice at the EPA, but also about building leadership among newer voices and nurturing their paths to power. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, so I always like to make sure that that we're not dealing with fake news or history that is not truthful. So the Office of Environmental Equity, which became the Office of Environmental Justice, actually came out of a set of recommendations from frontline communities. And they engaged with that gentleman right over there. And through that sort of set of dialogues and pushing and pulling, some tough times and then moving towards some better times. That's actually how the Office of Environmental Justice got started, and actually should be a real driver for all the policies that the agency does. I've been a big proponent of saying that if communities, those who are being impacted, are not a part of the process, if they're not asking for these types of things, then we need to sort of ask ourselves the question, why are we moving forward on it? Because they are the ones who are going to receive the benefits or the ones who are going to receive the impacts. And to the second part of your question, you know, that old 20th century paradigm where young people are not a part of the driving of the creation and innovation that they bring to our space, if they're not a part of this new 21st century paradigm that we must create if we're going to address the impacts that are happening from climate change and the existing ones that are happening in the environmental justice space, then we're operating from the wrong paradigm. And that's why young people are so critical. That's why when you see folks in the Sunrise Movement, and This Is 0 Hour, the HBCU Climate Change Initiative, these are young people who know the stats, they know the facts, but they also know what's happening on the ground. And they've also been the ones that have grown up from Katrina on forward, seeing both these man-made and natural disasters that are happening. So that is a part of their reality. Their lexicon includes the words climate change. Their lexicon includes the words environmental justice. And it's not just the words. It is the actions that have to happen in that space by both our state and federal agencies. And that's why this is an exciting time. And that's why I think young people have to be a driver, frontline communities have to be a driver. Because if they're not, then we're going to continue to get the same results that we've gotten in the past. Yes, we've made some progress, but now we are facing a new set of challenges that require a whole new set of individuals to be playing not just a role sitting at the table, but actually framing out what this new future is going to look like.
Great, thank you. Eliza, I want to just jump to you because Vox.com was formed as to reach a millennial and Gen Z audience. And I just would like to hear from you, what is different about Vox than traditional media outlets, and what are you trying to do in the environmental realm?
So we were founded with the Explain the News. Hello? On.
There you go. Now it's on.
It's on.
Okay. Is that better?
Is this one on? There you go.
Okay, I'll just use this. Yeah, I'll hand it back. So yes, we were founded with the explicit mission to explain the news, and we try to do that as best as we can. And I think, of course, we're quite well known now for our videos. We have a tremendously talented video team, and who's helped kind of establish our visual journalism, which also I think is very strong on the website as well. We have excellent graphics, excellent illustrations. And I think maybe it's in some ways the voice of the site. We have a lot of young writers, but I do think there's a fairly distinctive voice to Vox that readers have come to know and respect and trust. And then we are working across so many different platforms. I mean, many other media companies are doing this too, but we have podcasts, we have website, we have a very strong YouTube presence. We now have a show on Netflix called Explained. And so this is helping us reach a bigger and bigger audience. I mean, it's growing and growing. And in the environmental space, I mean, I have a very small team, just 2 writers, but we try to have smart takes on the climate news and also just explain the climate science. I mean, it is distinctive, I think, in that, again, the voice of the writers, and then the fact that our stories are often getting turned into videos, and then we act as consultants for the Netflix show. And so the great science sort of chops of my reporters are sort of filtering out to these other platforms throughout the company, which is a great asset.
Great. And I'm going to come back to you in a minute because I want you to talk about Grist and how you are different as a media platform. But I want to just jump to Ed, and just for some framing, your center has been focusing on the public understanding of climate change and clean energy. What do you think the greatest challenges at this time to engage the groundswell of youth activism that we're seeing, and how would you go about that? What's your advice?
I want to second what Mustafa has said. Can you hear me? Yeah, good. This is a really extraordinary moment in so many different ways. It's extraordinarily terrifying in one way, and it's extraordinarily exciting in another way. Specifically in the sense that we seem to be in a moment of catalytic change in public understanding, public engagement. Young voices are definitely at the forefront of that. They're not the only ones at the forefront of that. When we started our polling project, my center is partnered with Tony Leiseritz's center at Yale. Every 6 months, we conduct a nationally representative public opinion poll. We call them the Climate Change in the American Mind polls. And we've been doing this for 11 years now. For the past 5 years, we think we've been witnessing a real change, a real awakening, particularly in the past year. I used to say, anytime I had the microphone, I used to say that most Americans understand that our climate is changing. It's just that they see it as a distant threat. Distant in space, maybe the year 2100, not 2019. Distant, I'm sorry, that was distant in time, 2100, not 2019. Distant in space, somewhere else, some other country, maybe a country I can't even find on a map, not my town. And most importantly, and this is really where it comes to our conversation today about the EPA, distant in species. Plants, penguins, polar bears, absolutely being threatened by climate change. You will find few Americans who dispute that, but relatively few, until quite recently, understand that we are also being threatened, that our health, the health of our children, the health of our parents, the health of our members of our community are being threatened. But now, as of our most recent survey, I can no longer say that because the average American, 50, let's just say 50% of us, understand that climate change is happening here now to us. So that's the exciting part. To answer the second part of your question, what do we need to do to actually take advantage of that awakening? Most people have a very poor understanding of the actions that they can take that will make a difference. If you ask that 50%, what are they doing differently now than they used to do? The modal response, the most typical response will be, I have gotten so good about recycling everything I can. And I think that's wonderful. It's a personal virtue, no question about it. Is it a solution to our big challenges? No, we need to move people onto a much more highly leveraged set of actions.
So that's a great segue to Justine about grist.org, because you do take a solutions-driven approach to solutions journalism. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, I do think we try to do a lot of what you just spoke on. We have a column called Ask Umbra that's all about how folks can harness their own personal power for either individual change or to take on systemic change as well. Grist we're a nonprofit newsroom, so we produce content thanks to the support that we receive, and we've been lucky enough to be able to do that for the past 20 years. And as a nonprofit newsroom, our vision is a planet that doesn't burn and a future that doesn't suck. Those words exactly. And our mission is to make the story of a better future so irresistible that you want it right now. And I think that just in those words, you can get a feel for our tone. So we're authoritative on climate, on pollution, on environmental justice. We're also very approachable, or try to be, is my hope. We do focus on solutions, equity, and empowerment. And I am so grateful to be at a place that I think is probably one of the only newsrooms that has an entire desk for environmental justice. And so we're really becoming a go-to for uplifting the voices of environmental justice leaders who are working to build a more diverse and inclusive movement, because that is what it's going to take to get all of us on board to where we need to be. There's a lot to learn from environmental justice communities. I report on how particular communities disproportionately feel the burdens of climate change and pollution. But there's two sides of that story, right? So there's never a one-dimensional kind of victim story. The equity empowerment that we focus on is how these folks are also agents of change. I think it's really important that we, like Mustafa was saying, that we understand that they've been leading this work for a long time, and when solutions are not bottom up, that they can fall into a lot of pitfalls, right? I reported on a story in California looking at cap and trade, which we know is a darling in the environmental policy world. However, there are frontline communities that have said, and a recent study has shown that although carbon emissions may be down, aggregately for the state, emissions were concentrated in frontline communities, fence-line communities that were already experiencing a concentration of pollution. And so we tell the stories of those communities and the work that they're doing. Hopping over to New York, where I am now, let's see it. I reported recently on the urban heat island effect and how 100 people die in New York City every year because of extreme heat. It's disproportionately Black folks who die in New York City related to extreme heat, and that has a lot to do with where industry butts up right against communities that have been historically, marginalized, and New York City hasn't been successful in addressing the problem until it realized it needed to partner with those communities to reach the folks who are most vulnerable. And those are also the same communities that are leading really groundbreaking work, like creating community solar projects that are community owned so that renters can actually access renewable energy and have some energy sovereignty. And so those are the stories that we're trying to tell over at GRIST.
Yeah, and I think that connection, it's what we've heard in some of the earlier sessions about connecting the global, more national EPA and the local and state levels. I was surprised to find out just last week that the climate change response plan in Washington, D.C., the number one issue is not water. I figured it would be water. It is heat deserts, and I didn't know that. So, that connection. So, Van, let me ask you about the work you've been doing and the conversation we had about how a lot of news groups will parachute in when there's a natural disaster into a local area, and then they leave, and what then? And so what voices are not being heard at that point? What stories are not being told?
Well, I think one thing you'll see across the board, even regardless of who's doing the coverage, is that lots of frontline communities don't have strong representatives in media, and they don't have people covering the issues that are important to them. So as a member of the Atlantic, as a member of the national news media, who by definition, when I went to Puerto Rico to report on Hurricane Maria, although that's my beat, and I've been reporting on Puerto Rico for 3 years, 2 years before the storm, it's still, I'm literally coming in off a plane, right? And that requires having a sort of deafness. It requires building a beat. It requires talking to people who are themselves transmitters of information on the ground, right? I'm talking to, before I write a single story, it's like the tip of the iceberg, which is probably a poor metaphor for today's conversation. But every story you write, especially as a person who is coming in without the innate trust of locality, right? You have to build that trust in some manner. And you have to make people aware that although it's not my job necessarily to be an advocate, It's my job to fairly and accurately represent what's going on in your life and to present information in a way that you can trust me with it, right? And so that requires me being there, me talking to people, me coming once, twice, 3 times to a place to talk to elderly folks who don't want to talk to media, and building a rapport and showing them that I've worked with these other frontline communities, that I'm from a frontline community in North Carolina that was destroyed by Hurricane Floyd. And so building up that kind of rhythm where people have you earn their trust. And you earn their trust both with your reporting and with what you tell responsibly in your stories. Then I think you can never truly get around some of the criticisms of parachuting in, right? I think there's always a value to having local media who are telling the story, but in certain situations, I think there's a duty that we have at a national level to be there, to cover, to amplify when we can those local voices, to share their stories even when we can't beat them to something, you know? If it's interesting and in the public interest, we have to share it. And there is just a code of ethics that's some people do really well when it comes to this kind of interplay with local, with mid-level, and with national sort of aggregate level media. We're still working on it now in the age of social media. Social media has upended a lot of the traditional media structures that we've had that have placed a really hard bifurcation between local media and national news media. And right now, it also gives us, you mentioned democratization before, it gives us the power, it gives me the power to, instead of giving you my 50% informed take on something, or, to call people up to retweet somebody who's there, who's looking a damn storm in the eye. And that's what I think is important for us to have the sensibility to do, is to balance our duty to inform people with a duty to inform them well. And that's where I think we are right now. Yeah.
That's good. Eliza, we talked about Wired Magazine having an article last week that we are already reaching peak indifference. The public is already reaching peak indifference on climate change. How do we address that?
Well, I'll admit I haven't read the piece, but my observations match a lot with what Ed was saying, which is that we are in a moment of great awakening. So I actually don't see that indifference at all, really. And I see instead incredible energy, attention, and strong, new, fresh messaging coming from young people, not just here, but in Europe. I've just been all day actually reading about the Extinction Rebellion movement that's going on in London right now. We're working on a piece about it, and it's just fascinating, the language that they're using, the civil disobedience tactics they're using to disrupt, barricade roads and whatnot. But they're talking about, this is an emergency. This is a serious emergency. This is a crisis. We need drastic changes now. And I think it's really refreshing to have a lot of strong voices out there now calling for rapid, drastic changes, and a lot of them. And these are young people who are saying, hey, please, you've been cooking the planet. Hey, adults, you guys have been cooking the planet, and we are fed up, and we don't want this, and you've got to act now. And obviously, Greta Thunberg, the Swedish activist, she's also been great on this. So I'm not sure, but I hope that this movement, this rhetoric, this energy will just continue to grow, and we'll see more and more activism here in the U.S. But I'm curious what my panelists think about that, too.
Yeah, Ed, you mentioned some things about that as well when we spoke the other day. Would you want to add to that?
There is no person on the planet whose words reach me more clearly and motivate me more than Greta Thunberg's. A 16-year-old from some suburb in Stockholm, really remarkable. But more important than her impact of her words on me, the impact of her words on her peers in Sweden, in the EU, in the US, around the world, it's truly remarkable. And I wouldn't feel it was fair game to say this, except she says it. She is a young woman who has Asperger's syndrome, and so she is profoundly uncomfortable being a public communicator. She chooses her words very carefully. She doesn't use a lot of extra words. They really pierce. And when I, when I take her impact on me as a single case study to understand what are the broader lessons here for effective public communication, public engagement, she confirms for me everything I already know about the value of simple, clear messages, about trust, the importance of trust for the messenger. She's a child that I don't know, but I have no reason to distrust her because of her authenticity, of the passion in which she delivers simple, clear messages. And the fact that her messages then end up being picked up by her peers and adults of her parents' generation and her grandparents' generation, that's really powerful.
We filmed the Center for Environmental Filmmaking. I took 7 students and we filmed over 200 teenagers on Capitol Hill a couple of weeks ago with a group called Young Voices for the Planet and another group called Schools for Climate Change that had come out from California, Texas, Arizona. They're in about 9 states now working at grassroots school board level. And their energy, we had 115 sixth graders from the Washington, D.C. schools. Their energy was unbelievable, and they went to every single congressional office and delivered a climate change resolution. And the amount of interaction and just the engagement level with that age group was phenomenal. Mustafa, how do we harness that energy and turn it into the next generation of leaders?
One, we have to help to support platforms and make sure all of these incredible young leaders have the platforms that are necessary. The other thing that we have to do is there's a cultural shift that's happening. You see some of the things that people talk in a cultural context, on the nightly news, and you see some of the negative things that are happening. There's also a cultural shift that's happening where you have artists and entertainers who are also now focusing on these issues that are happening, civil rights issues, social justice issues, climate justice issues, and all of that wrapped in. When you have someone like Beyonce, when the hurricanes came through, Houston, who gets engaged in that process and begins to share through her platform how important it is to not only give, but also to get engaged. That changes the game. When you see folks like Chance the Rapper talking about education issues in Chicago, and not only talking about it, but getting engaged, giving back, it begins to make things move in a different direction. By a show of hands, how many folks in this room have a cell phone? That's just real talk.
Who doesn't?
Right? So everybody has a cell phone. Most people are on a social media platform. And with these artists who are out there, and it's not just the artists that that their names. There are also all kinds of artists on a regional level and local level who are also beginning to utilize this God-given blessing that they have to get engaged in these issues. And that's why I talk about this paradigm shift. I talk about this cultural shift that's happening because those folks are sharing their brand and getting engaged. Now, we need far more to be in that space. But when I was at the Hip Hop Caucus, I had a chance to work with all these incredible folks. You look at folks like Common, who did Trouble in the Water, and talked about the impacts of water quality issues there in Flint, but also across the country. When I would show that video different places, light bulbs would come on because I wasn't talking about parts per billion and parts per million, which is an extremely important conversation. I was showing folks who look like them, who come from where they come from, that they cared about these issues. That's a cultural shift that's going on. When you have Vic Mensa, who's from Chicago also, out there, being at the climate march or at the gun violence march and being there and part of the trainings, but then also utilizing his platform and showing up in the communities. It's amazing. And I'm sorry, y'all, I just give real talk because I've been doing this for a second now. It's amazing that when you have people who are that busy, who can find the time to actually go into the communities and spend time and then help to share that message. And when we have folks who don't show up, who are getting paid to show up in those communities, then we have to change that paradigm. And there are a whole bunch of folks who are going to force that to happen, whether we want it to or not. So all of this energy is going into the question that you ask. You have athletes now who are understanding that if they want to be able to compete on a high level, that, this air pollution is going to slow down their progress. If they're eating all the right things, working out like crazy, trying to get that little teeny tiny advantage, and they can't get it because they're living in an area that is in unattainment, then them beginning to share changes it just changes this whole paradigm. So that's why I think this is an exciting time, and that's the shift that's happening. And whether it's the Environmental Protection Agency or others, we have to figure out, with all this energy that's going on, how are you going to properly, in an authentic way, position yourself to engage with folks, to help to be a part of, the protection that we are supposed to be focusing on, but also moving beyond that. We are going to have to expand the model that we work from, and that's going to include new voices. That's going to include folks from rural communities who we often forget and undervalue, and a number of other folks. So everyone from country artists to hip-hop artists and everybody who's in between there are going to play a significant role in helping to educate, to motivate, and to hopefully get people more focused on the policy conversations. And saying that, no, it's not just a matter of sitting around the table, being invited to a conversation. It's about setting sort of the plate, if you will, of how that's going to look, who's going to be a part of it. So that's just real talk. And that's the energy that's out there as I'm out all across this country. And it's exciting because, we've got a chance. And just let me add this, because it reminded me of when I was an intern working for William Riley before I had all this hair. and why, when you had mentioned, the exciting time that we're in, I remember in the beginning having conversations with many of the founders, those early leaders at the agency. And they were talking about, this moment of energy and movement and why they got engaged and why they fought so hard to get the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, all these things there. There was an activism that was a part of, sort of not only their thinking, but also how they were engaging, how they were moving forward. And I see that coming back around now. Now, maybe not at this particular moment in the federal government, but you watch what happens right as we move past 2020. You watch it, the demands that are going to be placed. You watch it, all these new voices that are going to be drivers and pushing the policy, the activities, where our resources go, how they go. And I really enjoyed that conversation earlier about technology and how the access to information, the demands that people will put on business and industry to make sure that we are able to actually have real clarity and what's going on. And I think that that's exciting.
Thank you. Real time.
Real time, real talk.
Real talk. Real time, real talk. It was one of the things when we were filming with these kids on Capitol Hill, two things really came across. One was their civic engagement. The youngest, I think, was 10. From Chico, California, right near Paradise that had gotten burned down. There was a girl that was maybe 13 from Santa Rosa in that first wave of fires who talked about how her mom took her and her siblings to a horse stables that was about 2 miles away, thinking that would be the safest place, and large pieces of paper, charred paper, came floating down on them like huge snowflakes, and she held up a couple of those pieces of paper. They understand the value of civic engagement even at that age, and they also get that it's nonpartisan. And in their training session before they went on Capitol Hill, they had a whole training around what language to use, that our clean environment is an American value, it's not a partisan value. But we still have huge gaps in our communication, our ability to engage certain audiences. And Van, you and I talked about news deserts in the rural communities. Could you address that, please?
Well, I'm from a news desert, and I think one thing that is really important to remember is the fact that when you have a news desert, when you have a place that doesn't have a local newspaper, you may have a sporadic newspaper service, or a place where people predominantly are going to get their news from the national, from television for the most part today. That means all that colors your world is TV news. And TV news is only about, 20, 30% news? And it doesn't demarcate exactly what's news and what's opinion, especially on the issue of climate and climate change. It does a very bad job at both informing people about the fact that climate change is real and the fact that it's not actually a scientific debate between the parameters of it, right? And so what you have is people being beamed, and I think it's a wonder that we have surveys that show that the majority of people believe it exists and are afraid of it because of the sheer amount of misinformation they're basically having to surf against. And they're getting in their news media, they're getting folks who aren't experts in any fashion coming and saying, oh, I don't believe this is real at all. And actually, it is a marvel of the other news media that does exist, that the fact that kids in schools are learning about climate change today. So I think news deserts actually amplify this phenomenon. It's the fact that we've known based on media studies, based on studies of local communities, it's what the meteorologists affect. The most trusted person in lots of small towns is the local meteorologist, right? And but that's the person you see, and that's the person who is kind of the representative of science in your area. And if your meteorologist is, I think, ahead of the game and really telling you that climate change is real and is a real issue and that the environment is something we need to be concerned about, I think it's going to show up in children in school who are learning about the stuff. But more and more, we're seeing syndication. We're seeing local news stations gobbled up by bigger corporations and conglomerates. And we're seeing the local weatherman effect kind of go away. You're losing the person who most people trusted, who was at least familiar with science. And I believe that is going to be detrimental over the long term in terms not of convincing people that climate change is real, convincing people that we should be concerned about our environment, about conservation, about environmental justice. Those things are, that's not even the foundation. That's the sub-basement. When you think about mobilizing people and considering the mass mobilization we will need and we will require, the reorganization of our schools and education that will be necessary in order to get people there, that's why I think we're going to have the biggest efficiencies in the next year to 10 years. And that's going to be the tough part.
Yeah, and that local, global, I'm going to let you jump in here because I know you work with those meteorologists, right? So why don't you go ahead?
Ben, I just want to put an optimistic note on your wonderful insights about the importance of local news, especially in this era of eroded trust. We don't trust anybody anymore, but we have greatest trust in the people closest to us, and whether we actually know them or not. So our local weathercasters are highly trusted. We learned that actually way back in 2010 in one of our surveys, and I had a local weathercaster from this market, Joe Whitty. He was on the ABC station here at the time. I published the finding that TV weathercasters are the third most trusted source of information about global warming for most Americans. First most trusted is scientists. All well and good, except the average American can't name a single living scientist, so it's kind of an abstraction. Second most trusted is friends and family. Great, except our friends and family don't know anything about global warming. So Joe Whitty called me up and said, Ed, I think we could actually do something to help my colleagues around the country become trusted local climate educators. We jumped with the help of the National Science Foundation and a lovely grant that they provided us. We pilot tested the idea in Columbia, South Carolina. We, over the course of a year, we surveyed local news viewers over that year, and we found that the CVS affiliate chief meteorologist, Jim Gandy, his viewers learned more about climate change as a here now us problem during that year. And we were so excited by those findings that we just decided to make this a service to TV weathercasters around the country. On every week, my partners and I, we produce localized climate reporting materials for weathercasters. We now have 675 of them. That's well in over a third of them nationwide who take these materials from us, and reporting by TV weathercasters on air about climate change has increased 32-fold in the past 5 years. So what you say about their imperiled business model is absolutely true. But in the meanwhile, we are turning them into a very potent source of education to help people understand that climate change is happening in their backyards now.
One thing I want to add to that, and I think that's really promising, and I'm glad to have brought that point up because now I feel a lot better, is I attended the Lancet Countdown. They did their annual report, and they talked about the health effects of climate change and environmental shifts for communities. And one of the pieces that they really drilled down, the American Public Health Association drilled down on, is an untapped source of local authority that people trust is their doctors. And if doctors are really, they poll doctors and show they want to learn about how to talk about climate change to their patients and don't know how yet. And so I think that's actually maybe the next frontier of thinking about how do we get a trusted source that people go to regularly and get information from about everything else. And doctors, of course, are going to be dealing with the firsthand changes from climate change. And so I think that's probably another place of optimism as well.
Eliza, you want to take it from there? Because I know you work a lot at the intersection of health and environment and trying to reach different audiences through a variety of media outlets. And so how do you build that credibility and trust and at that intersection?
I mean, we try to use the evidence, right? Let the evidence help us tell the story. And so we have developed, for instance, one format that's called Show Me the Evidence, where we'll do a deep review. I think of it as like journalistic meta-analysis. So we'll figure out a question, and then we'll do a deep review of all the studies and the meta-analyses that already exist, and then put it together. But yeah, I think with health and climate change, I mean, there's a lot still that's preliminary, right? Where we're still actually learning a lot about, for instance, where is Lyme disease going to go? And so these are tricky issues to communicate, but at the same time, I think you can find lots and lots of stories about the connections between health and climate change in America right now. I mean, we did a piece recently looking at the tenuous but growing link between heat and kidney disease in the kidney belt. There is an existing kidney belt already where there's higher rates of kidney disease in the southern U.S., and these rates seem to be going up as things get hotter. So from a storytelling perspective, I think there's just tremendous opportunity to tell more and more stories about the health-climate link.
That's great. Go ahead.
I would just add that, we need to put a face on these issues, and we need to sort of share, where a lot of our impacts from climate change are coming from. So I very rarely hear those who work on climate talk about frontline communities in the sense of, if you look at where most of the coal-fired power plants are located, they're in vulnerable communities of color, low-income communities, and sometimes on indigenous land. If you look at where the fossil fuel pipelines are running through, those same communities. If you look at traditionally where our transportation routes were put, many times they ran right through these communities, extracted wealth from certain communities and bring wealth into other communities. Of course, there are other drivers for climate change. But if you start to put a real face on it, and here's what my lens is. If Mrs. Ramirez doesn't get it, if Mr. Johnson doesn't get it, and I'm sitting in their kitchen or on their back porch, then we still got work to do, because that's most of America. And sometimes we don't do it that way. We don't talk about the issues that are going on in everyday people's lives, and then they make the leap to climate change. So by a show of hands, how many folks in the room know somebody who has asthma? Everybody just look around and keep your hand up if you can. You should have put your deodorant on before you came here today.
Everybody.
So everybody in this room knows somebody who has asthma. We know the air pollution is a driver in that process. We know 25 million people in our country have asthma, 7 million kids, disproportionate African American Latino children who are the ones who are going to the emergency rooms and losing their lives. But we want to have this other conversation. and we don't link real world stuff that's going on in everyday people's lives. When you do that, then the light bulb comes on. And then people are saying, yes, I need to be a part of these conversations because that's my granddaughter, or that's my niece, or that's my child. So I just share all that to say because it's common sense stuff, but we seem to sometimes get disconnected from that process. And I think as I travel around the country and talk to folks, that's how you better connect with folks. And it's just something that, you know, I hope that we don't forget as we're moving forward.
Yeah, no, excellent point, personalizing and putting a face on that. I want to open it up to questions from the audience, but I just want to ask Justine one more question, which we haven't touched on. We've talked about the importance of the local stories, the personal stories. But you've done a lot of traveling around the world reporting on climate change. How do you connect the global story? And, you know, we talk about local, global. I mean, that's been around, that phrase, for however many decades now. But how do we apply that now?
Yeah, and I think to Van's point, it can be really hard not to parachute in. I'm always aware of that. But I do think that the global can be very personal as well. I interviewed a young woman who grew up in Kuala Lumpur, but she's now a college student in the US organizing with the Sunrise Movement. She tells me because what happens here will affect folks back home. And I could understand, you know, as an immigrant woman, I also knew what took place here was going to, you know, have an effect on my folks back home in the Philippines. You know, it was a U.S. colony. It's very climate vulnerable. When I was in Marrakesh for the COP following the adoption of the Paris Agreement, and was also coinciding with the election of Donald Trump. And for those of you who were there, we weren't in the United States, but you could feel the weight of that election on everyone at the conference. And I remember hearing, speaking with a man with Friends of the Earth Africa, who said that the communities that he works in, some folks will pay with their lives for the decisions of American voters, and that really stuck with me. It's palpable, and so, you know, obviously the protections that we uphold here, the people in power that we hold accountable here, that's going to have global ramifications. Now, since 2016, obviously we've seen a lot of local and state actors try to fill in the gaps where federal policy has not, to say the least. But I think that again points to the importance of solutions that are from the bottom up, these grassroots solutions. And that's been a big lesson, I think, in my international reporting as well. Again, when I was in Marrakesh, you know, everything's all well and good inside the conference. You know, we're all touting each other for the work that organizers of COP have done. However, right outside are villagers, indigenous Amazigh villagers from Imadir, who have been protesting. They've been holding the longest sit-in protest against a mining company that was actually a partner of the conference itself. And they had concerns that that company was draining their water supply, and really we're frankly not being heard. There was very little coverage of what they were talking about, but it's important to be listening. And again, you know, I'm not only talking about victims here, but folks that are leading solutions. There was, I also reported on there were organizers in Borneo who are indigenous Dayak people who were actually building drones to survey and map their land to protect it from illegal deforestation and mining. And so all of this isn't to say that, you know, we can't partner with business, right, or things like that, but it's just how do we do it, right? How do we do it, and who are we listening to? And when we're talking about a more diverse, inclusive, or global climate movement, one of my favorite sayings is that true diversity is the sharing of power. So how are we doing that?
And maybe the sharing of information. Yeah.
Yes,
let's open it up to the audience. Questions, please. Yes. I think a mic is coming your way.
Sorry. A couple of speakers touched on this briefly, but I want to ask the question directly. What are you doing to stop preaching to the choir and reach regularly the sort of people who listen to Rush Limbaugh, who listen to Laura Ingraham, who only get their news from Fox?
Anybody?
I can start. The people who listen to Rush Limbaugh and the people who watch Fox, those folks are affected by this too. You know, I was in West Virginia when West Virginia had the major toxic spill in a river. I am from North Carolina, and I went out to Durham and to central and western North Carolina when they had the coal ash issue. And that is, I think, actually the perhaps silver lining of lots of the disasters. I don't know if silver lining is the right term, but an opportunity you can use those disasters for is telling people, you know, this is a problem, not just the larger looming climate change, but the baseline issue of environmental justice. It affects all of us. You know, I think we have to start thinking about environmental justice not as a sub-basement of, not as a separate piece of the environment or the environmental paradigm, but as the entire fabric of our understanding of how humanity and the world work together. And when we can do that, I think it provides an opportunity to talk to people, especially low-income white folks, who tend to be the least receptive to some of the climate messaging. Those folks are the people who are writing the path. They're the frontline communities too. And when you can get that message to folks, when you can tell them, you know, this is not about some big war between scientists and the government and your religious folks. This is whether you are going to be able to catch fish in your river in a couple years. It's whether your house is going to exist in a couple years. It's whether your kids are going to have asthma. That, you know, I think when we connect with people on that elemental, fundamental level, and this is what reporting is supposed to do, and I think in many cases has lost that sense, is conveying how this is going to affect your life. And it's undeniable that for many of the folks who tend to be the target demographic of lots of the climate denialism in this country, they are in the path of it as much as my community back home is.
Yeah, and I'm in those communities. I mean, I'm from Appalachia. I grew up in many of the communities that may fall underneath of that demographic. And there's a couple of things that we have conversations about. One of them is about their children. I have not yet met hardly anybody across this country who don't want their children to be protected, don't want their family to be protected. So we have a conversation about that. We're not having a conversation about climate. We're having a conversation about the impacts, the environmental impacts that are happening, whether it's from, you know, mountaintop mining to a whole bunch of different issues. But that's just one part, because the other part has to be a conversation about economics, about job creation. So I talk about how do we revitalize vulnerable communities, those low-income white communities and other communities that have been unseen and unheard and forgotten, who had a certain set of jobs. And then we have a conversation about how some of these new types of opportunities can help benefit them economically, but also then how it helps to address some of these climatic issues that are going on. And that seems to be something that resonates with folks. We often talk about an example down there in Spartanburg, South Carolina, that some folks in the room know about, where they took a $20,000 grant, a community that had been forgotten, now leveraged into $300 million in changes to create jobs, have cleaned up brownfields and Superfund sites, got new health care in. Health care is a big issue no matter where you go across the country. So we talk about also the impacts that happen from the environmental side and the climate side if you don't have health care. Then people start to make the connection in that space. I can go down the laundry list of things that we talk about, but we have a conversation about real world impacts that are happening in their community and also how we can create jobs that help them. And it changes the set of conversations then. And that's the way we have to be thinking. What are those intersection points? What is it that folks are looking for? And then we can have a real conversation about what the opportunities are.
I would just add very quickly that I think this is precisely where, you know, the conversation about the Green New Deal, which we haven't mentioned yet, is going to get really interesting and really important. Is how is it going to create jobs? Because that's how it's going to get a lot of people's attention.
Yeah. Yes, in the back there.
Assuming we have a new day at EPA sometime in the future, what would you like to see EPA do from inside the agency to, first of all, listen and to give environmental justice some real teeth and not have it be just an issue? Of course, we believe in environmental justice, but to actually be there and receptive and be maybe organized in a different way to address this issue?
How much time you got?
Yeah, thank you for that question.
I mean, we started making some real progress. If you look at from the early days when we first got started, I mean, again, I believe in real talk. There were a whole lot of folks that didn't believe that the impacts that communities were saying were happening in their communities were actually happening. And then we began to slowly evolve, getting more voices in. And then that began to broaden out to other agencies that began to start to incorporate environmental justice. I see some of the folks around the room. And, you know, we began to train folks. And then, you know, we began to have things like Plan EJ 2014 and now EJ 2020, beginning to integrate stuff into the agency so there was accountability throughout the agency. But let's talk about the things that still need to happen. One, there needs to be more diversity inside the agency. Diversity from people who actually come from these sets of experiences, work, who are also in leadership, helping to frame out, to give the administrator the right types of advice and recommendations. And then if we really want to have a real world, then it would have senior advisors in the other federal agencies. There are 17 federal agencies under Executive Order 12898 that President Clinton signed in 1994 that have responsibility also for these issues. And then we need to, you know, take a look at where our funding is going, how our funding, what communities it's going to, what types of, you know, colleges and universities, so forth and so on. Those are just a few of the things. Look at our PPAs and what are we actually, how are we putting an equity lens on the work that, and the money that's going into the states. And then we can have another set of conversations, and that's not just an EPA set of conversations. There needs to be at the White House, at CEQ, at the Domestic Policy Council, also senior advisors for these issues, and you know, some other things that can go on in that space. And we need to actually have a piece of legislation that is focused on environmental justice that guides the EPA and others and how this work is going to happen. And that's just a real quick snapshot because I can go into greater detail and we can talk afterwards about some of the other steps that need to happen. But you know, we were making serious progress. You still got great folks in there like Charles Lee, one of the fathers of the environmental justice movement, who's still inside of the agency and continues to try and move forward on EJ 2020 and some other things. But you know, we need a whole bunch of people. We're going to have to rebuild the capacity, and we're going to have leadership that, as someone just said not that long ago, that environmental justice is one of the top priorities. We were lucky when we had Lisa Jackson and Gina McCarthy that they were very, very focused on the issue. And Bob and others were helping to push and make sure that was reality. But, you know, we won't have a choice when it comes in 2020 because of all these additional impacts that we have going on. We have got to address these past and present impacts that are happening, but also flip the script and begin to also focus on these opportunities, better utilization of the Brownfields program and Superfund and some of the job training programs, so forth and so on. We've got so many opportunities that are standing in front of us, and I'm excited to see how we move forward.
That's great. Ed, you had something you wanted to add?
Not directly relevant, but it might be the last thing I get to say, so I'm going to take the opportunity and say it. As I was walking here from the Metro today, and reflecting on the world of pain that EPA is currently going through and the world of pain that is causing for all of us, it ironically reminded me of being the smallest kid in school all the way through junior year in high school. And trust me, when you are the smallest kid in school, you learn a thing or two about how to be proactive so that you don't end up in the trash can every single day. And the two most important skills I learned to keep myself out of the trash can were to tell a good story and to make friends. And the best way to make friends is to have a good story. And so in reflecting on my own personal lesson to the current situation of EPA, I have to say, I don't feel EPA tells a very good story about itself. Martha Rudolph said essentially that almost everything that EPA does comes down to protecting the public's health and well-being. That's a good story. I would really like EPA's story to be America's other public health agency. We could go into why I think the other is very clever and potentially effective, but I want the public to understand the role the EPA plays is protecting our health and well-being. And with that as the basis of the story, it's going to be a lot easier to make a lot of friends because EPA needs friends right now because Fox News and ultimately the economic interests that have been driving Fox's editorial coverage have been making EPA enemies for decades now with their simple, clear messages. So I like the way Mustafa said it. You said you got to turn it around with a really powerful story that is going to bring friends back to your side, back to the agency side. And there's just no question that that is something that EPA is capable of doing, even under different political administrations.
Yes, in the back there.
Just piggybacking on that, I have a great 1 minute or 30-second story that when Aaron Mayer, who was the African-American president of Sierra Club, came to a Sierra Club Maryland retreat, he stood up in front of the room with a woman who was the head of the NAACP in Montgomery County, Maryland, and pulled out his wallet, pulled 2 cards out. He said, "I'm very proud of my Sierra Club card, but I'm very proud of my NAACP card." And he asked everyone in there to join both organizations because we're fighting the same people, the Koch brothers and others that brought this president in, and we have to join forces. That's it.
Another question? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Jake Swanson. I'm a student at American University, probably the youngest one in this room. My question is regarding the Green New Deal. Eliza just brought it up. But I was wondering if you would have any suggestions on how, Ocasio-Cortez and Markey could better advertise their Green New Deal, because you're seeing a lot of Republicans coming out saying, oh, AOC is going to get rid of airplanes and hamburgers and everything, and it just turned into one big aspiring ball of lies. What suggestions would you have to better communicate action on climate change as a national security issue, a jobs issue, and a public health issue? Thank you.
I actually think she needs to really keep that at the grassroots. I did some reporting on how organizers in frontline communities, indigenous activists had some concerns about whether that deal was formulated at the grass tops or whether it was really reaching the people who will be, creating the jobs and building infrastructure and greening their communities. I think that there are obviously some concessions that are being made, or folks are trying to figure those things out. But you really need to be listening to folks. I mean, what I'm hearing a lot from indigenous activists are concerns about nuclear. We can get into a whole nother conversation about that. What I'm hearing from folks on the ground is that it's not going to gain the momentum it needs unless it really has that grassroots support. So I think as much as we're seeing AOC's meteoric rise and her building partnerships, that she also has to be pretty firmly rooted.
Yeah, and we just have to, so again, people need to understand some of the history that's behind this. So frontline communities have been doing many of the things that are identified in there. Of course, it's very broad, and there are some other things that are not necessarily climate or environmental that's in there, although they do touch those. So the green zones work that frontline communities, environmental justice communities have been doing for decades speaks to the framework that the Green New Deal is sort of operating from. When you talked about national security, so many of our tier 2 targets, they're inside of our most vulnerable communities. So what we need to do is have folks who are living with this every day talking about if they see value in, because communities speak for themselves, these sorts of sets of actions and activities that are there. And when you have real people sharing why they think it's important, then that will resonate with folks in a much more effective way than folks on Capitol Hill going back and forth about these types of things. So that framework is an important framework, and it is causing a set of conversations to actually happen. And we don't have a lot of time, but we could go through each and every one of those elements and how there are those folks who've been doing work in that space for a number of years now. Most of it, maybe not all of it, when we start talking about smart grids and some of this other stuff. But, you know, that's the game changer, is when everyday folks are actually seeing themselves reflected and they are sharing why this is important.
Okay, we have time for one last question here.
First of all, thank you guys. Great discussion. My name is Bob Perciasepi. I want to make an observation that I've noticed from not only your stories today, but also from my own work, and that is having people be able to see their own future in the solutions. I talk to a lot of people all over the country about climate solutions, and some people work, and that's what's happened to AOC before, and the Green New Deal was, they got ahead of it and they said, you can't see your future in this. You won't be able to fly, you won't be able to drive a car, you won't be able to have a hamburger. And these things are out in the popular media. But really, it was really about trying to see all the people's future in a cleaner world. And that has gotten lost in the mix. So whether it's West Virginia or people who perhaps watch Fox News, the narrative of what their future is in a solution is something that we need to work on those stories, because the other narrative that's being developed is you have no future in that solution, therefore you should have apprehension and opposition to any of these solutions, because your future is not there, it's for somebody else.
On a related note, very quickly, when you're talking about the future of our communities, one thing I think is really important is how you communicate the costs of things like the Green New Deal. AOC and the team behind the Green New Deal kind of let conservatives control the narrative on costs. When you're measuring costs of a major climate initiative, it's not against the baseline of our future spending. It's against of our projected future spending by the CBO. It's against the baseline of our economic output minus the effects of unmitigated climate change. And that's something that lots of people putting out really big climate packages and ideas have kind of failed to do as they communicate these things. It's, it's going to cost trillions and trillions of dollars. Yeah, but if we lose 2.5% of our GDP over the next couple decades, that's a lot more trillions of dollars. Yeah, so it's you're talking about the baseline of where we are versus where we want to be, which is a difficult thing to communicate.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I did want to ask you about your data analytical skills and how that comes into play, and you just told us how. That's perfect. Any last thought for our audience here from each of you, a quick thought from each of you of what's one last message you want to leave the people in this room with? Ed, we'll start with you and come on this way.
Every public communication campaign in human history that has succeeded using the following formula: simple, clear messages, repeated often by a variety of trusted voices. So that's it. That's the asset that we bring to this equation. We can help accelerate the process of the awakening to climate change and the other major problems that we face if we break our own curse of knowledge, our predisposition to talk in very technical terms, and we find ways of sharing what we know with simple, clear messages, repeated often, like Fox News does, through a variety of trusted voices.
And I'll just add to that my sense is that it helps too if there is great moral clarity and moral indignance in those messages. Those are two things we've underutilized, I think, and we can utilize much more, and that's what some of these young people speaking out are doing, and it's great.
To reiterate a previous point I made, it's the point that environmental justice and climate justice are not the ghettos of our conversation about climate and environment. They are the conversation. And climate change is not going to hit us all equally in the mouth the same. We have to start thinking about every single issue in front of us in the future as a justice issue, as one that will operate along the current lines of inequality and that we've built within our society. And I think the takeaway is we built them and we can unbuild them or rebuild them.
I would say that when it comes to communication, that listening is just as important as doing the talking, and particularly listening to the voices of those who are going to be most affected.
Last thought?
One last thought. I hope that everyone realizes that they have power, because the only way you don't have power is if you give it away. And I talk to all kinds of people across this country and sometimes outside of the country. And once you realize you have power, it changes everything. And most people don't actually believe that they really have power. Watch this. Everybody say power.
Power.
See how pitiful that was? and you are the folks who have helped to frame out the directions that we go in our country. Everybody say power.
Power.
See, it got a little bit better to you. Try it one last time. Everybody say power.
Power.
Now you just got to take that and direct it into helping to make real positive change happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, panelists, all of you very much. Thank you, John.
So I don't want to follow.
Appreciate
Excuse me a second. I just have a couple announcements. I'm sorry to follow such an inspirational panel with mundane logistical details, but I'm going to do it anyway. First of all, we want to thank you all so much for coming today. In a minute, I'm going to turn this over to Dan Fiorino to introduce Vicki Wilkins, the Dean of the School of Public Affairs, just to do a quick welcome. And then we hope you'll join us outside in the hall for a reception to continue the conversation and the networking, hear further thoughts from our wonderful panelists, et cetera. And then tomorrow, just to give you a little foreshadowing, today has really been focused on challenges internal to EPA. Tomorrow we'll focus on challenges at the interface between EPA and other governmental entities. So we're going to look at EPA's, how EPA works with cities, with state and local states and regions and tribes, with other federal agencies, and also on the international stage. So I hope you can rejoin us tomorrow. And last but not least, there was a small glitch, it's my turn now, in the Day 2 agenda. So please pick up a new one-page copy of the Day 2 agenda before you leave. Thank you very much.
I'll talk from here for just a minute while people move down. Thanks, Amanda. So I just noted some points that came out, so I'm not trying to be completely thorough in this, but EPA should be more engaged in innovation and find ways to do that. That the regulatory baseline is important, but EPA can use collaboration and other kinds of methods to go further. We've talked a lot about the importance of communication, which I think is a big challenge, and there is a story to tell, but it's not an easy story to tell. The restoration of science is an important part of EPA decision-making, certainly was an important theme. So lots of good lessons that came out. So you've been a great audience. I hope you've gotten as much from the day as I have, thanks to our moderators, Mike, George, Linda, and Maggie, and then to Dennis and Bill for their words. And I also, so the idea is that today the School of Public Affairs took the lead. This was a collective effort, but we sort of took the lead on the first day, and Amanda and the law school team took the lead on the second day. So I just want to give some thank yous for particular to today. Daniel Miller-Wagner is always very important in working with us. Lisa Manning and her team at School of Public Affairs, the events planning team, Rachel Britton in the communications group, and our student volunteers. Teo Laguna, who is, where is Teo's back there, has been involved in this from the start, has just been a great resource and very committed to this. But most of all, John Reeder. John took this idea and he actually made it happen. He's been a terrific pleasure to work with. He put up with my little, well, shouldn't we have this person on this panel and not that person on the panel? And should this panel be an hour and 5 minutes or an hour or all that? And he really made it work. So fabulous. You're awesome, John. So fabulous job. And I want to thank the EPA Alumni Association who have put so much effort into this. We did this survey, actually questionnaire to the membership, and we have a summary of what came out of that. In particular, Derry Allen, Chuck Elkins, and Phyllis Flaherty. And I list them in order of the number of times they appeared in our conference room to plan this. We're all really important and instrumental to this. So now it is my pleasure to introduce Dean Vicki Wilkins. This literally would not have happened had it not been for Vicki's enthusiastic and very strong support. And she is always a pleasure to work with, but really has been on this project. So I'm very pleased to present the Dean of the School of Public Affairs, Vicki Wilkins.
Thank you, Dan. I always love the spot in the day where I'm standing between you and food and drinks, right? That's the perfect one to be in, and I promise I won't take long. But I do want to make a couple notes and just say how excited I've been today when I could bop in and out and hear the conversations going on. So inspired to hear the words and what the action that's behind them and the passion that's behind them. I truly believe this will be a point we remember where things start to change again and good work is being done. I believe in what Dennis Hayes said about what we can do in the next year and how we can think about Earth Day over and over again and not let it ever again become quiet with us. I also want to add my thanks to our partners. Environmental and sustainability studies are something that's spread across the entire campus at American University. They're not just in SPA where I'm the dean, but they're here in the law school, our great partners who we're lucky to do so much with. I see my colleague Susan Carl here. Really great partners. We study anything from healthcare to opioids to environment together, and it's great work. Our School of Business does work on this, communications, as you heard from Maggie, and our College of Arts and Science. So it is something that truly is impassioned across American University, and you heard that from Sylvia, and you heard it from our students who we hope to be the future. We want to train them. Is Jake still here? I'm looking at Jake, yes. Train them to go out and do this work, and it's very important to us. And I want to add the shout outs that Dan gave to our team. The team, not only in events and communication, but in the Center for Environmental Policy, Dan as that director, Danielle, Teo, Carly, everyone that's been working there. And no event like this can ever happen without a champion. And Dan's right, John Reeder is that champion. And when he came and said he wanted to do this, he made sure we get us all on board and to make it happen. And I'm just so thankful you've had time with us in the school and for what you did here today. I also want to really thank Catherine and Michael Hanley. The Hanley Foundation was responsible for hosting our reception tonight. Their generosity, not only to the school and the university, but also to environmental causes, really showed their commitment to these issues. They're neighbors and friends in our community, and we're just so lucky to have them be a part of it. So please enjoy the reception. Thank them if you see them, and I hope you'll be back tomorrow for more exciting conversations. So thank you.